Dearest Margaret, I hope that this letter finds you well. I miss you greatly during the entire time away from you. These past few weeks have been especially difficult. While we were busy pushing from Normandy, it was easier to keep my mind occupied on other things. Now that the Germans have left France, however, I've had a lot more time to myself and, as always, my thoughts have turned to you. I have good news or bad news, depending on how you look at things. As you're an optimist by nature, a very glass-half-full kind of woman, I'll give you the positive spin first. You and I are going to be reunited sooner than we thought. I'll be shipping off to the good old US of A within the next few weeks. No matter how optimistic you are, however, you're also a realist, so here's the bad news. The reason that I'll be coming home to you so early is because I have been injured. Now there's no need for worry, as I'm going to be fine. Once the bullets stopped flying in France, my unit had been assigned to deliver cargo to Evian-le-Bon. You've always been more of a scholar than I am, so you may be familiar with the town. I had never heard of it before. There were only 3 large crates, so Mark Johnson and I volunteered to make the delivery. I've written to you about him before. He's a soldier in my platoon that has a wife and young son in Kansas. All of my fellow soldiers are brothers. He's one of the few that I can honestly say is a friend. The round trip between Paris and Evian-le-Bon would take a few days, and we figured that the fresh mountain air would do us some good. We never spoke about it, but I think we both were feeling that we needed to get out of Paris, even if for only a little while. When you see pictures of Paris in books, it looks like this grand place. You can practically feel the magic in the air right through the page. It conjures up images of long walks along the Seine River, or maybe ascending the top of the Eiffel Tower to look out on the lights of the city. You and I even talked about visiting it someday after we're married. I think that's how the city once was, and maybe it will be like that again. In the here and now, though, magic is gone. The Nazis did all they could to stomp out the spirits of the people that live there. They never fully could, but you can tell that the occupation left its mark in more ways than just those damn red and black banners hanging from buildings. The enchantment and wonder of the city is gone for now, replaced with an iron resolve and a righteous fury. The longer I stayed there, the more that I could feel the violation Paris had suffered through, if that makes any sense. Is it any wonder that Johnson and I jumped on the opportunity to run a shipment through the countryside? It was supposed to be a simple delivery. As everyone in the world knows, though, there's nothing simple about this war. I don't remember the moment that the truck's rear tire struck the mine. It must have been left over from the German retreat, or maybe it had been planted by the French resistance when the Nazis were using that particular road. Whatever the case, the explosion flipped the truck completely over and sent us off the road. I only know this because it was told to me later. I remember sitting in the passenger seat while Johnson drove, idly flipping through a Captain Marvel comic that I had traded a small bottle of half-drunk whiskey to a private for. I'm not much for comic books, but there was something about it that made me feel like... I don't know. It made me feel like I was holding a piece of home in my hands, I suppose. After that, my next memory is slowly waking up. I was lying on something soft, and my body felt oddly cold. Instinctively, I tried to sit up, but the worst pain I've ever felt went through my body like electricity. It felt like someone was forcefully pushing down on me while trying to set me ablaze. I shook my head in an effort to clear it. I hadn't even opened my eyes yet, and I was already feeling dizzy. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and a woman's voice politely but firmly told me to calm down. As I managed to get my eyes open and squinted against the bright light, she went on to explain that I had been in a mine explosion, and to assure me that I was going to be okay. My vision returned to normal after a few minutes, and I was able to look up at the speaker. She was dressed in the white uniform of a nurse, with red curls peeking out from under her hat and freckles dotting her nose. She smiled down at me kindly and told me that her name was Ruth. I tried sitting up again, but it had the same result as before. Ruth informed me that I had suffered a fractured sternum when my chest had impacted with the front portion of the transport truck. It sounded serious. She told me that I just needed to rest and it would heal naturally. Normally ice would have been put on my chest to help with the swelling and lessen the pain. There wasn't any access to ice here, however, so she was using rags soaked in cool water instead. Along with a fractured sternum, I had suffered a painful bump on the head and a sprained ankle. I had managed to escape in surprisingly good condition, all things considered. Johnston hadn't been so lucky. He was lying in the bed next to me, unconscious and his body wrapped in bandages. Every so often I could hear a gasp as he sucked in air. Gasps sounded wet, like they were filled with water. The nurse told me that they hoped he would recover soon, and I could tell by the tone of her voice that she wasn't hopeful. Over the next few hours, Ruth sat and talked with me. Well, she did most of the talking. Even getting a few words out made my chest hurt, so I mostly just sat there and listened. She told me that we were in an old chateau known by the local people as Chateau des Esprit. It had been the home of a wealthy but eccentric landowner who had died at the beginning of the war. He hadn't had any children or family, so the mansion was converted into a temporary hospital. Most of the doctors and nurses were French, but Ruth was a volunteer with the Red Cross that had been sent to assist due to the place being woefully understaffed. She eventually left my side to tend to other patients. As I stared up at the ceiling, a strange thought entered my head, and despite my condition I found myself smiling. It was a crooked sort of smile. Can you imagine, Margaret? Here I was, relaxing in a fancy chateau in the French Alps, and I couldn't even get out of bed to enjoy a moment of it. I have to admit that I tried not to look at Johnston. Every time I glanced in his direction, I felt an awful stab of guilt. I had survived the explosion and would be back on my feet soon. Meanwhile, he was fighting for his life. It wasn't fair. Even though I'd kept my eyes off of him, I could still hear him wheezing and drawing in those wet breaths. Evening came, and Ruth returned to help me eat my dinner. It wasn't much of a meal, just broth and small bits of potato, but I was so hungry that it felt like a banquet. When I had finished, she changed out the rags with freshly soaked ones and put the used ones in a small bucket. Have you ever experienced the kind of moment where it feels like the very air in the room has changed, Margaret? That was what I experienced once Ruth finished her tasks. Her entire demeanor went from warm and friendly to something much more serious. The smile was gone from her face, and her eyes were uncertain. What wasn't uncertain was her firm instructions that, even if I found myself able to get up, I must not leave the room during the night. I pressed her as to why, of course, but she simply shook her head and turned to leave. Ignoring the pain, I grabbed her wrist and asked once more. She hesitated before gently removing her hand from my weak grip. Je gagne mange dans le couloir, she said quietly in French before leaving the room and firmly closing the large two doors behind her. Sure that I haven't written that correctly, and I'm even more sure that I can't pronounce it correctly, but I was able to understand her well enough. Mr. Gangley walks the halls. I stared after her for a while. To say that I was confused would be an understatement. I was fairly sure that I had indeed understood her correctly, but as you're well aware, I've never had much of a head for languages. It wasn't hard to convince myself that my poor French simply wasn't up to the task of properly translating her statement. With that settled in my mind, I quickly drifted off to sleep. My hand just started shaking so badly that I needed to take a few seconds to steady it. You and I have known each other since we were small children. We started school together. You know me better than anyone else. I'm still afraid of what you're going to think of me when I tell you what came next. You're going to think that I've lost my mind. I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. I swear to you, Margaret, I'm not mad, and what I'm about to tell you is the honest-to-God truth. I need you to believe me. No one else ever will, but you're the one person that has to. Please. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The room was dark and still. I knew immediately that something was wrong. I had the same feeling in my stomach that I had gotten during lulls and battles throughout the war. Sometimes the guns would stop, and an eerie silence would fall over everything. Instead of being happy for the reprieve, you start to feel sick to your stomach because you just know that something even worse than what you just went through is about to happen. That was the same feeling I was having as I laid in the darkness. Something was about to happen. I was so sure of it that I ignored the pain and forced myself up onto my elbows in an attempt to look around. I couldn't stay in the position for more than a few seconds before I collapsed back down onto the bed. Less than a heartbeat after I'd done so, I heard a soft click as the room's doors began to swing open. I craned my neck as best as I could and turned my eyes towards the sound. There was just enough light coming in through the windows for me to see the figure enter the room, but not enough that I was able to make out many details. It was well over 8 feet tall, and it had to duck under the top of the doorway to enter the room. It was wearing a black flowing robe that covered most of its features. As it came forward, it stayed hunched over. It moved with an odd gait, swaying slightly back and forth as it walked. Even though it was the largest creature I'd ever seen, it made barely any noise as it moved across the wood floor towards the beds, like it had very little weight to it. I knew immediately that this giant wasn't human. I know how that sounds, Margaret. This is why I'm afraid that you're going to think that I've been driven mad by the war. If you do indeed love me as you say you do, though, I need you to take what I'm saying at face value and put aside your skepticism until you finish my story. Because of the creature's size, it only took a few steps for it to reach the foot of Johnston's bed. It was starting to lean over him when I closed my eyes as tightly as I could. As I write this, I can feel the shame rising in me. This thing was going to do God knows what to a man that was closer to me than my own family, and there I was, keeping my eyes clenched shut like a frightened child trying to hide from a shadow on his bedroom wall. What kind of friend, what kind of man does that make me? I laid as still as I could for what seemed like hours, but all that I heard was silence. Curiosity started to win out over the fear. I slowly opened my eyes. The creature was still looming over Johnston, but it was completely motionless. His arms were extended towards his face. The robe sleeves were pulled back enough that I could see the limbs. In the dim moonlight, they looked almost white, so white that it was like a single drop of blood had never run through their veins. They were also extremely thin. No, that's not the right word for it. They looked emaciated. Its hands were attached to the arms at a slightly odd angle. I had seen something similar before, when a private had dislocated his hand from his wrist in a bad fall. Its fingers were long and bony, and they reached out towards Johnston's face. The hood of the robe was up over its head, and at the angle I was seeing the creature from, its face was completely blocked off from view. It was hard to tell in the dark, but I got the impression that the head was too large for the body. The width wasn't proportionate with the arms and legs. Everything about the creature was wrong. I felt a sense of revulsion as I watched it. Johnston coughed once. The creature pulled back slightly, but when he didn't make another sound, it drew closer once again. It reached out with one finger and touched him lightly on the forehead. He made a soft choking noise, but remained unconscious. The finger moved down his face, tracing down the nose, across the lips, and over the chin. It stopped when its tip was touching Johnston's neck. The man's entire body had stiffened as if the creature were sending a live current through him. I wanted to yell out, to warn him about what was happening. My mouth remained closed. I was already trying to justify my lack of action to myself. There was no point in letting the creature know that I was watching when Johnston was too injured to hear me anyway. That was what I told myself over and over again. The truth is that I was paralyzed by fear. In the moment that my friend needed me most, I proved myself to be a coward. The creature's hand opened, and it wrapped its fingers around Johnston's neck. He whimpered quietly. The whimpering soon turned into gagging as the fingers closed tightly. I tried to will myself to somehow intervene. Fear and fractured sternum be damned. Instead, I just laid there watching. The figure held up one finger on its hand and placed its point between Johnston's clavicles. It lingered there for a moment before pushing down harder. The finger sank into it and through the skin. He started to thrash, but the creature simply held him by the throat as if it was no effort at all. The finger slowly started to make its way down his chest. Skin, muscle, and bone all parted as if it were being cut with the sharpest of a surgeon's instruments. When it reached the top of his stomach area, it withdrew. Blood covered it, and droplets dripped down onto the man's body. What came next has played over and over in my head ever since. The creature reached into the hole in Johnson's chest and pulled the opening wider. The snapping of bone filled the air as his ribs were easily separated. The arm jerked slightly to one side, and a moment later the hand rose up out of the open chest cavity holding a misshapen lump. Johnston stopped thrashing. I must have made a sound, as the creature turned its head towards me. The hood still covered its face, but I knew that it was watching me closely. Instead of closing my eyes, however, I looked right back at it. It wasn't some act of bravery or defiance. I was just too scared to think of anything else to do. It moved to the side of my bed. The gory mass it had taken from Johnston's chest was still clutched in its right hand. I couldn't see exactly what the object was. I was, and still am, thankful for that. The creature regarded me for a long moment before reaching up with its free hand and slowly pulling back the hood. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. I was stricken voiceless by fear. It was all that I could do to simply keep breathing. Instead of being rounded, its head was elongated, with malformed protrusions sticking out of the back. It was hairless. Like its arms, the flesh was pale to the point of nearly being translucent. It looked at me with lidless eyes, pupils locked on me so intently that they appeared to be vibrating. The creature's face was vaguely human. The best way that I can describe it is that it looked like a person whose skin had been pulled back so tightly that it had begun to tear off the skull. The large teeth and gums were exposed in a hideous grin, one so large that it ran past the mouth towards the back of the elongated head to show the bone beyond. It tilted its head slightly. It wasn't looking at just some hideous monster. Its eyes stared at me with intelligence. It opened its mouth slightly as it regarded me. Just beyond the first of human-like but oversized teeth were a second row of them. These were smaller and spaced wider apart. Its thick black tongue sloshed around back and forth in its thick saliva.
Good knock, Herr Lewis.
The creature said in a raspy voice, the words coming out as if it was exhaling them rather than speaking them. With that, the creature turned and left the room the same way it had come in, closing the doors behind it. I must have passed out. The next thing I knew, I was regaining consciousness in a room filled with sunlight. I quickly looked over to my right at Johnston's bed. The spot that the bed had once occupied was empty. Ruth came in a few minutes later. I demanded to know what had happened to Johnston. She told me that he had died from his wounds a few hours earlier. I knew that she was lying, of course. I had seen the creature tear him open and end his life. I continued to press her, and as I did so, she grew more and more uncomfortable. She repeatedly tried to tell me that I must have dreamed the entire thing. I became more agitated, and finally she relented. She leaned in as if she was telling me something that needed to stay between the two of us, even though we were the only ones in the otherwise empty room. Every so often she would glance over her shoulder at the doors as she spoke. She told me that Johnston's body had been taken down to the makeshift morgue to be disposed of. When I started to object, she shook her head firmly and told me to remain quiet. The official record would say the body was incinerated due to concerns of a possible disease. That way no one would know about the damage the creature had caused to his body. No one but me. She warned me not to let anyone else know that I had seen the creature, which she again referred to as Mr. Gangley. The few outside the hospital staff that had tried to tell others what they had seen had all died under mysterious circumstances. I needed to remain silent for my own safety. First I refused, but something in the way that she was looking at me made me stop. I got the feeling that she wasn't just looking out for my safety, but hers as well. I began to understand that her current position at the chateau wasn't entirely voluntary. Still trying to wrap my mind around everything that I had seen and that she was telling me, I questioned her about Mr. Gangley. What was it? How long had it been at the chateau? Why had it killed Johnston? Questions spilled out of me as if they would never end. Ruth didn't have any solid answers to give me. All of the doctors and nurses at the hospital seemed to have a different theory. Some said that Mr. Gangley was an experiment that had been conducted by German scientists during the occupation. Others said it was actually a German scientist itself, one that had done things to himself for some unknown reason and was still conducting experiments on the patients in this new grotesque form. She had been told by one doctor that he believed it was a demon that had been summoned by Nazi occultists. I mulled it over. Mr. Gangley had spoken to me in German. Hesitantly, not sure that I really wanted to know the answer, I asked how it had known my name. Ruth looked surprised and regarded me curiously. As she opened her mouth to speak, the doors opened and a pair of soldiers entered the room. They told me that I was being transferred to a hospital in Paris immediately. And that's where I'm writing to you from now, Margaret. I'm sitting at a small table in a private room in one of a dozen medical facilities in Paris. It's been dark for some time, but I can still hear the sounds of talking and laughing coming up from the streets through my open window. Medically, I'm doing much better. My fractured sternum is almost fully healed, and I only have slight discomfort from it when I move around. Mentally, I'm not really sure how I'm doing. I have trouble sleeping at night, and during the day I feel like I'm walking through a dream. Sometimes I think about how I failed Johnston and feel a mixture of remorse and anger, and other times I realize that I haven't thought about him in a while. For some reason that makes me even more angry. There are times that I debate with myself whether I should write Johnston's wife and tell her what really happened to her husband. Each time I decide not to. Even if I could figure out how to begin to describe Mr. Gangley and what it had done to him, how could her knowing the truth be of any comfort to her? I'm scheduled to ship out for the United States 2 weeks from Tuesday. As I come to the end of this letter, however, I realize that I can't come back home to you yet. Even if you somehow found a way to forgive my cowardice, I would never be able to. God help me. I have to go back to that chateau, where Mr. Gangley walks the halls. I love you, Margaret, and I'm sorry. Always yours. Corporal Peter Lewis, United States Army, October 14th, 1944. When my mother was buried, I watched as every single shovel of dirt was tossed into her grave. Once the two groundskeepers had finished, I stepped onto the soft soil and spit on her headstone. I was glad that she was dead. The whole reason I attended her funeral was to see with my own eyes that she really was. I don't give a shit if that makes me sound like a bad son, or spiteful, or maybe simply petty. My mother deserves every ounce of venom that is in me. It's because of her that I grew up without a father. Unlike her, he was a good person, the kind that seems to be missing in today's world. In the spring he would take me to see baseball games, and in the fall it was football. He didn't do it out of any love of sports. He did it because he knew that I was obsessed with them in a way that only children can be, and he wanted to spend time with me while encouraging my interests. Nothing came before his family. His work, not his own desires, nothing. To this day, I've never met his equal. It's because of my mother that my twin sister is gone. If you're not a twin yourself, you understand this, not fully, but losing one is like having a part of yourself ripped away. It creates this hole that's never filled. More than that, though, she was incredible. Smarter than me, and more talented at most things. Although she surpassed me in so many ways, I was never jealous of her. It wasn't her and me. It was us. I lost the best part of me when she died. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just need a moment. My mother had everything she could ever have wanted. Wealth, power, a husband that placed her on a pedestal above all others, and children that wanted nothing more than to please her. And yet she wanted more. More and more and more. Nothing else. My mother was a woman of excess. Having everything worldly, she instead turned her attention towards the otherworldly. I'm sure that doesn't come as a surprise to anyone here that there are items and objects that defy our limited understanding of science and the world around us. Some people call these things magical, and others call them haunted. Some even say that they're cursed. No matter what you believe them to be, we all know that they're out there. The greatest of these objects is the Fatu Machina. In Latin, it means the destiny machine. From the front, it just looks like an old human skull that is missing the jawbone. The bone is brown from age, and carved along the surface are hundreds of small symbols that join together to form a whole that looks like a map drawn by a madman. Legend has it that the skull belonged to Adam, the first of God's human creations, as well as the first man to have sinned. I have no idea if that's true or not. It's the back of the skull where things get strange. Instead of being solid bone, it's constructed of a highly intricate clockwork-like metal device. Tiny gears can be manipulated using a series of dials and levers, which in turn cause plates and rods to change positions. There are millions, if not billions, of possible combinations. I'm sure someone can work out the exact number, but it really doesn't matter. What matters is the Fatu Machina is a key that unlocks reality. It creates openings between places in our world and gateways leading to others. Imagine being able to stand up from your chair and simply take a step forward to be in the middle of Nepal. You could take an instantaneous trip to Bermuda, or if colder weather is more your preference, visit an outpost in Antarctica. How about stepping foot on a world countless light years away from the speck of dust we call Earth? Maybe journey to an alternate reality where up is down and down is up. If you could appear before whatever creator you believe in and speak to them, would you? That's what the Fatu Machina does. It presents you with endless possibilities. There's a catch, of course. It seems like there always is. To open a doorway, you have to find the right combination. You have to adjust the various dials and levers to the correct positions. Each door is a different combination. There's no way to know what combination unlocks what door except for trial and error. There aren't many stories about the Fatu Machina, and it's been a closely guarded secret by everyone that has possessed it. Everyone that has heard about the device knows one particular legend, though, and I suspect that the reason that you're here is because of that legend. Fatu Machina is supposed to be the only key in existence that can open the way to the Garden of Eden. If you're not caught up in your basic Sunday school, the Garden of Eden is, according to the Bible, the place where all life on earth began. It is home to many wonders, with two in particular standing out from the rest. 2 trees grow in the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. Eating the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil bestows you with the collected wisdom of the world. You essentially gain the knowledge and understanding of everything that has, will, and can happen. It's as close to omniscience as a mortal being can come. Tree of life. Now that's the real prize, isn't it? One bite of its fruit grants you everlasting life. Not just immortality either. It gives you eternal youth at your absolute best. You're immune to poisons and toxins and every affliction. You will live a perfect, unending life until our universe is just a distant memory. If you ate from both trees, is there really a difference between what you would become and a god? It was the legend of the Tree of Life that drove my mother's obsession with the Fatu Machina. All of her wealth and possessions would be nothing if she just died like everybody else. She refused to believe that there was an obstacle that even she couldn't overcome. I'm not surprised that she managed to obtain it. When my mother wanted something, there was nothing that could stand in her way. She was a force of nature. I don't know exactly how she came to possess it, but I wouldn't put anything past her. I imagine there's at least one body buried in an unmarked grave somewhere due to her actions. From the moment her assistant put the black box containing the Fatu Machina in her hands, nothing else mattered to her. She locked herself in her study for days at a time as she tried combination after combination, carefully logging each attempt in a leather-bound journal. The only time that anyone saw her was when she emerged to eat or, on rare occasions, go to sleep for short periods of time. My father tried his best to coax her out of her obsession. I've never understood why. He really did love her. My sister and I said that we did, and I think there was some kind of connection there, but he actually felt that way about her. He was concerned for her well-being and did everything that he could to distract her from her work. Ultimately, his efforts were in vain. I don't know how many successful combinations my mother discovered during this time. The vast majority of combinations don't do anything. Only specific ones will unlock doorways. She might have failed to open any, or maybe did find some and simply didn't share them with us. For 5 months, she worked in solitude while the rest of us had no idea what she was doing. On a cold fall night in late October, however, there's no doubt that she successfully unlocked a doorway to another world. I had no way of knowing most of what I've told you up to this point when it actually happened. I was only 12, and I had never even heard of the Fatu Machina. I've learned most of this from reading her journals and through putting together pieces myself. All that I knew on that particular night was that I was suddenly sitting awake in my bed in the middle of the night in a pitch-black bedroom. My room had never been that dark before. There was always at least some light that managed to make it through my curtains during the night. Sometimes it wasn't very much, but there was still something. On this particular evening, though, I was surrounded by pure blackness. I'm not sure how long I sat there staring into nothingness before I noticed the voices. They were extremely faint, barely qualifying as whispers. There seemed to be dozens of them. I strained my ears in an attempt to figure out what they were saying. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out the words. Or maybe I could, and I just didn't understand what they meant. Even though I didn't comprehend the words themselves, somehow the messages they were conveying were clear. I'm not sure how to explain it. On some level, I just knew what the voices were telling me to do. They put thoughts into my head that would never have come to me under normal circumstances. I felt a powerful urge to listen to those whispers and do as they instructed. What they were saying made so much sense. Life was hard, lonely, and full of disappointments. Trying to continue on with it was pointless. The only thing that made sense was to not play along with such a bad cosmic joke, to tie my bedsheet around my neck in the way the voices were directing me to, and put a stop to the endless cycle of pain and disappointment. I think that if I was any older, I would have done just that. At my age, though, some of the concepts the voices were communicating to me were things that I couldn't fully comprehend yet, and it was that confusion that kept me from totally accepting what I was being told to do. The whispers changed their tone as they became frustrated with my disobedience. The sound suddenly stopped, filling the darkness with silence. For the first time since I'd woken up, and probably for the first time in my entire life, I felt fear. Real, palpable fear. There was something in the room with me. I couldn't see it or hear it, but it was there. It was this kind of pressure that was coming from behind me. It loomed over me and gave off this sense of total malice. It was angry, and it was going to take that anger out on me. Without even realizing what I was doing, I jumped out of bed and blindly ran in the direction I thought my bedroom door was in. I was fully in the grip of panic, and that panic continued to rise as I kept running. Running. I ran much further than I should have been able to in the small bedroom. Long after I should have reached a wall, I slammed hard into something solid. I'd finally got into the door. I twisted the knob and flung it open, hurrying into the hallway before closing it behind me. Before I even had a chance to turn away from the door, I noticed that the hallway was much colder than my bedroom had been. The change was a shock, and my skin immediately began to prickle. There was an odd burning sensation in my feet. I looked down and found that it wasn't being caused by something hot. Instead, I was standing in at least an inch of snow. I turned around and looked up towards the hallway ceiling. Thick white flakes of snow were falling from it. Forgetting my fear for a moment, I stared up at the indoor snowstorm in wonder. Eventually, I shivered as the cold snapped me out of it. I looked around the hallway. All of the lights were on. Instead of their normal warm white, they glowed a dim blue. The walls were covered in sheets of ice. Jutting out of the walls near the top were long, thick protrusions that tapered out to sharp points towards the middle of the hallway. They were nearly as white as the falling snow. My eyes fell on a section of wall near me. There was something behind the ice, something that unnerved me even though I couldn't immediately identify it. I stepped closer to get a better look. It was a growth that spread across the majority of the wood, a pinkish, flesh-like mass that resembled raw flesh. I looked back up at the protrusions. I was standing inside of a giant frozen rib cage. I hurried down the hallway with my arms wrapped around my chest in a futile attempt to stay warm. My bedroom was in a different section of the house than the others. When my sister and I had turned 8, we had been given a choice as to which unused bedrooms we wanted. We had chosen ones on opposite sides of the house, with hers being located near my parents' room. We'd always been close, but we both agreed that we needed some space between us or we would drive each other crazy. The hall led into the entryway. This section of the house was in a completely different state than the frozen hallway. It was much warmer, and there was no snow or ice. The lights were also their usual color. There were, however, more bone growths. They weren't ribs, but were instead 4-foot-tall teeth. They were cracked in many places, and many were covered in brownish stains. They stuck out of both the floor and ceiling at random intervals. The floor itself felt soft as I slowly walked across it. It didn't look any different than it usually did, but the texture had a consistency of a firm yet wet sponge. Each step was disgusting. I started to get a bit queasy. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head towards the tall staircase leading up to the second floor. A scream welled up in me, the pressure of it so strong that I thought it would make my chest burst, but it remained trapped inside of me. At the top of the stairs, surrounded by the same pink growth that I had seen in the hallway, was a giant eye. It was so large that it took up the entirety of the second floor landing. Its iris was black, and its blood-red veins stretched across its milky surface. It rolled around wildly as if it was in the throes of madness. I involuntarily took a step back. As I did so, the eye swung downward in its fleshy socket so that it was staring directly at me. Its gaze was so intense that it locked me in place. It felt so small, so weak as it examined me intently. Something began to drip from the eye's iris. First I thought it was some sort of fluid. When one of the drops pushed itself up off the floor on thin, spindly legs, however, I knew that wasn't the case. Small creatures were falling out from inside the eye. Each looked vaguely like a centipede with wispy, tentacle-like appendages extending from their black-shelled bodies. They swarmed down the stairs towards me. The eye spell was broken. I hurried towards the long corridor that contained my sister and parents' bedrooms. The creatures began to make chittering noises as they reached the bottom of the stairs and skittered after me. I made it into the hallway and struggled to close the heavy wooden door that separated it from the entryway. I barely managed to get it shut in time. The creatures continued to make odd sounds on the other side of the door. They made no attempt to break through. Everything that I'd been through collapsed in on me. I started to cry. Still a kid, after all. No kid is prepared to go through something so horrific. Hell, most adults aren't either. I slumped down to the floor and held myself as my sobs robbed me of my breath. It took some time, but I eventually got control of myself. I wiped the tears from my eyes and stood back up, feeling more exhausted than I ever had. I still needed to find my family. This hallway looked the same as it always did. I wondered if whatever had taken over the rest of the house hadn't reached here yet. Whatever the case, I was just glad that I was safe for the moment. My parents' room was the closest, so I hurried over to the door and opened it. There are two images that will always be burned into my memory. No matter how many years pass, I can always see them in perfect clarity. They'll be with me until I die. This was the first of those images. The bedroom was bleeding. Thick blood was running down the walls and pouring off the ceiling like crimson waterfalls. The floor of the room was submerged in it, and it washed through the open... The bedroom was bleeding. Thick blood was running down the walls and pouring off the ceiling like crimson waterfalls. The floor of the room was submerged in it, and it washed through the open door and out into the hallway as it covered my feet up to my ankles. In the center of the room, sitting on his knees with the blood flowing down around him, was my father. He was dressed in his pajamas and robe. His hands were stretched out to his sides with the palms upward like he was holding up two invisible objects. He was moaning, and his eyes were wide with fear. Standing behind him was a figure in a black robe. Its body was completely covered, and a ragged hood made it impossible to see its face. Paying no attention to me, the figure reached out its right arm. The robe slid away from the fingers slightly, and I saw that they weren't fingers at all, and were instead 3 delicate needles. Slowly, the needles pushed into and through the skin of my father's neck. My father gasped but remained still. The figure tugged the needles back, and a small sliver of skin peeled away from the neck while still remaining attached by a tiny flap. Using both hands, it pulled on the sliver over and over again. The skin began to unravel from my father's body. I don't know of a better way to put it. It came off like a pulled string unwinding a ball of yarn. My father didn't move, but the look in his eyes and the few sounds that escaped from his open mouth conveyed the immense pain that he was feeling. When roughly half the skin had been removed from his face, he finally saw me standing in the doorway. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. Got the message, though. I could see it in his eyes just as much as I could read it on his lips. Go. I did it as I was told. Slammed the door shut and quickly backed away from it. I was a scared child. What could I have possibly done to save him? Logically, I know the answer to that is nothing. That thing that was killing him ever so slowly couldn't be stopped by a mere 12-year-old boy. That's the logical answer. Logic isn't much comfort on the nights that I lie awake in bed, remembering how I left him to die alone. Directly across the hallway was the door to my sister's bedroom. I stared at it without making a move towards it, my shirt and sweatpants soaked with water, sweat, and blood. I didn't want to go inside. Something bad was waiting for me in her bedroom. I was sure of it. It was something that I had been feeling since I left my own room but hadn't been able to focus on because of everything that had happened. I don't know if I believe the stories about twins having some sort of psychic connection. As one myself, I was never able to finish my sister's sentences or know what she was thinking. I didn't know when she was in distress or hurt when I wasn't around. Maybe some twins have that kind of connection. We didn't. What I do know is that there's a kind of bond that I've never had with another person. I didn't even realize that bond existed, not consciously, until that night. The only reason I noticed it then was because it was gone. My sister was dead. Couldn't explain how I knew that, but I did. I refused to believe what I knew, however. I felt this deep need to prove myself wrong, to show myself that she was alive and well. Putting aside all of my other feelings, I clung to that stubborn need to not accept the truth and marched over to her bedroom door. I hesitated for just a heartbeat before I opened it. I couldn't enter the room. A few feet inside of the door was a translucent red substance that filled the entire chamber from floor to ceiling. My first thought was that the room had been filled with some sort of liquid, but it didn't drain out through the now open door. It instead remained still. While it wasn't completely transparent, it was clear enough that I could see my sister suspended inside the substance. She was floating just above her bed, her arms and legs stretched out to the sides. Her eyes were open and staring off into nothingness. That is the second image that I will never forget. I couldn't look away. I tried, but my eyes remained locked on her. Even when her limbs began to slowly separate from her body and move off in opposite directions, I just kept watching. It wasn't until after the pieces had broken apart and completely dissolved that I closed the door and stepped away from it in a daze. There was one more door in this part of the house. It was at the far end of the hallway. Turned my head towards it. It led to my mother's study. I started to walk towards it. It wasn't a conscious decision that I made. I think I put one foot in front of the other out of a need to put some distance between me and the bedrooms. I didn't want to be anywhere near them, and it'd be some time before I was willing to really examine what I had lost. I had reached the halfway point when I heard a noise behind me. I turned and found that the door leading into the entryway had been opened. Stepping into the hallway was something that I couldn't comprehend. I need you to understand what I mean by that. When I say that I couldn't comprehend it, I'm not saying it was frightening or that I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I mean that it was impossible for my mind, or the human mind in general, to process and understand the being that was in front of me. It was large enough to fill the world, but at the same time small enough to interact with the tiniest of particles. It had both presence and the absence of existence. The entirety of the being was a contradiction that somehow created harmony. Out of everything that I'd seen that night or ever would in my life, this being terrified me the most. It was like I knew on some primal level that it existed my entire life. This was death, and I was nothing before it. It didn't make a move towards me. I couldn't even be sure that it was paying attention to me. Why would it? A single mortal life wasn't worth the attention of the end of all things. Not sure what else to do, I continued towards my mother's study. After every few steps, I would look back over my shoulder, but the cosmic entity remained still. I reached the door and hurried inside. The study was large, one of the largest rooms in the house. Bookcases lined the walls, and display cases containing rare items were scattered throughout. In the center of the room was a wide oak desk. Sitting in a tall leather chair behind the desk was my mother. Her long hair was disheveled, and she looked older than I'd ever seen her. She didn't look up as I approached. Instead, her eyes remained locked on the object she was holding. Fatu Machina. It was operating. There was a white glow coming from inside the skull's eye sockets. I could hear the whirring of gears inside of the machinery. I could feel a pulsating pressure emanating from it. My mother looked up at me and her eyes locked. It was in that moment that I understand that she had done this. It's her fault that my father and sister were dead. I also knew that, while she hadn't wanted them to die, she also didn't regret the decisions that she had made to bring us to this point. The manifestation of death entered the study behind me. I didn't turn around to look. I knew it wasn't there for me. It went around the desk and seemed to regard my mother closely. She hadn't moved an inch, and she didn't even flinch when it reached down and touched her on the forehead. She gasped, but otherwise didn't respond. It could have ended her right there. There would have been no effort needed to snuff out a single candle when it was used to extinguishing entire stars. It chose not to, however. It simply tapped her lightly on the head. With that done, it turned and flipped a lever on the Fatu Machina. The glow faded from the device's eyes, and the whirring of the machine stopped. The death manifestation disappeared, and the world inside of the house returned to normal. The night of horrors was over, and all that was left for me was a lifetime of unforgettable trauma. Bodies of my father and sister were never recovered. They disappeared along with everything else. They are still officially declared missing by the authorities. Most people believe that my father simply took my sister and left with her. Till recently, my mother had been living in a mental hospital. Death's touch hadn't killed her. Touch of such a being isn't meant to be experienced by a human. It drove her mad. She spent the remainder of her days ranting and raving in a private room, locked away from the rest of the world. It was a strangely fitting fate given that she caused everything because she searched for something to set her apart from everyone else. I haven't been able to forget what happened. God knows that I've tried. No matter how many bottles of alcohol I drink or syringes of questionable drugs I inject into myself, the memories remain. I lost everything that mattered in a single night in the worst way imaginable. There's nothing that can comfort someone when they witness something like that. A month ago, my mother died. It wasn't peaceful. The doctors told me that she choked on her own tongue during one of her fits. I can't pretend that I was upset about that. Everything in the world that she had and owned became mine. The house that's fallen into a state of disrepair, the various properties that she had purchased over the years, stacks of boxes filled with trinkets and heirlooms, everything. Those boxes include a small black one containing an old skull with a clockwork-like machinery attached to it. So, that's what you folks are bidding on this evening. Fatu Machina, the key to unlocking universes beyond imagination, and realms pulled straight from the depths of nightmares. Can't say for sure which you'll unlock. I can tell you with absolute certainty that, one way or another, it will change your life. Just be prepared for the possibility that something may come through to you, instead of you going to it. I also have a second item available for purchase to the person who wins this item. Sealed inside of this envelope is the exact configuration that my mother used the night she unknowingly sentenced my family to death. It is for sale to the auction winner for $5 million. I know that's a steep price. I also know what you're thinking to yourself right now. Given the staggeringly high number of possible configurations, it's almost impossible that you'll stumble across the same combination that my mother did. Why pay so much money when you can take such a microscopic risk instead? That's not the right question to be asking yourself, though. What you should be asking instead is what you would give to keep hell off your doorstep. Answer that question, and then we'll talk. Alright, let's get the auction started. I'm going to pass things back to Mr. Pembroke, your auctioneer this evening. Good luck to you all. And you can't say that I didn't warn you. On the top floor of one of the tallest buildings in New York City is a restaurant called Parva Mortes. You haven't heard of it. Don't feel bad about that, though. Very few people in the world have. It's a place where only the wealthy can aspire to, and only those with power can obtain. There are only 5 tables in the entirety of the restaurant, and they're arranged in such a way as to ensure total privacy. The Parva Mortes is where the top of the food chain come to indulge themselves while deciding how everything you know will operate. Presidents, prime ministers, and dictators are turned away at the door. No one who has appeared in Forbes or Bloomberg is allowed to book a reservation. The manager has turned down the Pope's request to dine on more than one occasion. Me? I have my own table. I'm not telling you this to brag about my wealth or my status, or that I've acquired both these things in such great amounts in such a way as to avoid the public's gaze. It's quite the opposite, actually. I'm telling you this so that you'll understand just how serious I'm being when I say that the woman sitting at my table frightens me. It seems absurd on the face of it. Lydia is tall but thin. Her blonde hair was cropped short the last time that I saw her, but she has allowed it to grow long. She's wearing a black dress that is fashionable and exudes sexuality. She's a strikingly beautiful woman. That beauty hides her true nature and the true threat that she represents to anyone in her presence. I start to walk towards the table before she sees that I've arrived. I don't want her to know that I'm hesitant. She probably already knows that, but I don't want to give any outward indication of my unease. Every single meeting with her is a veiled back-and-forth struggle. Showing weakness at the onset would dictate how the entirety of this encounter would go, and it wouldn't be in my favor. She turns and smiles as I sit down in the chair across from hers. I don't return the smile, but I do nod politely. She has taken the seat directly in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, and her form is framed by the New York night skyline. "Well, well, Mr. Morwood," she says, her voice smooth as silk. "Has it really been a year already?" "Indeed it has," I reply, keeping my own voice even and steady. "Nice of you to choose this particular restaurant for us to meet at." "Nothing but the best for you, Trevor." "Especially since I'm the one paying for it?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. She smiles again. In the interest of full disclosure, that did happen to cross my mind as I was selecting the location. "I see that you brought along your most recent purchase." I set the black box that I'm carrying down on the table next to me. It's never far from me. We both fall silent as a waiter comes up to the table. He stands some distance away from us until I nod at him. The staff at Parva Mortes is the best of the best, and they will never approach unless they are invited to. "Good evening, sir," the waiter says with just the right mixture of pleasantness and respect. "To you as well, Charles," I tell him. "How are your wife and daughter?" "A handful, sir, just like always." He places his hands behind his back. "Would you care to start with a bottle of wine to share with your lovely companion?" "His lovely companion would certainly like that," Lydia interjects sardonically. I ignore her. "Ask Maurice to open a bottle of 1947 Cheval Blanc and have it brought to the table. No need for a testing or tasting. I trust his judgment." "Ah, this must be a special night beyond simply being New Year's Eve," Charles says with a nod. I'll ask him to retrieve it from his private stores immediately. He heads towards the kitchen, but instead of going through the doors, he turns right and goes down a side passage. It leads to the wine cellar. Somewhere inside of it is Maurice Laurent, the top sommelier in the world. "I have to admit that I don't know much about wine," Lydia says. "Did you order a good one?" "It better be," I answer. "A single bottle of it is sold for over $300,000. "Oh, my, what a big spender." I shrug. This might be my last day alive. If it is, I want to finish it out right. I have to admit that's a good philosophy to have, especially since you may very well be dead in less than 30 minutes. Tell me, Trevor, are you feeling lucky tonight? No more and no less than the previous times. I would have thought that it would be harder for you this time around, with you being closer to what you want than you ever have been. The fact that the pieces are finally falling into place doesn't make you want to cling to life ever so tighter? As I recall, the terms of our deal don't include you becoming my personal therapist. Ah, down to business then. Lydia leans back in her chair and drapes one arm over the back of it. Let's get the formalities out of the way so that we can get right down to the fun part. I know what's coming. It's the same thing that's happened every New Year's Eve for the past 4 years. I still listen intently just in case she has made any seemingly minor tweaks to the arrangement that she hopes I won't catch. "Trevor Milton Morwood," she begins. "Here's the deal that I'm offering you. It is non-negotiable, and if you accept it, the contract will be binding. You will be given the opportunity to ask me any questions that you have until the stroke of midnight. I will answer those questions truthfully and accurately, without purposely withholding or attempting to conceal information." She holds out her hand and a small gold coin appears in her palm. This isn't some sleight of hand parlor trick. That would be beneath her. It is instead the tiniest of tastes of what she is able to do. "In return for answering her questions," she continues, "I will flip this coin the moment the ball touches down in Times Square. At that point your time will be at an end, and the coin flip will determine your fate. Heads, you walk out of here and continue on with your life as you see fit. Tails, both your life and soul are forfeit. There will be no interference with the flip of the result from either myself or you. Do you accept this deal and the conditions that have been presented?" "Yes, I accept," I reply immediately. "Excellent. The bargain is struck." She smiles. You've been lucky 4 times already, Trevor. I can't hold out forever. I allow myself the faintest of smiles at the edges of my lips. I only need my luck to hold out for one more flip. This is the last time that I'll be making this deal. Oh, now that is interesting. Well, go on. What do you want to know? I tilt my head slightly. Tell me about the Underlayers. Lydia is silent for a moment. Her expression has changed. It is usually playful with a slight hint of malice. Now it is unreadable. That's what you want to know? She asks in a voice just as guarded as her expression. Yes, I confirm. Let me remind you that the terms of our deal require you to do so. She considers me for another minute before nodding once. In just a moment, I'm going to state a truth, she begins. You are going to scoff at it, dismiss it as simple fiction, and call me a liar. You'll do this internally instead of speaking those thoughts to me so that you can continue to adhere to the usual social niceties. But the end result will be the same. You will not believe me. She leans forward. Most of you won't, anyway. There will be a small part of you that will question your own disbelief. Something about what I tell you will ring true, and it will stick with you long after our conversation. Somewhere deep down you will know that what I have said to you is the truth. This is because you have subconsciously felt it for a long time now. Maybe you've always felt it. All that I'm doing is putting into words what your species has instinctively known all this time. And what is this great revelation of yours, I prompt? This is a dying reality. I furrow my brow, but Lydia continues before I can say anything. This reality is a decaying carcass that hasn't yet realized that its time has come and gone. Tell me, Trevor, do you believe in God? What? I start to say. Not necessarily the Christian God, or the Muslim God, or any being that other religions base themselves around. I'm asking if you believe in a higher power that has a hand in the shaping of everything around you. I don't know, I answer honestly. There is a creator. I know this for a fact, as I am one of the few that has stood in the presence of the creator and has seen the creator's work. Creator is not God. Creator is so far beyond the concept of God that it's laughable. I stare at her silently. This is where the limits of human languages, as well as the limits of human understanding, come into play. It's awkward to speak of the Creator without being able to use pronouns. The Creator is not a he, or a she, or a they. The Creator is simply the Creator. I have to excuse the repetition involved in talking about the Creator, as I'm going for accuracy over grammatic fluidity. I don't understand what this has to do with my question. We're interrupted as the waiter steps into view. Once again, he remains still and out of hearing range until I beckon him over. He walks over to the table and silently uncorks the wine bottle I had ordered before filling our glasses. He knows exactly how full of a glass I prefer, and he stops at precisely the right moment. He finishes his task and places the bottle within my reach. With a courteous nod, he leaves once again. Think of reality as a painting, Lydia says, absently running one finger over the rim of her glass. The painting is the result of the creator's brush strokes. Every single drop of paint has been painstakingly chosen to take its exact place as part of the entirety of the piece. Nothing exists outside the creator's design. Are you with me so far? I nod. When I say reality, I don't just mean this universe. The painting includes the vastness of the multiverse as well, not to mention offshoots and spaces that can't be comprehended by anyone but the creator. For the sake of putting a name to it, let's refer to this collective reality as a work. I'd say that fits nicely into the painting metaphor. The creators ensure that there's a place for everything and that everything is in its place. This is sounding like the typical creation story that a number of different cultures have, I point out. Lydia raises an eyebrow. Well, here's the part where things get interesting. As I said, this work is laid out exactly how the creator intended. The work, however, is flawed. I blink. How is that possible? It's because nothing can ever be perfect. That's something that's vexed the creator since the beginning. The creator believes that the creator can achieve perfection, but it has yet to happen. The creator will believe that the work has been perfected, but inevitably some particle making a larger particle will be an imperceptible distance away from where it should be, and the illusion of flawlessness shatters. But how the work will never be perfect because the creator is imperfect. That should scare the piss out of you. It certainly frightens me. The thought of the being that had brought forth everything fucking up certainly wasn't a comforting one. When the creator finds a flaw in a work, the creator does not simply fix it. That would be the equivalent of plugging a small hole in a dam with your thumb while the entire structure is collapsing. Instead, the creator begins work on a new painting. How many times has this happened, I ask? There isn't a number that could possibly begin to give you an answer to that. In the end, it doesn't matter. Here's what does. When the creator creates a new work, the creator doesn't use a new canvas. It's painted right on top of the previous one. This has been done countless times in the past, and will continue to be done countless times in the future. Much like the original painting is merely covered up by a new one when an artist paints over it, the works the creator has deemed failures still exist. They are left under the surface to slowly rot away. These abandoned works are what we call the Underlayers. It's a lot to take in. I'm silent for a long moment as I analyze what she's told me. You said that this is a dying reality, I said slowly. That would imply that this reality is an underlayer. Very good, Lydia says approvingly. This work has been deemed a failure by the creator, and has been buried under newer and equally flawed works. As abandoned works go, this is one of the more pleasant ones. I know it doesn't seem like that sometimes, but it is. It's much closer to the top than most other underlayers. That's relatively speaking, of course. There's still a whole lot of layers above us. Nicer in what way? You have to understand that some of these underlayers have been rotting away since long before the creation of this one. They're nothing but darkness and nightmares now. Very, very unpleasant. And that's coming from me of all people. I look at her closely. Tell me, is it possible to travel between these layers? She returns my look. You already know that it is. That's why you purchased that. Lydia points to the box on the table. You also know that Fatu Machina can only open doors to places on this layer, she continues on. That means that you believe you've found a way around that limitation, a way for it to force open gates across the underlayers. We believe that we have, I say, knowing that there's no point in lying about it. We, she repeats. Ah yes, your associate, the one they call Mr. Gangley. I'll never understand why he uses that silly name. From what I understand, it started with other people calling him that when they thought he wasn't listening. He kept it because he found it amusing. Besides, his real name would bring a lot more attention if it got out. We're getting off topic here. I still have some time. She shrugs. True, although not much. Just like you're aware of the existence of the underlayers, many of them are aware of our layer. Some of them even attempt to come through the barrier separating layers, and a small number of those succeed. I call those breaches bleeds. You know, like paint bleeding through a covering. I roll my eyes. Clever. Tell me about the successes. They've been small in nature so far. Ancient shadows that turn children's performers into killers to amuse themselves. Monsters that lurk in the brief moment between awake and sleep. An unknown force that drives people to take their own lives. A constant whisper that convinces a woman to open the gateway to madness with the promise, the lie, of eternal life. Those sorts of things. Nothing on the scale of what you're planning. I want the locations of where these bleeds originally happened. Your wish is my command, she replies sarcastically. I reach into my suit coat and remove a pen and a small pad of paper. I hand them to Lydia and watch as she opens the pad and begins to write down the information that I requested. There are more of them than I expected. I put the more severe bleeds at the top, she tells me as she finishes and slides the pad back over to me. I want to start with those if you're going to attempt what I think you are. And with that, my dear, your time is up. She's right. I can see the ball in Times Square lowering through the window behind her. It strikes the bottom, and lights begin to flash all around it. Another year gone. Another year come. I stand up and collect the box containing the Fatu Machina. Reaching down to pick up my glass, I raise it to my lips and slowly sip at the wine. The 1947 Cheval Blanc is considered one of the finest vintages ever produced, and it's easy to see why. It is thicker than I would have thought, but the flavors are bold and varied in ways that complement perfectly rather than distract from the overall presentation. This is to be my final drink. I can die assured that the last taste on my lips is the best. I put down the glass and turn away from the table. I have no interest in watching Lydia flip the coin. What will be, will be. I begin walking towards the hallway leading to the elevator. From behind me I hear the sound of the coin spinning in the air just before it thumps onto the table. I reach the elevator. This is the 5th year in a row that the coin has come up my way. I quickly do the math in my head. There's only about a 3% chance of that happening. Some would call that luck. Some might call it fate, or maybe divine providence. I simply call it what was required. I don't take chances that I don't have to. I didn't get to where I am by being reckless. Each of these 5 gambles were necessary to get vital information. The elevator doors open. Now I have everything that I need, and it's time to get to work. When my daughter Violet was born, I didn't have much to offer her. My wife and I both worked, but housing was expensive where we lived, and much of our income went towards renting our cramped 2-bedroom apartment. Owning our own home was still just a dream then. All the baby clothes and other items we got to prepare for Violet's birth had been purchased secondhand, and I had taken on a second job to make sure that we'd be able to afford formula and other necessities. The first time that I held Violet, I looked down at that little wrinkled face, and I just knew that any struggles in the coming days would be worth it. She was perfect, and she deserved a perfect life. I looked over at my wife Tara and smiled. Someday, I told her, I'm going to make sure this child has all the stars in the sky. When Violet was 5, she caught chickenpox from another child at a preschool. Because of this, she was required to stay home for 2 weeks while the infection ran its course. This was extremely hard on her. She was a very social child, and being apart from her friends for that long quickly began to take its toll. In an effort to raise her spirits, I stopped by a thrift store on the way home from work and purchased a telescope that I had seen a few days earlier. I set it up in her bedroom window and turned off the lights. She stared up into the clear night for hours, fascinated by the heavens and the things that filled it. When she finally went to bed, she snuggled into her pillow and asked me if someday she could go to space. I'm sure you will, I said to her. You'll fly right up to space and become the princess of all the stars in the sky. 2 years later, when Violet was lying in a bed in a pediatric cancer ward, I would visit her each evening after work and all day on the weekends. I would have spent every single moment with her if it had been possible, but I had to remain employed to be able to continue to afford our health insurance. Tara never left her side, though, so I was comforted that she was never alone. The cancer was aggressive, and while the doctors tried everything that they could, The disease continued to progress towards its inevitable conclusion. There's no preparing for the death of a child. My wife and I did our best to brace ourselves for what we knew was coming, but with each passing day we started to break down more and more. There were no more words of encouragement between us, no more promises that things were going to take a turn for the better. There was only silence as we sat next to Violet's bed, each of us holding one of her small hands as we watched the heart rate monitor. One day, the most terrible day that I've ever known, the lead doctor assigned to Violet's case told us that she had less than 24 hours. Something broke inside of me as he spoke, something that had been cracking apart the entire time that she had been in the hospital. Knowing that I couldn't go back into her room while I was in such a state, I went into the restroom at the far end of the ward hallway and locked myself inside one of the stalls. Pain and frustration and fear and 1,000 other emotions crashed down on me like a tidal wave, and I wept so hard that I was left gasping for air. After I finally got control of myself, I took several deep breaths before cleaning myself up with toilet paper. I left the stall and splashed cold water over my face at the sink. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror as I did so. The face that stared back at me looked old and tired, almost unrecognizable. A voice called my name from the bathroom entrance. I turned to find a well-groomed man dressed in a suit and tie standing there, a briefcase clutched in both hands. He was older than I was, although it was difficult to determine exactly how much older. He introduced himself as Silas Pembroke. He said that he represented a private scientist that had been working on radical treatments for terminal illnesses. His employer had heard of Violet's condition, and he believed that she was a perfect candidate for his program. The cost for the treatment would be high, Pembroke warned me, and if Violet were to receive it, I couldn't speak of it to anyone except my wife. It was cutting edge, but also not approved by the government. "Tell me," Pembroke said as he raised his left eyebrow, "what would you give for your daughter to live?" "Anything," I replied immediately. "I'd give all the stars in the sky." That seemed to satisfy him. He told me that the scientist's assistant would be in touch shortly before he left the restroom. I didn't know exactly what I agreed to, but it really didn't matter. All that mattered was that there was one last chance for my daughter. There was no price too high for that. I told Tara about my encounter with the odd man. While she agreed that I had done the right thing, she seemed doubtful that anything would come from it. Normally I would have shared that sentiment, but there was something about Pembroke that made me believe that what he offered was legitimate. I knew that there was a very real possibility that I only believed that because I wanted it to be true. But false hope was better than no hope. An hour after the sun had set, a different man entered Violet's room. He was wearing a white lab coat, and he had a clipboard tucked under one arm. Despite how he was dressed, however, I could immediately tell that he wasn't a doctor. He greeted Tara and me with a smile and told us that his name was Peter Lewis. He was the assistant to the person that would be performing Violet's procedure. He told us that the scientist wished for his name to remain anonymous, and that one of the conditions of the procedure would be that we would not be allowed to be present for it. Neither would the hospital staff, and that had already been cleared with them. He didn't come right out and say it, but I got the impression that some strings had been pulled and that the staff agreeing hadn't really been voluntary. The subject then turned to payment. Lewis informed us that, while no monetary compensation was required, one or both of us would be asked to perform a number of tasks to assist with the scientist's research. Those tasks would be assigned whenever they were needed. When I asked what would happen if we weren't able to do what was asked of us, he bluntly informed me that what was being done to help Violet could easily be reversed. Although we weren't comfortable with the deal, we made it anyway. What other choice did we have? Lewis ushered us both out of the room towards a waiting area. As he did so, the overhead lights in the hallway began to turn off one by one. At first I thought there was a power outage, but after a moment I realized that the backup security lights weren't coming on. All of the lights were being shut off deliberately. I asked Lewis to explain what was going on. "It's necessary," Lewis said. He smiled a strange smile and his eyes grew distant, like he was recalling a long-forgotten memory. "Mr. Gangley walks the halls." Before I could ask about what he said, he instructed us to sit in the waiting room and he would let us know when the procedure was over. Again, not having much of a choice, we did as we were told. The last of the lights on the floor went out, and the only illumination was the dim glow of computer monitors and various pieces of equipment in the hallway. Lewis was gone. I glanced up and noticed that the red light on a nearby security camera was off. I forced myself to look away. Tara and I had made our decision, and we were just going to have to stand by it no matter what happened. A door somewhere down the hallway from us slammed shut. Moments later, I heard sounds of footsteps approaching. Lewis appeared in the waiting room doorway. "Your assistance is required earlier than expected," he said, handing me a slip of paper before going back down the hall. Using the light from my cell phone, I examined the folded paper. It was made of parchment, and it was quite a bit thicker than a standard piece of paper. Tara watched silently as I unfolded it. The message inside was written in exquisite calligraphy. "Please be so kind as to travel down to the morgue and retrieve the lungs of one Miss Caroline Tafford." I read this sentence over and over again. While the message was simple enough to understand, my brain just couldn't seem to process what it was instructing me to do. Just the thought of it was enough to make my skin crawl and my blood run cold. It was Tara that brought things back into focus. She had always been the practical one in a relationship, and that practicality was on full display now. Rather than concentrating on the tasks detailed in the note, she instead reminded me that, mere hours earlier, we had agreed to do whatever was required of us to give Violet one last chance of being able to grow up. Unless we were willing to let her go, to let our baby girl die, we needed to stick to that agreement. She took a deep breath before volunteering to be the one to do it. I couldn't let her. Despite my own misgivings, I wasn't about to allow her to take the risk. What the note was asking was disgusting, yes, but it was also highly illegal. If she got caught trying to steal body parts from a corpse, she would go to jail. It was better if I was the one to do it. She tried to argue, saying that we were in our marriage together and Violet was our child. If anything, it would be safer for us to do it together. We could watch out for each other. I just shook my head and pointed out that if we both got in trouble, there would be no one there for Violet if she survived the procedure. She had no answer to that, and she had to give in. Deciding that I needed to get going before I talked myself out of what needed to be done, I left the waiting room and went out into the dark hallway. As I was crossing over the door leading to the stairwell, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. It was gone by the time that I had turned towards it. I frowned. The deep shadows made it difficult to be sure, but I would have sworn that I had seen a thin and tall figure, so tall that it almost touched the ceiling. Nothing else happened while I watched, however, so I dismissed it as my eyes playing tricks on me. I went to the stairwell and started descending the stairs towards the ground level. There was a map of the hospital near the main desk in the lobby, and I hoped that it showed where the morgue was. That was the extent of the plan that I had formed. I had no idea what I was doing. It turned out that I didn't even need to go into the lobby. When I reached the ground floor, there was a floor listing attached to the wall near the door. The morgue was listed as being located in the first sub-level. I continued down the stairs to my destination. The hallway was quiet when I exited the stairwell. I stood still for a long time, straining my ears in an effort to determine if anyone was nearby. There was only silence. It seemed strange that there wasn't anyone around. Then I remembered what time it was. Most of the staff had left for the day, leaving just the people assigned to the night shift. The first door that I passed had a sign stating it was a locker room. The beginnings of an idea began to form in my mind. I opened the door slightly and peered in. It looked empty. With one last glance over my shoulder, I went inside. I went over to the bank of lockers and started trying to open them one by one. Most of them were locked, and the few that weren't didn't have anything inside. There was a second group on the other side of the room, and I hurried over to those and tried them as well. I was almost out of lockers when I found what I was looking for, one that opened and contained a set of scrubs. I quickly changed into them, putting my own clothes into the locker. They were large on me, but not so much that someone would immediately notice. I closed the locker door and made sure that the lock didn't engage. Leaving the locker room, I continued down the hallway until I reached a supply closet. I opened it and rummaged around inside until I produced a mask, a surgeon cap, gloves, and shoe coverings. I put them all on and shut the closet door. As I did so, I saw the security camera at the end of the hall and froze. Even if I didn't run into anyone during the task that had been given to me, there would be footage of me in the sub-level halls. There was no way that I'd be able to get away with this. I felt panic beginning to rise in me. That panic subsided slightly when I noticed that the light on the security camera was off, just like the one back up on the third floor had been. I frowned and looked around. There was another camera above and to my left. It was shut off as well. No chance that this was just a coincidence. Still, there wasn't time to think about it. I walked down the hall and followed a series of signs towards the hospital morgue. I didn't pass anyone, and I started to feel a bit more confident that I'd be able to do what I needed to without getting caught. I eventually reached the door I was looking for and, after a quick check to make sure there was no one inside, I entered and slowly closed the door behind me. The room was larger than I was thinking it would be. A line of 4 gurneys were neatly arranged in the center of a gray-tiled floor. A series of silver sinks were attached to the wall to my right, and above those were large light boxes that glowed white. 3 metal tables were bolted to the ground. Various pieces of equipment were attached to these tables, and lights hooked to movable arms hung from the ceiling above them. A tray with small medical instruments was positioned next to each one. It was a wall on the far side of the room that held my attention, however. Square cabinets, stacked 3 high and 10 across, were inserted into the wall. The doors were all closed. Each of them was numbered, and there were identification tags posted on a number of them. I had seen enough medical dramas on television to know that this is where the dead bodies were stored. I looked back at the door that I had entered through. This was likely my last chance to turn back. I returned my attention to the cabinets and set my jaw. That wasn't really an option. Violet deserved her chance to live. I crossed over to the drawers and took the note out of my pocket to verify the name of the person that I was looking for. Carolyn Tafford. I slowly examined each of the identification tags in turn, making my way down the wall as I searched for the correct one. When I reached the end, though, I still hadn't found it. I went through the tags 2 more times just to be sure. There wasn't anyone with either the same first or last name as the body I needed to find. "Can I help you?" a voice said from behind me. I'd been so engrossed in my search that I hadn't heard the door open. Reminding myself that my face was hidden behind the mask, I turned towards the speaker. A woman in her early to mid-20s was standing in the doorway. She was dressed in the same type of blue scrubs that I was, and she was wearing a lab coat over them. Her blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail. She was regarding me with a curious expression on her face. Thinking fast, I told her that I had been sent down to retrieve a blood sample from one of the bodies in storage. I surprised myself with how easy the lie came to me. I was even more surprised that the woman smiled and nodded. "Let me give you a hand," she said as she walked over to me. "Dr. Gooding's filing and cataloging system can be a bit of a nightmare." "Who are you looking for?" I answered her with a name that I had seen on one of the identification tags. As I did so, my eyes were drawn to the name tag that was pinned to the front pocket of her lab coat. I had to restrain myself from reacting. Written in blue letters was the name Carly Tafford. I hadn't been sent to retrieve the organs of a dead person. I was there to collect the lungs of someone that was still very much alive. I knew immediately that I couldn't do this. I was being asked to commit murder. That was going way too far. I mentally began to try to work out how to get out of the morgue without raising any suspicions. An image of Violet sleeping in her hospital bed with tubes sticking out of her came unbidden into my head. Bit my bottom lip as I watched the woman open one of the doors on the wall. One thought kept repeating itself over and over. Either she died, or my little girl did. As she turned her back to me to start to roll out the body on its metal tray, I reached over to one of the instrument tables and grabbed a scalpel. I quickly closed the distance between us, clamped my hand over her mouth, and pierced her neck with the blade. I pulled hard, and it slid across her throat with surprising ease. She tried to struggle against me, but it was much too late. Blood poured out of the long incision. I closed my eyes and kept my arms wrapped around her until the last of the fight was gone. Her body leaned up against me, and I slowly lowered her down to the floor. She looked up at me in fear and confusion as the light faded from her eyes. I had done it. I had actually killed someone. I stared down at the woman's body for a long moment before rushing over to a sink, ripping off my mask, and heaving up the contents of my stomach. I knew that I wasn't done. Killing her had only been the first step. I used the sprayer attached to the sink to wash my vomit down the drain. Putting the mask back on, I went over to the body and somehow managed to hoist it up onto the nearest table. It wasn't easy. She couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds, but trying to maneuver even that little dead weight was extremely difficult. The next hour was the worst of my life. I had no medical training, and I certainly didn't know anything about harvesting organs. While the tools that were needed to remove the lungs were all there, I didn't know the proper way to use them. The result was a horrifically mutilated body. It made me sick to think about what I'd done to this poor woman that hadn't deserved this desecration. I kept expecting the morgue door to open as I worked, but it never did. Apparently the woman had been the only one assigned to that shift, or at least the only one actively working in this section of the hospital. That's how I forced myself to think of her, the woman. I couldn't afford to refer to her by name, not even in my own thoughts. That would only serve to remind me that she had been a living person, someone with feelings and desires and a family. It was better to dehumanize her in my mind. It was the only way that I managed to get through my grisly task. When I had finally cut the lungs out of the woman's chest, I looked around the room for someone to put them in. I spotted a portable cooler in one corner of the room and retrieved it. It was marked for use to carry organs for transplanting. It would have been funny if I hadn't been so shaken and disgusted at the horrible act I had just performed. I placed the lungs inside. They were surprisingly heavy. There was no way to hide what I had done. Gore was everywhere. I went over to the door and at the last second stopped myself from opening it. Just like the room, I was covered in blood. If I went into the hallway dressed in these clothes, I was going to leave a trail. I stripped off the scrubs and balled them up along with the mask, cap, and shoe coverings. With a bundle under one arm and the cooler under the other, I went out into the hallway barely clothed and hurried back to the locker room. I quickly used one of the showers to rinse off my body before getting dressed. The entire process only took about 5 minutes, but every second that passed was one moment closer to when the woman's body would be discovered. I finished dressing and looked at the ball of clothing sitting on the floor in front of the locker. I didn't know what to do with it. When the police were inevitably called, they would do a thorough search of the hospital. That meant that just throwing the scrubs into the trash wouldn't work. I couldn't think of anywhere to hide them where they wouldn't be discovered. The locker room door opened, and I felt my heart skip a beat. To my surprise, the man from upstairs, Lewis, entered the room. He nodded once as he looked me up and down. "Are the items in that cooler?" he asked. "Yes," I told him, my voice sounding weak in my own ears. "Good. You should head back upstairs to be with your wife and daughter. I'll take care of those." He motioned at the scrubs with his chin. "Leave the cooler here, too." "Violet..." He smiled slightly. "She's going to be just fine. Procedure is finished, and it was a complete success. As long as you keep up your end of the bargain, she'll live a long and happy life." Violet did indeed make a full recovery. To this day, there's been no further sign of cancer, and if anything, she's healthier than she's ever been. Her doctors are at a complete loss to explain it. The term miracle has been thrown around a lot, but Tara and I know better. It wasn't any divine intervention that saved her. It was a dark deal made with the dark devil. I was never so much questioned about the death of Carolyn Carly Tafford. During the past 2 years, we've received 3 more of the finely written notes on parchment. Each of them has been hand-delivered to us by Pembroke, the man who had first approached me in the restroom. I don't know for sure why it's always him, but from what I've been able to piece together, I think he handles certain types of business for the anonymous scientist. Apparently, that includes messenger duty. Each of the tasks has been as bad as, if not worse, than the one that I had to perform in the hospital. Despite Tara's objections, I've done them all myself. I don't want her hands to be dirty like mine are. I'd love her too much for that. The worst part about the tasks, the part that really keeps me up at night, is that they're getting easier. Not the acts themselves, but convincing myself to perform them. I'm becoming accustomed to the killing. I'm not enjoying them. I'm not some kind of psychopath. It's just, I don't have the voice in the back of my head acting as my conscience anymore. I've changed in some fundamental way that I can't explain. Even if I still had any internal crisis about what I'm doing, I would just have to look at Violet going about her life to silence it. Being able to watch her grow up instead of dying scared in that hospital bed makes everything worth it. Some people may say that one child's life isn't worth the taking of many others. Those people have never faced the certainty of losing their child before. No matter what Violet's mystery benefactor requests of me, I'll do it. I'll be the butcher that it requires me to be. For my daughter, I'll keep killing until blood stains all the stars in the sky. It was well after midnight when the knock came at my door. I'd been told that it would happen hours earlier, but I had known it wouldn't be that early. Nothing about this project ever seemed to stay on schedule. I opened my eyes and pushed my chair out from the desk. I probably could have gotten some sleep while I was waiting. That likely would have been the smart thing to do. My body was used to only resting for short periods of time, though, and I wouldn't have been able to drift off even if I had wanted to. Opening the door, I found Peter Lewis standing on the other side. I had expected as much. He'd been acting as a go-between for myself and his employer since the beginning. No, I mentally corrected myself. Employer wasn't really the right term. I wasn't sure what it actually was, but it definitely was an employer. "Good evening, Mr. Morwood," Lewis said politely. "We're ready to begin." I nodded at him without answering and began to step to the doorway. "You'll want to bring your protection with you," Lewis pointed out before I could do so. I silently cursed. I hadn't been staying at the Alden Hall for very long, and I wasn't yet accustomed to the rules that came with doing so. Going back around my desk, I opened the top right drawer and took out a small silver amulet. I put the chain around my neck and slipped the amulet under my shirt. Certain protections have been set up inside of my office to keep it safe, but because of the nature of the project, it wasn't possible to do so for the rest of the house. With that done, I followed Lewis out of the office and into the hallway. The sounds of moaning and screaming immediately assaulted my ears. I gritted my teeth as I tried to ignore it. The noise was a constant presence in Alden Hall. There was a reason why I paid all of my staff over double their standard salaries for the time they spend in the building. We passed a pair of security guards before descending the stairs leading down to the first floor. Both of the men were wearing earpieces designed to cut down the level of sound that entered their ears. Normally I frowned at anything that reduced the effectiveness of my security staff. They were the best available, and since I compensated them as such, I expected them to live up to their reputations. I made an exception here, though. No matter how long someone stayed at Alden Hall, they didn't get used to the screaming. It was too unnatural to adapt to it. "Remind me," Lewis asked as we reached the bottom of the stairs. "Have you been down to see the machine yet?" "No," I told him, raising my voice to be heard over a particularly loud shriek. "I've been given updates, but I've never actually seen it." "I see. Would you like me to give you a general overview of it?" "That won't be necessary. I'd rather see it for myself and hear it from the horse's mouth." "Of course." Directly in front of us was the front door. We turned left to go down a side hallway, then made a second turn to go deeper into the mansion. At the end of the hall was a stone staircase that led down to a large chamber. It had once been the wine cellar, but during the heavy modifications to the structure and grounds it had been emptied out. On one wall now stood a bank of elevators. We crossed over to one, and Lewis swiped a key card through a reader next to it. The door slid open and we stepped inside. The elevator shook slightly as it began to descend. It continued down for quite some time. Even though I had seen and approved the plans, I don't think that I had realized just how far down below the ground level the construction had gone. I had suffered from mild claustrophobia in my youth, and although I hadn't been affected by it in years, I felt the first pangs of it creeping in. I began to notice an odd sound the further that we went. It was steady and rhythmic, and at first I mistook it for my own pulse. As it grew louder, however, I realized that it was coming from outside of the elevator. I thought about asking Lewis about it, but I kept the question to myself as I reminded myself that my questions were best saved for the person I was going to meet. After what seemed like an eternity, the elevator stopped and the door opened. We stepped down to another hallway. This one was different from the ones on the upper levels, however. Instead of being made of exquisitely shaped wood, it was instead constructed of metal. Iron, according to the blueprints. Long fluorescent lights lined the ceiling. The thumping noise was even louder here. Lewis didn't seem to notice as he led us through the tunnel. He spent the majority of his time in the lower levels, of course, so it was only natural that he was unfazed by the surroundings. He effortlessly led us through a series of twists and turns, not pausing when we passed guards, but still nodding at them politely. We came to a four-way intersection and stopped. "I can either take you to see the machine first, or I can take you to his office," Lewis told me. "Which would you prefer?" "Take me to him," I answered immediately. "I want him to walk me through everything step by step himself." Without another word, Lewis turned down the left corridor and continued on. There were no guards down this passage, and the overhead lights were dimmed to the point that it was difficult to see. In addition to the constant pounding, I began to detect a new sound. This one I recognized, high amounts of electricity running through power lines. The humming was unmistakable. We came to a door that simply didn't belong in the metal hallway. It was large and wooden, carved from thick oak and adorned with dozens of symbols that I didn't recognize. Lewis stepped aside to allow me to pass by him. We had arrived at our destination, and it was clear that he wouldn't be joining me inside. I turned the silver doorknob and entered. The room inside was dark, and even after passing through the dim corridor, it took my eyes a few moments to adjust. The only source of light was a series of computer monitors on the far side of the room. At first I thought there had been some sort of mistake, and that I was alone. I sensed more than heard the movement near the computers. I wasn't alone. There was someone, or something, in the darkness. The large presence felt like it was both in front of me and looming over me at the same time. I stared in the direction of the room's occupant. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see him. That had always been the case. Although we had worked together for years, I had never been able to get a good look at him. Even during the early stages of our partnership, he remained covered or spoken through an intermediary. He leaned in towards the computer monitors, and I was able to make out a small part of his face. It was a wide grin, one so impossibly wide that it spread back into the darkness. His large teeth were on full display, as were the blood-red gums that housed them. Bandages were wrapped around the flesh above the lips. Because of the shadows, I couldn't tell how far up his face they went.
Guten Tag, Herr Morwood.
The creature that was once a man said with a German accent, his voice barely above a whisper. Good evening, Mr. Gangley, I answered politely as I tried to hide the sudden fear I was feeling. I was told that we're ready to get this show on the road.
We are indeed. It has been challenging, but the preparations are finally complete and I am ready to begin.
Excellent. I have to admit, I've been curious about what you've been doing down here. His grin grew wider, if that was even possible.
Perhaps you have been wondering if all the money you've been spending has been put to good use?
I heard a warning bell go off in the back of my head. No, I haven't been worried about that. Confident that you've been upholding our agreement. I just haven't been privy to the building of this machine of yours, so I'm naturally curious about it.
Ah, I see.
Gangley was silent for a moment.
Well then, please allow me to show you the fruits of my labor and your finances, Herr Morwood.
There was a soft click, and the wall to my right began to rise up. I turned just in time to see it disappear completely into the ceiling. It was actually a window looking down on a huge chamber a few stories below the office. With one glance back towards the scientist, I moved closer to the window and peered out. I nearly threw up, only managing to keep my composure at the last possible moment. The entire chamber was covered in what could only be raw flesh that had been stretched out over the walls, floor, and ceiling. Patterns of blue veins were everywhere, and they pulsed as fluid flowed through them. Human bodies were trapped in the flesh. The skin grew over their arms and legs, and parts of their faces and chests were covered as well. None of them appeared to be alive. In the center of the room was a rounded object. The same veins that grew in the skin ran from the flesh and into the sides of the object, and a series of black cables stretched out of the back and out of view below where I was standing. It was the Fatu Machina, and Gangley had managed to make it into even more of an abomination than it already was.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Gangley said from behind me, an odd note in his voice.
I call it the Cadaver Machina.
The Cadaver Machina, I repeated slowly. The corpse machine.
Indeed. Would you like to know how it works?
No, I replied, swallowing hard. Tell me anyway.
As you know,
He began.
when you first acquired the Fatu Machina, I had great difficulty working on how to get it to do what we need it to. It is designed to open doorways to places throughout this universe and the connecting multiverse, but we needed it to do more than that. We needed it to be able to pierce the reality itself, to create a gateway into the Underlayers.
I nodded slowly. The Underlayers were realities that existed long before our own, but had been abandoned by the being that had created them when they had been deemed imperfect. Figuring out how to gain access to them was complex, to say the least.
I was convinced that the Fatu Machina was still key to doing this despite its limitations.
Gangley continued.
I knew that if I could just make adjustments, essentially reprogram it, I would be able to open that gateway. No matter what I tried, however, I was unsuccessful. The machinery of the Fatu Machina refused to be reconfigured.
Refused? I asked. You're talking like it's alive.
It is, in a sense. Not only is it mechanical, but there is an organic component to it as well.
You're referring to the skull the machinery is attached to. The one that supposedly belonged to Adam, the first man. Gangley let out a hiss that I recognized as his way of laughing.
It is a good story, but I doubt that the donor of that skull was someone from a myth. It is, however, from someone with tremendous power. When I realized that the Fatu Machina operates as both a mechanical and a biological machine, I knew what was needed.
And that was?
It was biological. It simply needed more biology.
I looked out at the grotesque flesh-covered surfaces and shuddered.
I had already researched the repurposing of human organs for other uses,
He told me.
specifically the heart. It is quite the machine, controlling the flow of blood throughout the body as it works to provide the other organs with what they need. I was able to use my findings from those old studies here.
In what way? I asked, not really wanting to know the answer.
The full answer to that is quite technical, but the end result is that I have constructed a highly advanced computer system using biological parts.
I turned away from the window and looked towards him. Biological parts. You mean parts from human bodies. Another hissing laugh.
Indeed. All harvested from the living to ensure they are in working order. Do you disapprove?
As long as it works, I don't care where you get your materials from.
That is good, because I will require more as this project continues. That is the downside of working with organic parts. In this case, however, it is an unavoidable cost of doing business.
I stopped myself from shuddering. When I engaged Gangley's services, I had known the type of person I was getting into bed with. I might not have known the specifics, but I hadn't been under any illusions that his methods wouldn't have consequences.
Miles upon miles of veins act as wires,
He said.
Hundreds of hearts standing for the circuits. You must have heard them beating on your way here. Lungs, kidneys, intestines, they've all been repurposed. The system is then converted into digital information through a large bank of heavily modified human brains. Once converted, it is filtered into the computers in my office.
That seems impossible, I admitted.
And yet, here it is, being presented to you. I assure you, Aaron Morwood, this is quite real. Once I understood the workings of the Fatu Machina, everything else fell into place. Although I will admit that the power source for such a machine eluded me for some time.
What do you mean?
What we are requiring the device to do is far beyond the limits of what its power is capable of. Think of the Fatu Machina as, say, a drill. Small, precise, and capable of doing one thing very well. What we need for it to be is more like a jackhammer. It has to have the power to break through all of reality. Nothing of this world produces that much energy.
Something in my mind clicked into place. That's what you're using the mansion for, isn't it? There was a brief pause, and I knew that I had surprised him. I allowed myself a small smile. It was good to remind him not to underestimate me from time to time.
Impressive, Aaron Morwood.
Gangley said, the ghastly grin never slipping.
That is indeed the case. I assume that means you worked out how Alden Manor provides this needed power supply?
The smile on my face disappeared. I wasn't the only one reminding the other of their place. He had known that I wouldn't have an answer to his question before he asked it. I remained silent.
Ah, I see,
He said.
Disappointing. Well then, I shall explain it to you. While there is no power source in this world strong enough to provide the energy required by the Cadaver Machina, we luckily have access to a second world of sorts. Spirits exude large amounts of psychokinetic energy when they manifest. Past experimentation has shown me how to harness this energy.
How did you do that? I asked grudgingly.
While I appreciate your scientific curiosity, I'm afraid that you wouldn't understand the process even if I explained it. I believe it's enough to say that I have the required knowledge and to leave it at that.
His statement was meant to be bait, but I refused to take it. As he often did, he was testing me. You're right, of course, I said, deciding to stroke his ego this time. I assume that process is why you had me purchase so many haunted objects.
Exactly.
Gangley confirmed.
Each of those objects is tied to a restless spirit. By bringing them under the same roof and stimulating them with a strong electromagnetic field, it causes high amounts of psychokinetic energy to build up so that it can be collected. In essence, it's trading electricity, a power source incompatible with the cadaver machina, for psychokinetic energy, one that is compatible.
And everything, the machine, the modifications, the power source, it's all ready?
It is.
His grin somehow grew even broader.
Shall I show you?
I took a deep breath. Do it. I heard him type on a keyboard. The typing was rapid and yet light, as if he was pressing each key as delicately as possible. As I watched through the window, the room below began to move. The skin covering all the surfaces started to pulse. I had a mental image of lungs expanding and contracting, which probably wasn't too far from the truth. The lights in the chamber dimmed as the floor started to shake. I glanced over at Gangley, but he had pulled away from the monitors and I couldn't see him anymore. I returned my attention to the lower chamber just in time to see the Fatu Machina begin to glow. I had seen the device used a number of times before this. Whenever it was operating, the eyes of the skull would glow in an unnatural light while the gears and the mechanical components turned. And that wasn't what was happening now. Instead, the light was coming from every part of the device. It was so bright that I wasn't able to look directly at it for more than a few seconds.
The cadaver machina will open a gateway in 10 seconds.
Gangley said from the shadows.
5 seconds. 1.
The light coming from the Fatu Machina was extinguished. For a moment I wondered what had gone wrong, but then I felt it. The best way that I can describe it is as if a large invisible weight had been pressed down on me. A massive headache spiked behind my right eye. My ears popped.
Successful breach.
Gangley said in a satisfied tone. A large black rectangle appeared in front of the Fatu Machina. Normally when it opened a doorway, the location it led to could be seen through the Terran space. This time, though, there was only darkness.
It appears that visual contact isn't possible,
Gangley said.
No matter. I shall send through a probe to gather data.
A door in the chamber opened, and a small robot rolled in on treads. It looked like one of the remote-controlled machines used by bomb disposal units. This one had a series of instruments attached to the sides and top. Without stopping, it headed towards the black portal and went through it.
The probe works completely independently.
Gangley told me.
While communication to the gateway is not possible, it will gather as much information as possible within 10 minutes and then return on its own.
How deep in the Underlayers does this gateway lead? I asked.
I do not know. That is part of what the probe is seeking to determine. If it is able to, I can use that information to open more precise gateways to specific locations within the Underlayers with the cadaver machina. This initial breach was forced to be much more random.
I blinked. Wait, so you're telling me that you don't know where this gateway goes?
No.
He hiss laughed.
Exciting, is it not?
Before I could reply, there was a flurry of motion in the lower chamber. Something came rocketing out of the portal and smashed hard into one of the skin-covered walls. It was the probe that had been sent through, or, more accurately, what was left of it. Faster than I could process what was happening, a child stepped through the gateway and into the chamber. It was a girl of maybe 14 or 15, dressed in a simple black dress and matching shoes. Her brown hair was shoulder length. Her skin was extremely pale. She looked around the room emotionlessly.
How fascinating,
Gangley said quietly.
our first contact with a being from another reality.
Maybe you should get security in there, I said slowly. She's probably the one that did that to the probe.
A wise precaution.
The door in the chamber opened, and a group of heavily armed guards in body armor entered. They pointed their weapons at the girl and waited. She turned her attention to them and simply stared back.
Tell them to make contact, Air Lewis.
Gangley instructed into a hidden microphone. A few seconds later, the guard in the middle of the group took a step forward. He lowered his rifle so that it wasn't pointing directly at the girl, but he kept it in position to immediately use it if necessary. Although he was facing away from me, I could tell that he was speaking to her. When he had finished, a long moment passed where nothing happened. Something felt off about this entire interaction, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. The girl ended up answering that question for me. With no warning, her head split down the middle. There was no blood as the two flaps fell to the side, but a thick brown substance dripped down onto the floor. From inside the girl's neck emerged a large black object. It looked like a leafless tree with black bark and crooked limbs. It quickly grew to roughly 2 feet tall before stopping and twisting from side to side. The guards seemed stunned by what they were seeing. None of them opened fire, which was either due to fear or was a testament to their training. Suddenly, a number of the tree limbs lashed out, quickly growing longer as they approached the guard that had spoken to the girl. Before he could react, the limbs punched right through his body armor and into his body. He convulsed violently before falling lifeless to the floor. The other guards opened fire. Their bullets tore into the girl's body, shredding clothing and skin. More bark was exposed. The weapons didn't seem to harm the tree itself, though, and each time it struck back, another one of the guards was impaled on its limbs. As I watched, the first guard got back to his feet awkwardly. He reached up and removed his helmet. I couldn't help but gasp. Black twigs were growing out of his eyes and mouth. He stumbled forward and grabbed one of the remaining guards before throwing him to the floor.
Fascinating.
Gangley whispered.
The creature appears to plant new versions of itself in its victims. The growth rate is incredible.
We have to stop that thing, I snapped. Now, if it gets out into the world.
Yes, I see your point. Do not worry, Air Morwood. I have certain contingencies in place.
While the fight continued, the gateway closed as the cadaver machina was shut down. The platform holding the Fatu Machina lowered down into the floor and disappeared from sight as a metal plate slid into place over it. The two guards that hadn't yet been killed or infested rushed out of the chamber, and the door slammed shut behind them. The panel that had been covering the window when I'd first come to the office slid back down into place. "What's happening?" I demanded.
I have initiated an incineration sequence.
Gangley explained.
Everything living in that chamber will be reduced to ash.
But the Fatu Machina...
It will not be damaged. The room that is stored in when it is not in use is perhaps the most secure room in the world. The flames and heat will not reach it. Ah, there. The deed is finished.
The panel raised back up. The flesh on the floor and walls was charred black and burned off in most places. Both the guards and the visitor from the Underlayers were nothing more than dark outlines on the ground.
I believe that I can salvage the information collected by the probe,
Gangley said.
It is designed to withstand highly dangerous conditions. The organic components of the cadaver machina can be replaced. After all, there are always more humans to harvest.
I stared at that hideous grin, the teeth once again illuminated by the computer monitors as I noticed the joy in his whispery voice.
All in all, I'd say this test was a complete success.
He declared.
Wouldn't you agree?
When Nathan Meyer's mother passed away, it wasn't much of a shock. She and his father had been in their early 40s when they had him, and he was pushing the same age now. In other words, she hadn't been young anymore. Like everyone her age, she had had a number of health issues, although she had been surprisingly mobile and active until the end. The signs were there that the end was near, though, even if he hadn't wanted to see them. He supposed what made her passing so difficult to process was that it happened almost instantly. His father had suffered from Alzheimer's for years before he had died. Day after day, the man had deteriorated until there hadn't been anything left of the man that had helped raise him. It hadn't been like that for his mother. She had gone to bed one night and simply hadn't woken up the next morning. Nathan was grateful that she hadn't suffered, of course, but a more selfish part of him wished that there had been more time to properly say goodbye. Putting aside personal sentiment, the one thing that no one is really prepared for when it comes to the passing of a parent is the amount of work that needs to be done by the surviving family. Nathan was an only child, so all of that work fell on his shoulders. His mother's lawyer had been able to handle a good portion of it, but there was still a lot of paperwork that needed to be taken care of, not to mention the necessary labor of packing up a person's entire life into boxes. He and his wife Anne discussed things the day after they received the news, and they decided that the easiest way to handle things would be for him to take a week off of work so that they could concentrate on getting things taken care of. He was grateful that she would be with him during the process, but he hadn't expected her to offer. Their relationship had been on the rocks for quite some time. Neither of them had done anything to harm the relationship, at least not intentionally. It's one of those things where people just start to drift apart. He wasn't sure why, and he couldn't point to an exact moment where everything had changed. It just sort of had happened. They still cared about each other, though, and she knew how much his mother had meant to him. On a rather appropriately cold and rainy Saturday morning, they packed their suitcases into the trunk of their car and began the 10-hour drive from their home to his parents' old farmhouse. Most of the trip was spent in silence. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence, or if it wasn't enough that Nathan noticed. They just didn't have anything to say to one another. Despite them traveling through 3 different states, the rain didn't stop. If anything, it came down harder the longer that they drove. The downpour caused some delays, and between that and stopping for meals, the sun had set and night had fallen by the time they arrived at the long gravel driveway leading to the farmhouse. They had decided to stay at the house while they were in town. Not only would it save them the cost of a hotel, it also made packing more convenient. He used the spare key his mother had given him decades earlier, and they went inside. Since it was late, they called it a night and went to bed. Anne took the spare bedroom while he slept in the same room that he had almost every night until he was 18. Nathan woke up early the next morning, over an hour before the sun would rise. That hadn't been the plan. In fact, with as long as the previous day's drive had been, He would have preferred to sleep in. Unfortunately, that wasn't how his body worked. He was so programmed to get up at a certain time during the work week that he automatically woke up around that time, even without an alarm. He learned that it was best to just get up rather than to try in vain to fall back asleep. Being careful not to wake up Anne, he left his old room and went downstairs to the kitchen. It was a surreal feeling being back in his childhood home. His parents had purchased the farmhouse years before he had been born, so he had never known another home until he had gone off to college. Almost everything was exactly as it had been back then. There were a few new pictures on the wall, but beyond that, things were the same as he remembered them. He glanced over his shoulder at the closed door to his mother's room as he descended the wooden stairs. It shouldn't have been a surprise that so little had changed. During his father's mental decline, she hadn't had time for anything except for taking care of him. Something of her went with him when he had died, and she hadn't had the desire to change things after he had gone. Nathan realized that there was one big difference between when he had been a kid and now. The feeling of the house had changed. It felt empty. All of the furniture and possessions were there, but his parents weren't. It was like he was walking through a hollow shell of a memory. He spent the early hours of the morning going through boxes of files that his mother's lawyer had gathered together. These were records from the past year, everything from grocery receipts to stock records. His parents had never been rich, but they had been smart with their savings and investments so that they could be comfortable in their retirement. The side effect of that was that it left a long paper trail to go through to make sure that all their business was concluded. In the final box was an invoice from a local pest control company. According to the notes, there had been a wasp nest inside the wall connecting the backyard to the kitchen. He smiled slightly. His mother had hated hiring contractors to take care of things around the house. Over the years, she had learned everything from basic plumbing to repairing concrete from a series of home improvement books she had purchased. They had been the ones advertised on the old Bob Vila commercials that had aired constantly on television during his childhood. He heard a noise from the guest bedroom upstairs. Anne was awake. He put the lid back on the box and tried to mentally ready himself for the long day ahead of him. It ended up being harder than he had thought it would be. Nathan managed to get through most of the morning, but he broke down a bit at the funeral home as they were making arrangements for his mother's service. One minute he was giving the funeral director a list of notes they had prepared, and the next tears were running down his face as he struggled to speak. Intellectually, he knew that it wasn't that big of a deal and that no one thought less of him. He still left the building feeling embarrassed, looking down at the pavement as the continuing rain pattered against his umbrella. The next stop was at the lawyer's office, where he signed a small stack of papers that was put in front of him. He wasn't sure exactly what he was signing, but Anne was a paralegal, and after reading through them, she assured him that they were all standard documents. From there, they went to the florist to place an order for the funeral service, and since the local newspaper was just a few doors down, they took care of submitting the obituary. They ran several more errands. Everything started to blur together for Nathan. He just wanted to be done with things for the day. He was physically and mentally exhausted. He was relieved when they finally arrived back at the farmhouse that evening. Anne retrieved the mail from the mailbox while he went inside and sat down on the couch. Pulling off his soaked shoes, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the soft cushions. He was vaguely aware of her coming inside and heading up the stairs to her room, but he was too tired to say anything. Despite how tired he was, he felt like he had gotten through the worst of it. The next day would be more physically taxing as they began the packing process, but he preferred that to the mental toll the current day had taken. He sighed as he started to drift off. Anne called his name from up in the bedroom. He opened his eyes and frowned. Something had to be wrong. Most of their evenings over the past 3 to 4 months have been spent in different rooms in the same house, quietly going about their own lives while interacting as little as possible. Nathan forced himself to get off the couch and went up the stairs to see what was going on. Anne was sitting on the bed, Her legs crossed under her and an open brown package in her lap. A few unopened letters were piled neatly off to one side. "Take a look at these," she said before he could ask her why she had called for him. She opened the flaps of the box further. He moved closer and sat down on the bed beside her. Inside the box were two similar but distinct objects. They appeared to be some kind of masks, not plastic, but instead carved from wood. He reached in and took one of them out to examine it more closely. The mask he was holding was light, and the dark wood was rough to the touch. It was roughly triangular, with the top being the widest and the rest growing more narrow as it drew closer to the bottom. Two pointed ears adorned the crown. A pair of long teeth protruded from the base. Two eye holes had been cut into it, their teardrop shapes giving the face a sense of anger and intensity. It was the face of a bear. He turned the mask over and examined the back. Two leather straps were attached to it. Each had a buckle that would allow the wearer to attach it tightly to their head so it wouldn't slip off. Anne held up the second mask. It was carved in the shape of an owl's face. The wood was much lighter in color than the bear mask, and the long beak and high brow had obviously been carved with great care. "This was in today's mail," she told him. "Return address is local with the name S. Pembroke on it." "S. Pembroke," Nathan repeated. "I don't recognize the name. It's probably the name of the person who sold them to Mom. Her mother must have ordered them before she—" Anne broke off the sentence. "I'm sorry, that was— No, it's okay. I know you wouldn't—" He took a deep breath. "Was there a packing slip or something?" "No, nothing." There was a long moment of silence before she spoke again. "I think the rain finally stopped." Nathan looked out the nearby window. She was right. Seemingly endless downpour had finally ceased. He turned his attention back to her and found that she was looking away from him and chewing on her bottom lip. She only did that when she was feeling uncomfortable. He turned his eyes towards the floor. They had been madly in love with each other since the first night they had met in college. How had they gotten to the point where they didn't feel comfortable just being in the same room with one another? "Hey, would you do me a favor?" he asked as an idea came to him. "Would you come downstairs with me?" "What?" Anne asked as she blinked confusion. "Why?" "There's something that I want to show you. Please?" Yeah, sure." She followed him down the stairs and into the kitchen. He opened the large glass door and led her out onto the brick patio in the backyard. It was growing dark, but the clouds had parted and the last remaining rays of the setting sun colored the sky a deep purple. The nearest neighbors were over a mile away, and the property was surrounded on three sides by woods. He led her over to the middle of the backyard and stopped. "What are we doing, Nathan?" Anne asked, folding her arms against her chest. "I'm tired, and tomorrow's going to be another long day." "I know, but this is worth it," he assured her. "Close your eyes." "I don't think— just trust me. Please, close your eyes and take a deep breath." She hesitated, but she did as he asked. Her expression immediately changed. She had been born and raised in New York City. She hadn't spent much time outside of cities in general. This was the first time she had ever experienced the fresh scent of pine trees and ozone after a heavy rain. He watched as she inhaled the clean air deep into her lungs. "Oh," she said in a voice barely above a whisper. "Oh my. That's fantastic." "Isn't it?" he agreed. "I've always loved that smell. I used to sit on this old porch swing we had for hours after it rained, just breathing the air and listening to the crickets." "Well, you're right. This is definitely worth it." She opened her eyes and looked at him, and for the briefest of moments it was like they were how they used to be. That moment was quickly over, however, and the smile slid from her face. They stood there awkwardly for a couple of minutes. You brought the mask with you, Nathan said, more to end the silence than out of any real need to say it. She lifted the owl mask she was carrying and looked at it in confusion. I didn't even realize I was still holding it, she admitted. You brought yours, too. It was his turn to be surprised. Clenched in his hand was the wooden bear mask. In his hurry to bring her outside, he must have forgotten to put it back in the box. They're odd, aren't they? She asked as she carefully examined every inch of her mask. They certainly look strange, he agreed. No, I mean, yes, they do, but that's not what I meant. What I meant was... I don't know what I mean. You don't feel it? Nathan watched her as she fell silent. Her eyes never left the mask, and he got the distinct feeling that she hadn't stopped talking because she had fully finished conveying her thoughts. It was more like she had forgotten that he was standing there, that they had been conversing in the first place. Full attention was on the owl mask in her hands. He looked down at the mask he was holding. He didn't say anything, but he thought that he knew what she had meant. The mask felt strange in his grip. He ran his fingers over the wood. It was unblemished. It had been lovingly worked and sanded until it was completely smooth to the touch. There was something else there, though. He couldn't see it. Couldn't feel it either. Not exactly. It was more like he sensed it, or that he instinctively knew that something unseen was present. Despite all evidence to the contrary, there was no doubt in his mind that the wooden mask was covered in coarse fur. He didn't know that he was putting the mask up to his face until the wood was already pressing against his skin. The leather straps slid over the back of his head and fit him perfectly, like they had been set just for him. His hands fell to his side. He looked over at Anne just in time to see her own mask being put into place. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything had changed. The world around him was no longer dim with the coming night. Everything was vibrant and sharp despite the shadows. He felt as if he was seeing the world for the very first time. His nostrils were filled with the smells of the yard and woods. The pine scent that he remembered so well from his childhood was heightened, intense but welcoming as it seemed to beckon him towards the trees. He could smell the wet grass under his feet. He could tell by the odor in the wind that more rain would fall soon. There was another smell, one that was stronger than all others. It pulled at him and demanded his attention. He returned his gaze to Anne. She stared back at him in silence, her head tilted to one side and her eyes unreadable through the holes in the mask. He could see every pore in the wood, every tiny imperfection in the grain. He could smell the unseen feathers covering her. She was Owl, and she was glorious. Owl turned her head towards the woods. Yes, she was right, of course. Now was the time for the hunt. They'd done this hundreds, thousands of times before. It was ritual as much as it was survival. As one, they turned and raced off across the yard. His steps were loud in his ears as his feet pounded against the turf. Owl's movements, as always, were silent as she glided through the air like a spirit moving through the darkness. They broke through the tree line and continued into the woods. There were no paths to follow, but they didn't need any. Bear quickly picked up the scent of another animal, and he turned to pursue it. He felt the soft change in the air as Owl adjusted to stay with him. He plunged through the brush eagerly, using both his arms and legs to propel himself forward. Within moments they came to a small clearing, and in the middle of it was the animal they had been seeking. The young deer didn't realize they were there until it was too late. Bear lifted it off of its feet and slammed it down hard in the dirt. It let out a high-pitched squeal. The noise was cut off abruptly as he bit into its throat. Hot blood spilled into his mouth as his teeth dug in deep. The taste was intoxicating and made him want to prolong the kill as much as possible to savor it. Bear was merciful, however. It was in his nature to hunt. but he was a predator, not a simple killer driven by disgusting needs. He twisted his head to one side sharply and tore out the deer's throat. It thrashed around for a few moments before lying still. Owl descended from the thick tree branch he had been perched on, was once again at his side. She did not usually participate in the kill. She was perfectly capable of bringing down prey when she needed to, but Bear with his teeth and claws was better equipped to end the hunt most of the time. It was a role he took seriously. Together they feasted on the kill. Bear watched Owl as she gracefully tore bits from the carcass and devoured them. He could be stealthy, he could be fast, but her movements flowed like water from a silent stream. They were the perfect complement to each other, his power and viciousness on the ground matching with her intellect and stealth in the air. She finished eating and turned to him. Her entire demeanor had changed. Their hunger satisfied, she was now looking to him to fulfill a different kind of desire. Bear felt a burning sensation within himself. They came together in the clearing, scent of the kill still fresh in the air, as the man and Bear met the woman and Owl. Hours later, in the darkest and quietest part of the night, they began their short journey back to their den. They moved at a leisurely pace rather than the frenzied rush they had been in during the hunt. Bear looked up at his mate and felt at peace. When she looked down to return his gaze, he saw the happiness and contentment in her own eyes. The look suddenly changed, and she sat down on a nearby branch. He came to a stop and watched her, his ears listening carefully for any sound. She had detected something that he had not, something that she had deemed to be a possible threat. After a few moments her eyes narrowed. She stared into the darkness downwind from their position. He slowly backed into a nearby patch of thick foliage and waited. A minute passed. Then 2. Bear still couldn't tell what had made Owl nervous, but he had no doubt that something was out there. She was never wrong about such things. A twig snapped somewhere in the distance. He bared his teeth but remained silent. The wind was blowing in the wrong direction, and he wasn't able to pick up the scent of the interloper. There was another sound, this time one that repeated and drew closer to them. It was the sound of dry leaves being crushed underfoot. There was something wrong with the sound. Whatever was approaching didn't walk with the gait of any animal he knew. The rustling in the brush stopped, and for a long moment there was only silence. Bear was uneasy. He wasn't able to smell the animal's scent, but it was possible that it could detect his. His thoughts were interrupted when the intruder stepped into view. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was vaguely shaped like a cow, but its head was more like an anteater's, and a pair of bone protrusions ran from its neck all the way to the tip of its long, thick tail. Its flesh was black and scaly. They had 2 options. They could withdraw and leave the creature to its business. It was unnatural, and its mere presence caused Bear's skin to crawl. Perhaps it was best to simply leave it alone and wait for it to leave their territory. Even before he felt Owl's change in temperament, Bear knew that they would instead be going with the other option. This thing should not be here. They did not know that it would leave, and they would not be safe unless it did. It was better to confront it here and now, instead of risking it finding their den. Owl had not participated in the killing of the deer. This was a different situation, however. This territory belonged to the both of them, and it was both of their duties to protect it. She silently glided down from the tree and, before the strange animal even knew what was happening to it, sank her talon-like fingers into the creature's eyes. It screamed in pain and surprise. In some ways, that scream reminded Bear of the young deer. He emerged from the brush and slowly circled the intruder on all fours. As Al raked her fingers down the face, Bear focused on the lower body and tore into the flesh just behind the front legs. He then ripped open the left flank, followed by cutting the tendon in the back of the left rear leg. Each slash was surgical, designed to cause the maximum amount of agony and damage while trying to hobble the creature. It stumbled back, and Bear saw his opening. Al pushed away from the beast as he leapt forward and sank his teeth into its throat. The animal thrashed and tried to throw him off, but his jaws were locked in place. Digging his claws into the turf, he pulled back as hard as he could as his teeth sank deeper. The creature collapsed to the ground as its throat was torn out. He had no time to bask in the kill, however, as a second of the creatures emerged from behind the trees. Bear took a step back and bared his teeth, the first animal's oddly dark and thick blood dripping from his jowls. They didn't have the advantage of surprise this time. This would be much more dangerous. The creature made a noise that Bear had never heard before, an angry cry that sounded almost metallic as it rang out. He winced and lowered his head. The sound was incredibly painful to his strong hearing. With him pinned in place, the creature took another step towards him. As it did so, its head began to split open down the middle. It was unlike anything Bear had ever seen. Each of the two halves had rows of teeth that were covered in small spines. It was like a mouth that opened vertically instead of horizontally. Bear's instincts were screaming at him. The cry the creature was making was affecting him, making him unable to fight or run. It had to be a hunting technique to make it easier for it to kill prey. Knowing what was happening didn't mean that he could do anything about it, however. It reached him and towered over him as its mouth opened even wider. It was Owl, beautiful and cunning Owl, that came to his rescue. With a shriek filled with anger, she swooped in and dug her claws into one of the mouth flaps. The creature growled and moved its head back and forth in an effort to force her away. As it did so, the noise it was emitting stopped. Bear had control of his body once more. Snarling, he followed Owl's lead and sank his fangs into the other side of the mouth. Caught between the two of them, the strange animal didn't seem to know what to do. It bucked around and rapidly moved its head back and forth, but they were relentless. Bear finally heard the sound he had been waiting for, an almost imperceptible tearing coming from the back of the creature's throat. With all of his strength, he flung his body backwards with his teeth still gripping the flesh. There was a moment of silence before the creature's body lost the fight, and the mouth split further than it was supposed to, ripping the fullness of its head in half. It collapsed to the ground and laid still. For a long time, Bear stood on the cool dirt with his eyes closed, panting in exhaustion as he waited for his heartbeat to return to normal. His breathing finally slowed, and he opened his eyes again. Owl was closely examining the corpse of the second creature they had killed, her head tilting from one side to the other. Sensing that he was watching her, she turned away from it and came over to him, lovingly placing her cheek against his. Leaving the bodies of the intruders behind, they continued towards the den. They would leave the bodies for the animals and insects in the woods. As they shriveled and decayed, it would serve as a warning to others that would seek to enter their territory. Any that would do so without their approval would meet the same fate. They reached the tree line and returned to the farmhouse's backyard. Without a word, they removed their masks as they walked across the soft grass. Nathan immediately noticed the change in his senses. The night was darker, the scents were less intense, and it was so quiet that it felt like the world had been muted. Even without the heightened awareness, he could still smell the combination of sweat and blood coming from his clothes. "I'm not sure what happened," he said. "What's happening?" Anne corrected him. "Feel it, don't you? It's still happening." "Yes. What do you think it is?" She shook her head. "I don't know. I don't care. All that matters is that we were apart, and now we are one. You are my bear. He looked at her intently. And you are my owl. You're right. That's all that matters. Tomorrow we'll pack up your mother's belongings, and the day after we'll celebrate her life and return her to the earth. We'll need to make arrangements for our things to be brought here as well. I feel like this is where we belong. It is. This is our den and territory. Nathan's thoughts went out to the creature's body in the woods. It's ours. This place will never be yours, a voice said from behind them. They turned in surprise towards the speaker. There hadn't been anyone there moments earlier, but now there was a man standing a few yards away. He was dressed in a black suit, and his hands were in his pockets. Somehow he managed to appear both out of place and as if he belonged there. Those creatures will continue to invade your property, the man continued. They'll only stop when things much worse than them start to arrive. That's the nature of bleeds. Once they're closed, they start to fester as the rot grows. Who are you? Anne demanded as she slowly raised her mask towards her face. There's no need for that, madam. You're in no danger from me. My name is Silas Pembroke. Pembroke, Nathan said slowly. You're the one who sent these masks. Very good, Mr. Meyer. Why don't we all step inside and I'll make us some tea? It'll take some time for me to explain why I'm here, so you might as well get comfortable. After all, you're very much going to want to hear what I have to say. I don't need to watch to know where the woman has decided to hide. It's always one of 3 places, and out of those 3 it's usually one specific spot. It's also predictable. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't absolutely need to. If I could avoid it, I would. That's always the case. The problem is that I can't. Not when my condition reaches this point. I really thought that I was going to make it this time. That happens more often than you might think. I managed to get through the past 2 cycles without having to resort to this. I was so damn close to making it this time as well. Yesterday my hands started shaking though, and that was soon followed by the sensation of itching in the back of my skull. I knew at that point that I was out of time. There's no point in lamenting what isn't to be. I retrieved the pair of knives from the table. The blades bob up and down in the air due to my shaking hands, but I will just have to make them work. I slowly walked down the stairs leading into the main warehouse storage area. This would not be my choice of hunting grounds. Much of the space is taken up by the crates and storage containers, and all the doors and windows are chained shut. It creates a claustrophobic environment that offers no chance for escape, which in turn takes away any potential thrill and makes for a tedious experience. Unfortunately, it can't be avoided. I can't take any unnecessary risks, even if that means that everything has become repetitive and dull over time. There was a time that I would have tried to drag this out for as long as possible. That was back when I still believed that I could make all this mean more than simply fulfilling an unavoidable physical need. I thought that I could force satisfaction from it through ritual. Maybe there was a time when that did work, or at least when I could believe that it did. Now, though, There's no point. I just want it to be over with. I make my way over to the large stack of crates with the opening between the bottom ones. This is where the majority of people choose to hide once they realize that escape isn't an option. If she isn't here, I'll move on to the storage container with the broken door, and from there to the small office near the large metal doors. Those are the only 3 places in the warehouse where hiding makes sense, so inevitably one of them is chosen. All so damn predictable. I don't have to check the other 2 hiding spots, because I can see the woman crouched down in the shadows between the crates. I sigh. Of course she is. This isn't some random woman. She's the chef and owner of one of the best restaurants in town. I stopped in to dine there earlier this evening, and the pork that I had eaten had been exquisitely prepared. The meal had been the highlight of my evening. I had hoped that I would be able to spare her. She had sent her staff home when she had closed the restaurant for the night, though, and she had stayed late alone to do the final bits of cleaning. With no time to find someone else, my hands have been tied. She looks up at me with wide-eyed terror as I approach. It doesn't have to take long or be overly painful. I'll finish this quickly. I owe her that much for the pleasant meal. Television shows and movies would have you believe that people start screaming at the top of their lungs or try to fight back when their would-be killer approaches. I found that's not typically the case. Oh, it does happen from time to time, but usually they behave the way that this woman is. She is frozen in fear, her mouth moving but no sound coming out. I suppose this kind of reaction should make me feel powerful, maybe dominant. It does nothing for me. I hunch over slightly to enter into the small opening. She's whimpering now, but I ignore it as I raise the knives. The shaking in my hands is worse now, and it's all I can do to keep my fingers wrapped around the wooden handles. I need to get this done quickly. The knives plunge into her body, and for the first time, she screams. I swear loudly as blood leaks out onto my hands. The blades hadn't gone into the points that I had intended them to. I had tried to make the stabbing lethal so that she would have to suffer. Now, I had to do things the messy way. I pull the knives free. I waited too long, and my hands are shaking uncontrollably now. I have to forget the original plan and improvise. Tossing one of the knives back behind me, I wrapped both hands around the handle of the one that I'm still holding. This is a bit better. I definitely have more control over the weapon, even if I can't hold it perfectly steady. The woman is still stunned from the initial attack. I don't think it's registered through the shock that she's being stabbed. She stares at me blankly as her hands press against the pair of wounds. Before she can recover, I thrust the knife forward, and this time, my aim is true. The metal slides into her chest, and I feel it pierce through her heart. I make sure to remove it instead of leaving it in. That way the bleeding will increase, and death will come faster. I sigh again as I back out of the space between the crates and walk away. She's not dead, but she will be in just a few minutes. I've been doing this long enough to know when a wound is fatal. There's no point in standing around and watching the inevitable. I hold up my hands in front of me. They're still shaking, but the tremors are small and easily managed. The itching is gone from the back of my head. It's an improvement, albeit a minor one. It's just so fucking unsatisfying. It never feels the same way that it does during that incredible final night of the cycle. My dissatisfaction is quickly being replaced by anger. Why the fuck can't it ever feel the fucking same? One night of an incredible, indescribable, unmatched high, and nearly a month of rock bottom and just trying to exist until the next one. How in the fuck is that fair? I force myself to calm down. The answer is that it's not fair, but there's nothing that I can do about it either. Besides, the end of the cycle is almost here. I just have to make it until tomorrow night. The smart thing to do would be to clean up the mess I've made and just go home to get some rest. I know from experience that I won't be able to sleep, though, and I'm not in the right headspace to make sure that I take care of my crime scene properly. Both those things will just have to wait. Pulling a set of keys out of my pocket, I remove the locks from one of the doors and pull the chains free. I toss them off to one side in a small pile and go outside. The cold winter wind immediately assaults me, and I grit my teeth as I wish that I hadn't left my coat inside. Before I leave, I go around the side of the warehouse until I reach a spigot. I turn the valve and freezing water starts pouring out of it. As quickly as I can, I wash the blood off my hands and dry them on the legs of my jeans. I let the water run long enough to allow the ichor to flow into a nearby storm drain, then close the valve once again. A light drizzle begins to fall as I walk towards town. The warehouse that I use is located at an old dockyard that hasn't been used in years. I don't own it, and the various cargo items inside of it aren't mine, but somewhere along the way the actual owner stopped caring about it and left it to rot. I look around at the other buildings that I'm walking past. They're all in various states of decay. I often wonder what happened here to make so many people walk away at the same time. Having such a large area to myself, especially one that includes more contained ones throughout the site, has been extremely useful. No one is around to hear any noises from either myself or my guests, and there's no security that might accidentally stumble on my activities. It's basically the perfect environment. I grit my teeth. Except it isn't perfect, is it? If it was, maybe I wouldn't feel so hollow when I treat my condition. Maybe I need a challenge, and this place is making everything all too easy. I shake my head firmly. That isn't it. I know that isn't it. The abandoned dockyard gives me safety when I otherwise wouldn't have it. I'm just irritable and lashing out. Another wonderful side effect of my condition. My car is parked at the edge of the dockyard. I ignore it and continue on foot. I found that the best way to prolong the effects of a treatment is to remain active. The physical activity helps to distract from the return of my symptoms, at least for a short while. I check my watch. About 20 hours left. Fuck. The road leading away from the docks is empty. That's no surprise, as there's nothing else out this way. There's no reason for anyone else but myself to be here. I walk down the middle of the road instead of off to one side. In a very real sense, this is my own personal domain. I walk for over 2 miles before I reach an intersection. The direction I'm headed in goes into town. Before it does that, though, it leads right past a small diner that's open all night. That's where I'm going. After another mile, I arrive at the diner. I'm pleased to see that there's only 2 cars in the parking lot. I go inside and sit down in a booth in the corner. I'm alone in the eating area. The cars must belong to a server and cook. Speak of the devil. A woman comes out of the kitchen and gives me a smile. I see the smile slip a bit. It wasn't by much, but I definitely saw it. Did I still have some blood on me that I missed? Looks like you got caught outside in this lovely weather, she says to me. Did your car break down or something? Truck, actually, I lie easily, my worries dissipating. Just down at the 219 ramp. I called it in, but I can't get anyone out until morning. I had to walk here. I wasn't born a good liar. Quite the opposite, actually. I was terrible at it as a child, and every time that I attempted lying, I would be caught. I've developed the skill over the years. It's been a necessity that I do so. Now I do it as needed without even thinking about it. I order a cup of coffee to start before asking to see a menu. I can smell a fresh pot brewing somewhere nearby, and my walk through the cold and rainy night has chilled me to the bone. I avoid caffeine most of the time, but I'm willing to make an exception on this particular night. When the waitress returns with my drink, I order something off the menu. It's some sort of sandwich, and I'm not sure which one. I just point at a line and she nods before going back to the kitchen. I'm not actually hungry. I know that I need to eat, though, My body needs as many calories as possible during the final phase of the cycle. The coffee helps get the chill out of my body. That, combined with the time having passed since the kill, makes me feel more like myself than I have in days. It won't last. It never does. But for the moment, I don't want to focus on that. I sit in the uncomfortable booth for a little over an hour, slowly eating my rather mediocre chicken sandwich and drinking progressively worse cups of coffee. Eventually, it's time for me to go. The diner is only a few miles from the dockyard, and I don't want to leave too much of an impression on the waitress, just in case something happens down the line. The waitress brings me the check, and as she does so, she offers to give me a ride back to my non-existent truck. I give her a smile and politely decline, telling her that I've been stuck inside it all day and it feels good to be able to walk around and stretch. She glances out at the still falling rain and asks me if I'm sure. I assure her that I am. As she's walking back towards the kitchen, I feel the familiar itching in the back of my head. No, this is too soon. I've never had the itching come back just hours after making a kill. It's always a few days at the very least before I start to notice it. I sit still in the booth, the pin-like pricks working their way up and down my skull. Something is very wrong. Usually the itching starts out so faintly that it's barely noticeable. Over the course of 2 or 3 days, it gradually increases in intensity until it's so strong that it pushes me to the point of insanity. That isn't happening now. The sensation is already intense, and I can feel it growing steadily as each second ticks by. I don't understand. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Think. Did I do something wrong? Change something about the kill? I shake my head. No, I didn't do anything different. Besides, that wouldn't make any sense. There's no ritual or anything like that. Make the kill, satisfy the need. That's all there fucking is to it. It's not goddamn rocket science. Calm down. Breathe. Maybe there was something different about the woman that I had chosen? All that had mattered before was the killing, but I guess that's possible. There's no way to know for sure. Focus. Fucking focus. None of this matters. What matters is what I do now. There's no way that I'm going to be able to make it to the end of the day. I look at the clock hanging on the wall. The sun won't even be up for another hour. At the rate it's going, the itching will reach its peak soon. When that happens, the pain will begin. It will feel like spikes being hammered into every inch of my body. I'll be so blinded by the agony that I will no longer be capable of rational thought. The last and only time that it got to that point, I regained my wits in the family room of a house that I didn't recognize. The remains of 3 people, torn apart and barely recognizable as being human, surrounded me. Every inch was covered in hot blood. All my symptoms were gone, but I had no idea what had happened or where I was. It had solved one problem and created a slew of others. I can't risk that sort of thing happening again. There's an odd thumping noise. I dismiss it as noise coming from the diner's ancient-looking heating ducts. It continues, however, and it doesn't seem to be coming from above me. I look down and find that my hands are shaking so much they're banging against the top of the table. I stare at them for a long moment. I hadn't even noticed that they were trembling. I wrap my fingers around the edge of the table and grip it as tightly as I can in an effort to stop them. I've come to a decision. I don't know when I started working my way towards one, or how I'd arrived at this particular conclusion, but I know what needs to be done. Taking my wallet out of my back pocket, I pull a few bills out and place them on top of the check the waitress had left me. I know that she's watching me through the small window that looks out from the kitchen into the dining area. After all, I'm the only customer. I'm not going to be ordering anything else, and she's already earned whatever tip I decide to leave. At this point, she'll just want me gone so that I'm out of her hair and she can go back to doing nothing. I allow myself a small, imperceptible smile as she immediately comes out of the kitchen. Some people are just too easy to read. I don't have a plan. Doesn't matter. I don't need one. I've taken so many lives over the years that it's instinctive at this point. She reaches the table and puts her hand out to pick up the check and money. As she does so, my arm lashes out like a snake and my fingers dig into her brown hair. Before she can react, I'm slamming her face into the edge of the table. Her scream is silenced almost as soon as it begins. She slides to the tile floor, unconscious. I know that she's not dead. Instead of tending to that, I slide out of the booth and immediately head towards the kitchen. The waitress isn't going anywhere. Even if she wakes up, she won't be in any condition to leave or present a threat to me. There's one more person in the diner, though, and I can't take the chance that they heard her short cry. The door to the kitchen begins to open just before I reach it. I grab a steak knife out of a basket of silverware behind the counter before kicking the door back towards the person emerging from the other room. There's a loud grunt as it smashes hard into someone. Pressing my momentary advantage, I throw open the door and thrust the blade at the large man standing behind it. The knife isn't nearly as sharp as the ones I keep at the dockyard, and the slightly serrated blade is designed for cutting rather than stabbing. I wasn't expecting the person to be quite so tall either. The knife digs into his flesh, but it's not much more than a flesh wound. Ducking my shoulder, I ram it into his chest to knock the wind out of him. He really is big. He's got at least 6 inches and 50 pounds on me. This is the danger of not planning things out before the killing. I find myself in situations like this where I can't fully control what's happening. At the end of the cycle, this wouldn't matter, but until then, these kinds of risks are extremely dangerous. He's temporarily winded now, though, and he's been wounded. Judging from the expression on his face, he's also unsure of what's actually happening to him. I can work with that. I take a quick glance around me and my eyes fall on a skillet on the stove to my right. Its contents are sizzling from the heat underneath it. I pick it up by the handle and swing it like a tennis racket at the man's head. It impacts hard with his forehead. There's a sickening crunch of bone, followed by a crackling noise as the hot metal burns his flesh. His mouth opens, but he doesn't scream. Instead, he makes a gurgling sound as bloody foam spills out over his lower lip. Thick red fluid also stops to drip from his ears and from the corner of his eyes. The skillet makes a sucking sound as I pull it free from his face. It tears skin off as I do so. It sticks to the pan like burned leather. I swing the skillet for a second time, and he immediately slumps over onto his side. His right eye has come free from its socket, and it lays across the bridge of his nose with the optic nerve trailing back into the gap. He's almost done. I have to give him credit for surviving the 2 blows with the skillet, even if he did so with quite a bit of brain damage. I allow the skillet to fall to the floor as I step over the man to reach a microwave sitting on a shelf. Unplugging it from a wall, I carry it over to him to take one last look at him as he twitches and convulses. I raise the heavy appliance up over my head before bringing it down as hard as I can. His damaged skull provides little resistance, and his body goes still. There's a sound from out in the dining area. I hurry out through the kitchen door, worried that a customer has walked into my kill zone. Instead, I find the waitress struggling to get up. She's leaning up against the side of the booth seat, the salt shaker she had knocked over with her hand laying shattered on the floor next to her. I get another knife from the silverware basket and cross the distance between us. She looks up at me with glazed over eyes, and I doubt that she can even see me. I adjust my grip on the knife and cut her throat. Blood bursts out from the gash. The small piles of spilled salt on the ground become sticky and clumpy as it covers them. The itching has stopped. My hands are steady as rocks. I sit down on a stool at the counter and sigh in relief. For the first time since the symptoms started this cycle, I feel human. With the relief comes a familiar bitterness. No matter how satisfying a kill is, it never has the same pleasure and overwhelming satisfaction that one does during the final night of the cycle. It's infuriating. It's like some higher powers decree that I'm only allowed to be happy one night each month, twice a month every 2.5 years or so. I allow myself a minute to sulk in my anger and disappointment before I force myself to put it aside. There's a pressing matter to attend to. I've got 2 dead bodies and all the mess they created to deal with. It won't be long before people start to arrive for breakfast. I have to figure out what I'm going to do before that happens. It doesn't take me long to realize that I have made a hell of a mistake. No matter what I do, this place is going to end up being a crime scene. Since it's only a few miles from the dockyard, the police are bound to search it. When they do, they'll find the woman that I killed earlier, likely along with evidence of previous kills as well. I don't have any choice but to abandon the dockyard and move on to somewhere else. Probably another state entirely. I look up at the ceiling. Yeah, definitely another state. Fine. If that's what I have to do, it's what I have to do. Going back around the counter, I open the cash register and take the small amount of money that it contains. I also go into the kitchen and take the money from the cook's wallet, as well as a set of car keys from his other pocket. It doesn't end up being much in total, but it's better than nothing. I just have to make it through the day. If I can do that, I can end the cycle tonight in a different place before continuing my way in the morning. I just have to make it through the day. The kitchen provides me with the answer I need for covering my tracks. There's an exposed gas line that runs to the kitchen. Covering my mouth, I break a section of the line before quickly making sure the pilot light in the stove is still burning. Good. I had broken a secondary line just like I had thought, not the main line. I leave the diner through the front door. There's still no one in the parking lot, and there isn't any traffic on the road either. I try the key that I took from the cook in the small white car first, but it doesn't fit the lock. It does slide easily into the driver's side door of the red pickup, though, so I get in and start the engine. The rain has stopped, and the first hints of the rising sun can be seen in the distance as I turn out onto the road and head away from town. After less than a minute of driving, I see what appears to be the light of a second sunrise in the rearview mirror. I nod to myself. It won't be long before the fire at the diner is completely out of control, if it isn't already. At the very least, it will take the authorities a couple of days to dig through the rubble and ashes. Even if they somehow manage to find enough evidence to piece together what happened, I'll be long gone before then. The only thing working against me is the truck that I'm driving. It won't take the police long to figure out that it's missing. If they do that fast enough, they'll be able to get word out across the state with the make, model, and license plate number. That could lead to disaster. Luckily, I don't have to stay in this pickup for long. I drive back towards the dockyard, going as fast as I dare on the slick pavement. I reach my destination without incident and pull the truck up on the edge of one of the concrete docks before putting it into neutral and getting out. I try to push the pickup off the edge of the dock, but I'm barely able to get it to budge. I get down lower and press my back up against the tailgate as I push as hard as I can. It eventually starts to roll forward. There's a crash of metal as the front wheels go over the edge. I nearly fall as the weight of the front end does the rest of the work for me. The truck slides into the dark water and sinks below the surface. I give myself a few moments to rest before dusting myself off and hurrying over to the car that I had parked at the dockyard earlier. It's a black four-door sedan, the kind that countless people drive in every city in the country. I check to make sure that my backpack is still in the passenger seat before opening the trunk and retrieving a duffel bag. I change out of my blood-stained clothes and into fresh ones before getting into the car and leaving the dockyard. This time, I turn right at the four-way intersection instead of continuing towards town. My plan is to put as many miles between here and me that I can by mid-afternoon, then find a place where I can complete the cycle. I fish my cell phone out from the car's glove box and bring up the map app. The phone is a prepaid one, of course, and I purchased it under a fake name. There are half a dozen other ones in the car trunk and one in the backpack, all of which are still in their packages, and all of which are listed under different names. The map confirms what I already thought. If I stay on the highways and don't make any stops, I can be out of Minnesota and into North Dakota by 1 o'clock. That should give me more than enough time to get myself oriented and figure out where I'll spend the night. So that's what I do. Ignoring the fatigue that creeps in, I drive towards the state border, making sure to keep my speed at or under the limit to avoid the possibility of being pulled over. I have to resist the urge to go faster. While I know sticking to the speed limit is a smart play, I'm very anxious to reach my destination. I almost nodded off twice during the drive. Now that the symptoms of my condition are gone, at least for now, my body is more relaxed than it has been in quite a while. It isn't helping that the roads in this part of Minnesota are mostly just trees and open land with nothing to break up the monotony. It's with more than a little relief that I reach the state border. There's a sign for a rest stop a few miles past the line, and I gratefully pull into the parking lot. I need to get out and stretch for a bit, get some fresh air. I've never been to this part of the country before, and I'm surprised to see the rest stop isn't one of the standard ones with just a few bathrooms and vending machines. This one is quite a bit larger, with a cafeteria-like section housing 5 or 6 chain fast food restaurants. There's also a small arcade, as well as a side room with a dozen leather massage chairs. I'm mostly interested in a kiosk just inside the doorway. It contains racks of maps and brochures, both for specific landmarks and for North Dakota in general. I take a few of them and tuck them under my arm as I buy some lunch. Once I have my burgers and drink, I pick a table in the corner away from the other people and open one of the maps. I'm looking for a town to use for the night. It has to fit some specific criteria, though. It needs to have a large enough population to be worthwhile, but also not so large that it has a major police presence. Police aren't a concern during the final night of the cycle. I'm worried about what could happen the next day. I also prefer a town that is isolated. The more that things are contained, the better. There don't seem to be many options that meet my needs. I'm starting to think that I'm going to have to go with something less than ideal. I've had to do that in the past. Never on this short of notice, though. I don't like going into something blind. It's not looking like there's much of a choice, though. Wait. There. A small town about 100 miles from where I'm at, with enough clustered streets on the map to imply at least a decent-sized population. I pull the town up on my phone and confirm that it is indeed the case. Broken Bend, North Dakota. Finishing my food, I toss the wrappers and maps into a trash can. To make sure that I have directions to my new destination before I leave. As I hold the door open for an elderly man, I notice a newspaper rack off to one side. The story on the front page of the newspaper on top has the title, "The Planets Align." I fish 50 cents out of my pocket and buy the newspaper. Return to my car and open it. According to the article, over a roughly 18-hour period, the Earth will be going in and out of alignment with multiple planets. It's extremely rare for this to happen. Normally 3 or more planets align for a short period of time, then move along their orbits until they're no longer in line with one another. This is different, though. Because of where the planets are at in their orbits around the Sun currently, the Earth has been and will be moving in and out of different alignments with different planets. 2 of these events will involve the Moon as well. That has to be it. That has to be why my symptoms return so quickly. I've always known the lunar cycle is tied in with my own. Something about these planetary alignments must be throwing things off. There's nothing that I can do about it, though. I toss the newspaper into the back seat before getting back out onto the road. It doesn't really change things anyway. I still need to reach Broken Bend and get myself situated before dark. The path to the town that I've chosen takes me off the main highways and onto smaller state routes. The roads are in much worse condition on these. I have to slow down to make sure that the car doesn't bottom out on some of the larger potholes. The forests are much thicker along these roads as well. The trees are taller and closer together, and their tops reach out over the road like a canopy. Even though it's afternoon on a sunny day, I have to turn on the car lights to see where I'm going. It's like I'm driving through a tunnel. 2 hours after I leave the rest stop, I pass a sign with the words, "Welcome to Broken Bend," painted on it. Just beyond it is a wooden bridge that spans over a river. The car bounces uncomfortably as it passes over the boards. A few minutes after leaving the bridge behind, the trees thin out and I arrive in town. I've found that most towns this size tend to look the same, and Broken Bend is no exception. The downtown area is comprised of local businesses, a couple of churches, a few government buildings, and a gas station on both sides. As I drive beyond that, I find that most of the older homes are on fairly large properties, There are also some newer looking developments with the houses much closer together. Past the residential areas are parks and nature preserves. I smile slightly. This is perfect. I begin to make plans. There's a closed construction site just outside of downtown that I can hide my car in overnight. It's in both walking distance to the various shops and businesses, as well as at least 2 of the housing developments. I can park the car, go into town until dusk, come back to the car to get ready, and head for the housing developments as night falls. I pull the car into the construction site and maneuver it around the equipment to park it behind a long trailer. I take a moment to make sure that I have everything that I'll need. It isn't really much. Since I'm going to be coming back to the car before nightfall, I only really need my wallet. I get out of the car and feel the cold air against my skin. Correction, my wallet, and a coat. I open the trunk and retrieve my heavy coat. While I do so, I also take out a large pocket knife. Typically, I don't carry a weapon with me. As strange as it sounds, it's actually safer that way. I don't have to worry about metal detectors or, as has happened a few times in the past, being frisked by the authorities. Besides, it's not like I really need it. I can be quite creative when it comes to figuring out ways to hurt people. This is a new town that I'm not familiar with, though. It doesn't hurt to take extra precautions. My short trip into downtown Broken Bend is uneventful. Only a few cars pass by as I walk along the side of the road, and none of the drivers pay much attention to me. I'm not in any particular hurry. At this point, I'm just looking to waste time until sundown. When I reach downtown, I slowly walk past the various businesses and shops. A number of pedestrians greet me as I move down the sidewalk. I nod and smile at them in turn. These people have no idea what's coming for them tonight. That thought causes my smile to become even wider. It's been a long day, so it's a relief when I come to a bar. The painted window proclaims it as the Rock Creek Tavern. I open the door and head inside. That's where I spend the next couple of hours. Food is surprisingly good, the beer is pleasantly cold, and the patrons leave me alone. I've definitely had worse afternoons. I'm struck by the need to go to the bathroom. As I stand up to head to the restroom, I check the time on my phone. It's now just past 5. That's plenty of time to go do my business, have one last beer, and start back towards the car. It's a single toilet bathroom. I lock the door before I relieve myself. Once I'm finished, I wash my hands and look at myself in the mirror, feeling a bit warm. I suppose that shouldn't come as any surprise. It's been a long day, and I've been on the road for most of it. It's either from the stress or the beers. I look at myself closely in the mirror. I definitely look tired. My eyes are a bit bloodshot, and there are dark circles under them. I'm also looking a bit pale. Sighing, I run a hand over my face. I stop. My hand is shaking. I force myself to stay calm. The shaking doesn't matter. I'm only a few hours away from the end of the cycle. I can make it until then. There isn't even any itching at the back of my neck. The sweat begins to drip from my forehead. I'm getting warmer. Gripping the sink with both hands, I lean in towards the mirror and take a closer look at my eyes. The black of the pupil is no longer circular. Instead, it resembles a blot of ink that has run out across the blue iris. It's happening. The end of the cycle has arrived. The change is beginning. This shouldn't be possible. The change shouldn't happen until the moon begins to rise. The sun isn't even all the way down yet. I remember the newspaper story about the strange planetary alignments. There must be something about it that's not just causing my symptoms to return faster, but also forcing the change to happen earlier. I need to leave the bar. If I hurry, I might be able to get to the car before... There's an audible snap as my right cheekbone breaks in half. I gasp at the sudden blossom of pain. It's too late. It's happening now. As quickly as I can, I strip off the clothes that I'm wearing. I normally have time to pack away any clothing so that I can come back for it after the night is over, but I doubt that I'll be able to retrieve them this time. Still best to take them off. The less restrained my body is during the change, the better. I feel pressure in my upper back. This signals that one of the worst parts of the change is coming. I sit down on the bathroom floor and slide my belt onto my pants. Putting it in my mouth, I bite down on the soft leather. Mere seconds later, my arms slide forward in their sockets before dislocating completely. I know what's coming next. I lean back against the wall and close my eyes. My jaw presses into the belt so hard that my gums hurt as my leg bones jerk out of place. I nearly black out as my spine pops and cracks, creating a steep curve near the top. Saliva and dark blood are leaking out from around the belt in my mouth. More of it comes pouring out as the front of my skull starts breaking into pieces and my ribs pull further apart. I feel like I'm on fire, but I know the worst is coming. During this part of the change, my pain is doubled. This is because I have double the amount of nerves on my body, the ones running to my current body, and the ones attached to what's emerging. All of them are screaming in agony as they've stretched and mangled and torn. There is no thought or reason. There is only the torture, deep and infinite. I'm so lost in this void of pain that I can no longer register the individual changes that are happening. Everything is merely a part of the overall torment. I float in the pain as it engulfs me. Moments pass. Years, maybe. It's impossible to tell. Time has no meaning now. Only pain exists. Suddenly, mercifully, there is relief. My skin tears open as my new body emerges from underneath it. The belt falls from my mouth as I pant heavily. It's like an unbearable pressure has been released. There are small stabs of discomfort as the change is completed, but it's barely noticeable when compared to what I've just gone through. The last of my bones lock into place. I feel my rational mind beginning to slip. In moments it will be secondary to instinct. I never lose my mind completely. I'm fully conscious of what I'm doing. It just doesn't matter. I get to my feet. Everything feels so different now. Powerful. I can't believe that I ever managed to stand on my weak human legs. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. The face of a wolf stares back at me. It is thin and gaunt, the skin stretched tight against the face and muzzle. The black fur is matted down with blood. I pull a loose strip of ruined flesh off the bottom of my jaw. Movies, television, books, legends, they're all wrong about werewolves. There's a resemblance to wolves after the change, yes. That resemblance only goes so far. My body is far more skeletal and thin than the popular interpretations. Certain parts of me, like my clawed fingers, appear almost delicate. I don't have a tail, and my long muzzle contains multiple rows of teeth. It's my eyes that tell the true story. They're completely black, with tiny pinpricks of red light barely visible in their depths. To look into them is to know fear. It's to know death. I hear movement out of the bar, and I turn away from the mirror. My senses are heightened far beyond what a human is capable of. I hear a stool pulling away from the bar. I smell the scent of beer wafting in from under the door. I see every crack and imperfection on the tiled bathroom wall. I feel alive in a way that I never do except when the wolf comes out to play. I take one last look around the bathroom. There's blood everywhere, and pieces of my human skin cover the floor. Even though it's my own blood, the smell of it excites me. I bare my teeth as I turn back to the bathroom door. Finally, after all this time, the hunt is finally here. The door explodes into a shower of splinters as I burst through it. There's a man standing nearby in the short hallway, a half-filled glass in his hand. His eyes grow wide with shock. Before he can say or do anything, my right arm is swinging towards him. The claws slide through skin, muscle, and bone as though they offer no resistance at all. His body splits into two pieces and falls to the ground in a heap. Oh, fuck, yes. My heightened senses enhance every moment of the kill. It's a pleasure that goes beyond the effects of any drug. More. I need more. There's screams coming from the main room. Bar patrons are staring at me in surprise and horror, and some are fleeing towards the door. I take 2 strides forward before leaping over their heads and landing between them and the exit. No one leaves. This is my moment. One of the customers swings a clumsy punch at me. I open my jaws to expose my rows of teeth and bite down into the flesh of his arm. The razor-sharp fangs sink in deep. The twist of my head, I tear off the arm and fling it to the side. The blood running down my throat tastes incredible. I'm a flurry of suffering and death. Throats are torn, limbs are severed, lives are ended. Each kill increases my need for more. I revel as I tear apart the bar patrons. I am the god of the hunt, and it is my purpose to reap the prey. The man behind the bar has a gun. He brings it up and fires once, twice, a third time. All his shots are true. I feel the impact of the bullets as they strike my skin. The metal is hot, and it singes the tips of my fur. My mouth opens slightly as a grin spreads across my face. The sheep believes it can harm the wolf. I jump onto the bar and snap my mouth around the sides of his head. For a moment I let him struggle, my teeth piercing his skin as he tries to free himself. Now he understands his place in the order of things. The struggling ends as I clamp my jaws closed. Music plays from the jukebox in the corner of the bar as I survey the room. The Rock Creek Tavern is now a monument to carnage. The scent of death fills my nostrils as I bask in the pleasures of the kill. I raise my head towards the ceiling and howl triumphantly. A werewolf's howl is not like a wolf's. It is an inhuman sound, a deep, guttural call that spreads fear to all that hear it. It is the sound of hell's gates being opened. I need more. The hunt has just begun, and I intend to make the most out of every second. I go out the front door and into the streets. People immediately begin to scream, but I ignore them for a moment. The sun is just beginning to set in the distance. The sky is filled with splashes of red and thick purples. I am momentarily frozen in place. I've never seen the sunset before, not with these eyes. The change has always happened after nightfall. Even through my frenzy, the beauty of the scene before me is striking. The spell is broken as I smell the blood on my fur. It's time to continue what I've only just started. A car is beginning to pull out the parking space in front of me. Baring my teeth, I jump through the passenger side window and into the vehicle. In one motion, I wrap my claws around the driver's neck and throw both him and myself through his door. We land hard on the concrete. I crush his throat before looking over my shoulder to watch the car crash into an oncoming truck. A man and a woman are running down the sidewalk away from me. I race after them and catch up to them before they even realize that I'm following. The woman falls as my claws and arm push through her back and out of her chest. Grabbing the man, I lift him up over my head and rip him in half, his blood and entrails pouring out of him. I drop the body and narrow my eyes. The wind has brought a scent to me, one that isn't the sweet coppery smell of blood, but one of the common smells associated with a small town. This scent is much different. For the first time, not just during this change, but for the first time ever in this form, I feel uneasy. I don't recognize the smell. but I do understand what it means. Someone else, something else, has already marked this town as its own. I'm in claimed territory. It doesn't matter. I only get this opportunity once per cycle. If another creature has claimed Broken Bend, it's more than welcome to come and try and defend its territory. Most of the people have abandoned the street. They hope to hide from me, or at least put some distance between them and me. It's a futile hope, and I suspect that some part of them knows that. I'll hunt out those in the small downtown area, then move on to the housing developments. Before the night is over, I'll slaughter as much of this town as possible. I hear sirens begin to blare from less than half a mile away. It isn't often that I encounter the police while under the influence of the full moon. Normally I make sure that I'm in less public places than this when the change takes place to avoid that. The changes to my cycle from the planetary alignments is making this night far more complicated than it usually is. I bare my teeth, unable to contain my excitement. It's been so long since my prey has tried to resist its slaughter. I didn't know that I missed the thrill of it this much. The first of the police cars comes around the corner. I grab a nearby mailbox and tear it free from the heavy bolts attaching it to the sidewalk. With one arm, I fling it into the approaching car's windshield. It shatters the glass and smashes into the upper body of the driver. The car veers wildly to the right and crashes into the side of a store. The sun is now set, and the sky is growing darker. A second police car comes into view, its red and white lights flashing and its sirens shrieking. It stops a block away from me, and two officers get out, using their car doors as shields as they pull their guns free from their holsters. I begin running towards them, my jaws gnashing and my claws flexing eagerly. I get about halfway before I stop. The air is full of the smell of the other creature. It's stronger now, no longer the lingering scent of something that had previously passed through, but instead the fresh odor of something approaching. I ignore the officers and inhale deeply. It's coming from upwind. Either this creature doesn't know that I'm here, or it doesn't care that it's announcing its presence to me. There's something about the scent that makes me feel unsettled. Even though I don't recognize it, it's like some primal part of me, some past memory buried in my werewolf biology, knows that it means danger is near. I know that there are other unnatural beings out in the world. I've encountered a few of them over the years, but none of them had triggered this sort of response in me. I was the alpha predator. Nothing was above me in the food chain. The hairs along the back of my neck stand up as the smell continues to grow stronger. I try to tell myself that these feelings are only a result of the unusual circumstances surrounding tonight's change. My instincts know that's not true. The officers begin to fire their guns. I barely notice as some of the shots strike me. I concentrate on the smell, trying to decipher what I can from it. Thoughts begin to flash through my head. No, not thoughts. More like impressions. The scent makes me think of the dark, cold waters of the deepest oceans. The still and silent darkness down far below the surface. At the same time, I'm reminded of the vast night sky, the black emptiness between stars. The images flash through my mind quickly like single frames of movie film in a projector. There's madness in these thoughts. Fog is starting to fill the street. It's cool and thick, and it makes my skin feel greasy. It's come out of nowhere and is rapidly becoming too dense to see through. It smells the same as the approaching creature. The police officers are no longer shooting at me. I turn my head towards them and find that they are no longer pointing their guns at me. Instead, they are standing perfectly still, their faces blank as they each point the index finger of their left hand towards me. I've never seen anything like this before. People that had been hiding from me inside of businesses are now coming back outside. Each of them has the same blank look on their faces as the officers, and they're all pointing at me in the same way. I growl at them in warning. All of them no longer smell human, and instead reek of the scent of the fog. My My instincts scream at me that I need to abandon my hunt and escape. Whatever is coming for me isn't just unnatural. It's not of this world. I shake my head in frustration. This is my night. This is my hunt. It is my right to spill blood and feast on flesh. I hear the creature coming. It's close. If it wasn't for the fog, I would be able to see it already. It sounds... I don't know how to describe it. The closest word I can think of is wet. I look around at the gathered people as a realization comes to me. This isn't just some other creature's territory. The territory is part of the creature. I've come to a long-conquered town. All of the citizens are merely extensions of its will. My bloodlust melts away. If I remain, I know that it will take me as well. I run, moving on all fours to get away as fast as I possibly can. The scent of the creature rapidly fades into the distance. It's not following me, at least not at any significant speed. Its smell is still around me, though, and it's closing in from both the sides and in front of me. The fog is expanding outward, and more people are coming out of their shops and homes. The otherworldly creature doesn't believe that it needs to personally come for me. It thinks that it can tighten a noose around me with its followers. If I was human, I could go back to my car and drive out of town. In this form, I don't have that option. Instead, I plunge into the woods at the edge of downtown. There are people waiting for me just inside the tree line. These aren't just standing and pointing, however. Each of them is armed, most of them with knives and the rest with various tools. They swarm towards me in a semicircle, looking to cut off my escape. I howl as I charge directly into the middle of the crowd. Their master may make me afraid, but these are humans. With teeth and claws, I tear into their bodies. There are no screams or wails of pain. They are completely silent as they stab me with their knives before being torn apart. As the last one falls, I pause to catch my breath. The creature's scent is closer. While the people weren't able to stop me, they were successful in delaying me. I hurry on. Something slams into my side hard, and I lose my footing. I strike a tree hard before sliding to a stop. I reach down with one clawed hand and touch where I was struck. I'm bleeding. A man steps out of the brush and into view. He is soon followed by one woman, and then another. They're all holding heavy-looking rifles. Bullets don't typically hurt me, but these are large-caliber weapons and pack far more of a punch. I regain my footing and keep running. Shots are fired, but none of them manage to hit me. I'm moving slower than I was just moments earlier. The round that pierced me must have hit something important. I'm having a harder time breathing, and my right leg is slightly numb. I ignore these things and simply push on. The creature's scent is growing stronger. The fog is getting thicker. I have a long way to go before I leave its territory. I'm jerked out of sleep by the sound of a loud bang. My eyes snap open as my heart races, and I instinctively move the upper half of my body as far away from the car door as possible. I search for the source of the noise. When I find it, I feel a now familiar combination of relief and embarrassment fill me. It's just someone else that had come to the rest stop getting back into their own vehicle. I watch the pickup pull out of its space and head back towards the highway as I wait for my heart rate to return to normal. As I do so, check to make sure that there's no one else nearby. I try to rationalize my fear as being natural. I've only been in Montana for a few weeks, and I'm still getting used to it. In fact, this is the first time that I've been to this particular part of the state. Of course I'm a bit jumpy. It's only natural. I cross my arms with the steering wheel and lay my head down on them. It wasn't long ago that I wouldn't have even attempted to lie to myself. It would have been beneath me. I'd been many things, but a liar wasn't one of them. Now I cling to these self-created falsehoods like a drowning man grasping the edge of a life raft. I'm pathetic. I know that I am. I try to muster some sort of anger at that knowledge, and nothing comes. There's only loathing and resignation. With a sigh, I get out of the car and head up the sidewalk to the rest stop buildings. The other parking spaces are empty, and I'm alone. The night is cold. I pull my coat tighter around me in an unsuccessful attempt to keep the wind off my skin. It's oddly bright tonight. That's something that I'm still not used to about Montana. Unless there's a storm, the sky is usually clear, probably a result of the lower population and the wide spaces between those population centers. The moon and stars shine brighter here than anywhere else I've ever been. There's not much to the rest stop. It's just two concrete buildings, one housing the bathrooms and the other home to a few vending machines. I head into the men's room and go over to the nearest sink. Above it is a dirty mirror. It's cracked in one corner, and even with the dim light provided by the overhead fluorescent bulbs, it's difficult to make out my reflection in it. I stare into it anyway. 5 months ago, I stood in front of a similar mirror in a bar's bathroom. Things have been different then. Better. There hadn't been any fear or this nearly overwhelming feeling of exhaustion that I always have with me. I had been powerful and confident and at the top of the food chain. I look away from the mirror in frustration. That had been then. This is now. Now I'm nothing. Just a hollowed out husk of the man I used to be. After a moment's hesitation, I pull up my shirt and look at my right side in the mirror. There's a small scar just under my armpit, round with jagged lines running outward from it. The skin is slightly discolored. The gunshot wound had healed quickly, but it left behind this reminder. Sometimes, during the coldest and quietest nights, it aches. I quickly lower my shirt as another man enters the bathroom. He nods at me shortly before entering one of the stalls. I wait patiently for him to finish his business and for him to leave. I glance over at him as he washes his hands in the sink next to mine. It would be easy to kill him. I could reach over, wrap my hands around his thin neck, and that would be it. It would be so simple. I turn my eyes down towards my own sink. It's a thought without teeth behind it to make it real. There's no more desire in me for such things. Even if there is, I doubt that I have the capability to carry it out. The man dries his hands and leaves the bathroom. I'm alone once again. I glance up at the reflection of my eyes. Very alone. I'd come out to this rest stop on the off chance that the full moon would once again trigger a transformation in me. I've done the same thing at different places throughout the state ever since it happened. Just like each time before this, there's nothing. The wolf below is gone, just as the wolf above is. I should be angry about it. I'm not. I'm just tired. With another sigh, I leave the bathroom and return to my car. There's no point in staying any longer. Nothing's going to happen. I drive the 2 hours back to the small town that I now call home. Still feels strange to be living in one place. I had stayed in some places for long periods of time, mostly when there was a secluded spot for me to fulfill my needs. I never lived in the kill zone itself, however, and I made sure that I didn't sleep in the same place more than a week at a time. It involved a lot of camping and, when the option was available, motel swapping. I'm sure that learning that I stayed for so long in areas where I was killing would surprise some people. Most murderers move around at a much faster pace, or they risk being caught. I had some major advantages that normal people don't. At the end of each cycle, the wolf would shed the man. My body would revert back to human form as the moon and sun reached certain positions. When this happened, new skin would grow back where the old flesh had been ripped away. This would leave me with fresh fingerprints, and my facial and body features wouldn't be quite the same as they had been before the transformation. Every cycle would essentially leave me a different person than I had been during the last one. On the outside, anyway. Now, for the first time, I put down roots. That is, if you can call living alone in a small cabin miles away from town in the middle of the woods putting down roots. I only interact with other people when absolutely necessary, which usually means when I'm at work or when I'm getting supplies. Outside of those times, I keep to myself. As I approach town, I make it a point to turn off the car's headlights. Although nothing happened tonight, I still don't want anyone to know that I was gone and arrived back at such a late hour. It's a small town, and those types of observations almost always lead to questions. I've been so tired that I don't want to run the risk of giving an answer that might come back to bite me down the line. I get that I'm being paranoid. It's not like I've killed anyone since coming to live here. Knowing that doesn't make the paranoia go away, though, so I might as well not feed it. Once I'm past town and the small number of houses just outside of it, I flip the lights back on and continue towards home. A few miles down the road, I turn onto a gravel path. About 4 miles after that, I maneuver onto a dirt trail that is almost impossible to spot unless you know where to look. It's extremely uneven. I go slowly to avoid bottoming out. Finally, mercifully, I arrive at the cabin. Park the car around the back and go inside. It's a small structure, not much more than a small sitting area, a kitchen, and a bedroom, but it's more than enough for my needs. I toss the car keys onto the counter and stretch out a few kinks in my back. I pause. I have this odd feeling that something isn't quite right. Nothing seems to be out of place. Still, there's this sensation that something is off. I shake my head slowly. It must be the same nearly disabling fear that's become a part of my life making itself known once again. It makes me sick, physically sick, to be so pathetic. There's a noise from outside. There's no way that I imagined that. It was too loud and clear for that. There's no doubt in my mind that something's just stepped on the frozen grass on the other side of the east wall. Not sure what else to do. I rush into the kitchen and open the drawer next to the refrigerator. Inside is a small handgun. As a rule, I hate guns. When I was still killing, it felt too impersonal to use one. And now I detested that I have to rely on such a crutch to keep myself safe. I take it out of the drawer and check to make sure that it's loaded and that the safety is off. I shudder. First I think it's because of the fear that's starting to grip me, but I quickly realize that it's because the temperature in the cabin has dropped dramatically. Just moments ago it had been nearly 70 degrees. Now it feels like it's approaching half that. The nearby window is fogging up and frost is stretching out from the bottom. There are more footsteps outside. They're slowly making their way around the cabin towards the front door. The windows on that side of the house are already completely frosted over, but I clearly see a dark shape move past the one behind the couch. My eyes grow wide in surprise. Whatever it is, it's huge. Its body blocks out all the feeble light coming into the window for a moment before it reaches the other side. The footsteps continue around the corner before coming to a stop on the other side of the door. Everything falls silent. The only sound is the beating of my own heart in my ears. I start to notice the smell. No, smell isn't the right word for it. Stench is more accurate. It's the copper-like scent of blood combined with an unmistakable reek of rotting flesh. It's so thick that it almost feels like it's pressing up against me. There's a new sound. It takes me a moment to identify it. Whatever is outside is breathing heavily. The sound is coming from the very top of the doorframe as the mystery visitor looms over it. I'm being hunted. I've been the hunter enough in my life to recognize the situation that I'm in. The thing outside that door is coming for me. Once it's inside, it's going to kill me. I can feel my body shaking. It's just like what happened back in Broken Bend. There's something that I can't possibly hope to defend myself against coming for me, and I'm completely powerless to stop it. All of my experience and all of my skill means absolutely nothing. I'm nothing. Bile rises in my throat. My own weakness has me on the verge of vomiting. It's so goddamn pathetic. I'm so fucking pathetic. It will almost be relief when this creature breaks down the door and kills me. At least that way I won't have to continue to drown in this sea of self-loathing and mental frailty. After months of being nothing, I'll finally be put out of my fucking misery. If I wasn't so fucking weak, I'd march over to the door and open it myself. The president suddenly moves away from the door. I hear the grass crunch under its feet as it hurries away from the cabin. I stand in the kitchen, confused with the gun still clenched tightly in my hand. It takes me a few minutes, but I finally build up the courage to go over to the door and open it. There's nothing there except the faintest hint of the creature's stench. No, there's something else. I take my cell phone out of my pocket and turn on the flashlight. In the frozen grass is a series of long, narrow footprints, each of which ends in thin claws. The trail leads back into the woods. I close the cabin door and lean up against it. Whatever just happened is over now. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Glanced down at my phone. It's less than an hour before I would normally be waking up to get ready for work. There's no point in trying to get some sleep at this point. I doubt that I'll be able to even if I try. I just sit in a chair staring off into the distance until it's time to leave. Ram's Head, Montana isn't really much of a town. It's in the middle of nowhere, even for Montana, and it's home to a fairly small population. Almost everyone that lives there either runs one of the dozen or so businesses in the downtown area, or works for the logging company that set up shop in the western woods. My job is with the small maintenance crew that the town employs to keep things up and running. Line maintenance, repair work, plumbing services, that sort of thing. Pull my car into one of the parking spaces in front of the mayor's office. Ram's Head is small enough that it doesn't really need separate buildings for each department, so all of the town government departments are housed in the same place. I nod at the woman behind the reception desk as I pass her. I don't think that I've ever actually learned her name, and if I have, I've forgotten it. I go to the stairs at the back of the room and go down to the basement level. This is where both the maintenance office and the record storage are located. Ignoring the records room, I open the door to the maintenance office and go inside. A man named Tom is seated at the single desk, finishing a small stack of paperwork. There are a total of 3 maintenance employees for the town. Tom, myself, and a woman named Brandy. Tom is the night shift, I'm the day shift, and Brandy is a floater that handles both our days off and when either of us needs a second set of hands for a project. If we're unable to take care of an issue that comes up, we run up the flagpole and the mayor requests assistance from the county. This means that the majority of the time I'm left alone. That's very much how I prefer it. Tom and I chat for a while as he finishes the form that he's working on. He informs me that not much happened overnight with the exception of a burst pipe behind the thrift shop a few doors down. Nothing that he couldn't handle on his own. Tom's older than I am, and he's lived his entire life in Ram's Head. As he's telling me about the repair job, I mull something else over in my head. come to a decision by the time that he's done talking. Keeping things as vague as possible, I tell him about the events of earlier that morning in hopes that he could provide some insight about what it was that was outside my cabin. I change the story to make it seem like I've heard it from someone else instead of having experienced it myself. The last thing that I need is for people to think that I've gone crazy or, worse, start asking some questions of their own. After I finish with the story, Tom looks at me silently for a moment before getting up from the desk and motioning for me to follow. He leaves the office and goes over to the records room door. Fishing a key out of his pocket, he unlocks it and leads the way inside. As he begins to dig through the stacks of boxes, he tells me that what my friend had told me about was the same thing that Ramshead residents have been reporting since the early days of the town. There have been dozens of different encounters with a strange and supposedly dangerous creature over the years. Many of those encounters have been reported to the local authorities, and some have even led to homicide investigations. Those reports had never led to anything substantial, and they are kept in a box in this very records room. Locating the brown and white box he's looking for, he nods to himself and hands it to me. I take it from him curiously and turn it around so that I can see the name that is written on the label. Wendigo. I raise an eyebrow as I look back at Tom. I can vaguely recall the legend. Something about a person who eats another person turning into a hideous monster. He assures me that he's not kidding. While he's never seen the monster himself, parents have been convinced that the Wendigo is real and that they had seen it once the year he had been born. Every family in the area seems to have at least one person that's had an encounter with the creature at one point or another. We talk for a few more minutes before he yawns and calls it a day. I follow him out of the records room with the box still in my hands. I don't have any pressing projects on my schedule. He's piqued my interest. I say goodbye to him and watch as he goes up the stairs towards the first floor. Going back into the maintenance office, I sit down at the desk and take the lid off the box before pulling out the files inside. Many of the statements taken from witnesses sound like the ramblings of lunatics, but as I go through them one at a time, I'm able to piece together the things that were the same from each account. A very tall and gaunt figure that walks on two legs, but has very long arms that it can use to run on all fours if necessary. Gray skin pulled tight against the bone, with the ribcage especially prominent. Dark brown or black fur sprouting from its slightly elongated neck and along its back. Long jaws like those of a wolf. A bony growth above the top of its head that resembles a mask, with antler-like protrusions sticking out just above the ears. All of the witnesses have reported either the stench of death, the temperature suddenly dropping, or both. There was no doubt about it. The so-called Wendigo is what paid me a visit back at the cabin. I run a hand over my face. This isn't the first time that I've encountered something different. Even before my humiliation at Broken Bend, I had bumped into creatures that most people believed to be nothing more than stories or legends. Some of them have been friendly, and most had simply gone about their business without bothering me. On 2 occasions, though, the creature had directly challenged me while the wolf was out to play. Nothing had been left of them by the time I had proven why that was a mistake. Things have gone differently at Broken Bend, of course. There, I shake my head. There's no point in thinking about it. It doesn't matter at this exact moment. I've never come up against something like this Wendigo while in my human skin. Even if the wolf is still able to come out, and as much as I hate to admit it, I'm seriously doubting that. Last night was the full moon. It's roughly another 28 days before the next one. If the Wendigo comes back before then and decides it wants to come inside this time, I'm not going to be able to stop it. I turn on the ancient computer on the desk and go online to find more information about the creature. There's surprisingly little in the way of anything useful. Wendigos are thought to be more spirits than monsters, and those spirits can enter the body of a person that commits cannibalism or possibly through bites or scratches caused by a Wendigo. None of this can be fully trusted, of course. It's the internet. Besides, the legitimate information is mingled with fiction for so long that it's impossible to tell one from the other. The day goes by slowly. I'm even more tired than usual from the events of the previous night, And with there not being much to do, there isn't anything for me to really focus on. The hours seem to drag by. On multiple occasions, I have to stop myself from falling asleep at the desk. The fourth time that I start to nod off, I just let it happen. No one comes down to this part of the building except for the maintenance staff. Everyone else just calls or sends an email instead. I'm awoken by the sound of the office door opening. I quickly sit up straight and blink to clear my eyes. Tom walks in with a smile and informs me that he's here to relieve me. Glance over at the clock on the wall. It's slightly past 6. I've been asleep for over 5 hours. Instead of going to my car, I walk down the street to the small diner. Feeling a bit more refreshed after my longer than expected nap. I was asleep for so long that I missed lunch. The restaurant is almost empty. I'm able to order my meatloaf sandwich to go and be back out on the street in less than 10 minutes. The sun is already low on the horizon, and the sky is painted in shades of dark purple and blue. I take my time walking back to my car. The night breeze is cold but pleasant. After being stuck in the windowless office all day, I'm grateful to be able to suck the fresh air into my lungs. A lot has changed since Broken Bend, but my preference for being outside rather than inside has not. Stop walking about a dozen yards from my car. Off in the distance, standing just outside the tree line on the opposite side of the road, is a figure. It's tall and thin, and it's standing completely still. I can't see its face from this distance, but I have the distinct impression that it's watching me. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the Wendigo that visited me at the cabin. The proportions are all wrong for a normal person. Even if that hadn't been the case, though, I'm sure that I still would have known what it was anyway. As the wolf, I've stalked people the same way that it's stalking me right now. It tilts its head slightly, and I can see the dark outlines of the sharp antlers jutting out from the sides. I can sense its malice as if it's pouring out of the creature. It seems like there's something more there, though. I think it's curious about me. I drop the bag containing my food as I feel something stir inside of me. It's a sensation that I haven't felt in what seems like a lifetime. The wolf below has sensed the Wendigo's presence, and it's reacting to it. Is it possible? Could the Wendigo be the key to getting back to who I once was instead of staying this pathetic, weak shell? The wolf below falls back into its silence, and I'm once again left feeling empty. Whatever interest this creature had to the wolf clearly isn't enough to bring it out of me once again. I don't know if it's better to know that it's still inside of me or not to. If I didn't, I might be able to find a way to eventually move on. The Wendigo stares at me for a few moments longer before disappearing back into the brush. I know that I'll be seeing it again soon. That message has been received loud and clear. I watch the woods for a minute. Satisfied that the creature's actually gone, retrieve my dinner from the pavement and get into my car. I get in behind the wheel and take a deep breath. I have no idea why the Wendigo seems so interested in me. Maybe it senses the wolf buried down inside of me and sees it as some sort of rival. Maybe it hates the way that my face looks. There's no way to know. Shaking my head once to clear it, I head back home. One thing is for certain. For whatever reason, it has an intense hatred towards me. That means that I'm not going to be safe until I deal with the problem. The smart thing to do is run away. Go back to the cabin just long enough to gather my things, toss them into the car, get as far away from Ram's Head as possible. It's not like I have some deep connection to this town, and based on the history of the reports Tom had presented me with, the Wendigo does. It would be the same as Broken Bend. I get out of the creature's territory, and I'll be safe. Feel my face grow warm with a mixture of shame and anger. Yeah, it would be exactly the same as Broken Bend. There I had turned tail and ran like a scolded dog. But where'd that gotten me? To a town in the middle of bumfuck Montana where I work as a glorified handyman instead of being a god of the hunt that I once was. I shouldn't have run then. I should have stood my ground. I would have been victorious over a great and ancient enemy, or I would have died trying. Either would be preferable to this. Fuck it. I'm not leaving. Let this Wendigo fucker come for me. If I have to do this alone, so be it. It is, of course, much easier said than done. Arriving at the cabin, I get out of the car and immediately head inside. I don't know if the Wendigo is going to visit again tonight, and if it is, I don't know how long I have before that happens. I have to make whatever preparations I can as quickly as possible. There really isn't much that I can do. I make sure that the windows and door are locked, and I scatter knives and other sharp objects around the inside of the cabin to make sure that the one is always close at hand. I also attach a holster to my belt and slide my gun into it. These precautions probably won't make much of a difference, but every little bit helps. Not having much to go off of when it comes to Wendigos, try to think of what would have slowed me down, even slightly, as the wolf. There isn't much in that particular category. Most of the things that might work aren't readily available to me. I take the heavy iron poker out of the stand by the fireplace. I'm just going to have to make do with what I have. Turn off all the lights and sit down on the couch to eat my dinner. I'm sure that I won't be able to hide in the darkness. At least having the lights off will make it more difficult for the Wendigo to see me moving around from outside. That's the theory anyways. I'm just finishing my food when I hear a noise from outside. It's very faint. After a few moments I start to wonder if it had just been my imagination. A twig snaps. I definitely heard that. Slowly getting to my feet, leave the poker on the couch and pull my gun out of its holster. As I do so, I notice that I can see my breath in the air. The temperature in the cabin is rapidly dropping. It's here. It's not coming around the side of the cabin this time. I can hear its footsteps coming straight towards the front door. An idea comes to me. I hurry over to the wall opposite the door and open the window. It's not large enough for the Wendigo to fit through, but I can use it as a sort of emergency exit if necessary. The footsteps stop at the door and there's a long moment of silence. I point the gun towards the entrance and wait. Quiet is broken by the sound of wood breaking and splintering. The creature is scraping its long claws against the door. It's either testing the strength of the door, or it's toying with me. I know that it's going to eventually come through that door, and when it does, that's going to be my best chance to hurt it. As it's stepping inside, I'll do as much damage as I can with the gun. There's a small chance that I can kill it before it makes it all the way inside. I doubt it, but it's a chance. The best I can realistically hope for is to hurt it enough to slow it down, or, best case scenario, scare it away. I hear the heavy breathing on the other side of the door and remember the look it was giving me back in town. This isn't the kind of beast that can be scared off by something like a gun. The door shakes on its hinges as something heavy impacts it from the outside. Looks like the Wendigo is ready to get serious. The second strike breaks the lock of the door, and it swings open into the entryway. Standing outside of the night, shadows covering much of its body, is the Wendigo. I'm frozen in place for a pair of heartbeats. I saw it from a distance earlier, and I read the reports describing it, but I'm still not prepared for what I'm seeing. It's like I'm staring at an artist's interpretation of a demon come to life. Steam is billowing out of its bone-covered snout-like mouth and nose. The eyes are far back in the sockets, making them look like black orbs. Antlers extend 3 feet out from the sides of the head, the branches twisted and ending in points resembling thick stakes. It opens its mouth, revealing large canines and razor-sharp teeth around them. They are the same reddish-brown color as the bones covering the face, and they are longer than any others that I've ever seen. It's the face of a living nightmare. As it bends over to begin to enter the cabin, I snap out of my momentary paralysis and begin to fire the gun. I keep pulling the trigger over and over again until the weapon clicks empty. I'm certain that every shot struck the Wendigo, but it didn't even seem to notice. I drop the gun and pick up the poker. The metal has grown cold as the temperature has dropped, and it quickly becomes painful to hold. I ignore that pain and grip it with both hands. The Wendigo is fully inside now, having maneuvered its skeleton-like body through the doorway. It doesn't seem able to stand fully upright due to a curve in its spine, but it's still well over 8 feet tall. It advances towards me with a sound that combines the deep rumble of a dog's growl with the cackle of a hyena. It reaches one of its cadaverous arms towards me, and I swing at it with the poker. The metal clangs against the bone and flesh, and the weapon nearly flies out of my hand. It's like I struck a brick wall with it. The creature snarls and grabs the poker. With one motion, it tears it on my grip and throws it out into the kitchen. One of the knives I have scattered around the cabinet is nearby, and I hurriedly retrieve it and plunge it into the Wendigo's exposed chest. The blade manages to miss the thick ribs, but even though I put everything I had into that thrust, the tip sinks in less than 1/4 of an inch. The Wendigo snarls and ducks its head forward, biting down into my shoulder. Its teeth pass through skin and muscle like they're nothing. It raises its head back, tearing off strips of flesh as it does so. The act knocks me to the floor, and I scramble backwards away from the creature as it devours the skin. Thin streaks of blood run down the sides of its mouth. In that brief moment, its attention isn't on me. My shoulder screams in agony as I push myself back to my feet. There's no way that I can win this fight. It had been pure hubris to believe otherwise. I need to get out of here and find help. I make it over to the open window and try to hoist myself through it. My injured arm gives out. The side of my face strikes the wood frame. I taste copper in my mouth. I try again, and this time I manage to force my body outside. The Wendigo screams in frustration just as my feet clear the frame. A long arm comes lashing out of the window after me, and it passes over me as I lay flat on the frozen ground. I hear it crash around in the cabin as it turns back towards the door. At that moment, I realize I'm never going to be able to escape. Not like this. My car is parked out in front of the cabin, the same direction that the Wendigo is headed now. Even if I somehow manage to make it to the vehicle, it will be on me before I can drive away. I'm not going to be able to hide in the woods either. It will be around the side of the building before I'm able to reach the tree line. My only hope is to confuse the Wendigo enough that it makes a mistake and gives me an opening to get away. I use the cabin wall to help me regain my footing before pushing myself back through the window and into the living room. Once inside, I rush over to the far side of the fireplace and press my back up against it, blocking me from the view of the window. I listen as the Wendigo approaches the open window from the outside. I close my eyes and wait. If this doesn't work... It stops walking, and I hear it growl in frustration as it fails to find me where it thought I'd be. I tense as its claws scrape against the side of the cabin. My plan hasn't worked. It's figured out that I'm back inside, and it's going to... My thoughts are interrupted as the Wendigo begins moving again. Instead of coming back around the front of the cabin, though, the footsteps grow fainter as the creature heads towards the woods. I must think that I've made a run for it, just like I'd hoped. I lean up against the side of the fireplace, breathing heavily as I feel the warm blood leaking from my shoulder. The Wendigo's bite had penetrated all the way down to the bone, and had torn a good chunk of flesh from me. My entire arm burns like it's on fire. With each breath I take, the areas at the edge of my vision grow darker. I'm lightheaded and starting to feel like I'm going to pass out. I can't let myself do that. The Wendigo is seemingly gone for now, but it could come back any second. I have to stay awake to get to the car. The darkness is quickly moving inward, though. I'm feeling more and more detached as each moment passes. I barely notice as my body begins to change. It's a fast transformation. not at all like the agonizingly slow one that used to happen when the wolf below would emerge. There's no pain as my limbs stretch out and the skin pulls tight against them. I don't even feel any discomfort as my face shifts into a long snout and the bones of my skull rapidly tear through the top of my head and grow over the flesh. All that I feel is an intense hunger. It's so beyond any hunger that I've ever felt that it's completely immeasurable. The desire to consume overwhelms everything else. It's all that matters. The bite. Didn't I read earlier that day that some of the Wendigo legends said that the curse or spirit or whatever can be passed on to another person through a bite or scratch? The hunger pains push all other thoughts from my mind. I barely even register that the antlers have finished growing, or that I'm starting to get to my feet. I have to feed. I have to fill this infinite void of hunger inside of me. Suddenly, the hunger is gone. For a fraction of a second, barely long enough to realize that it's happening, the Wendigo and I are one. I see through its eyes as it takes a step towards the doorway leading outside, and I hear the whispers of the entity that has infected me as it drives my body forward. There's a loud whooshing noise in my ears as everything goes black. I'm falling through an empty space with no light. I keep going down and down and down and down into the pit. It lasts for so long that I begin to wonder if I'll be falling for eternity. Now I'm at the bottom. There was no transition from the fall to being here. I didn't hit the bottom of the pit or slow down to a stop. I was simply falling, and now I'm standing. It's freezing in this place. I wrap my arms around myself in an attempt to keep warm, but it's useless. I shake uncontrollably in this cold, dark place. I don't know where I am. Maybe I'm somewhere deep inside my own mind, or maybe I've been brought into the Wendigo spirit. Does it even matter? Somewhere out there, the spirit is controlling my body and doing who knows what with it. Well, no, that part I do know, don't I? I know what it's doing. It's doing whatever it can to satisfy its insatiable hunger. Somehow it gets even colder. It isn't just that the place I'm in is freezing. The heat is being actively drawn out of me. My body has already been taken, and now this place is somehow managing to take even more from me. When the wolf and I would merge, we were both a part of it. For all intents and purposes, we were the same being. The Wendigo has invaded me and locked me away. It's violated me. The wolf and I were symbiotic. This creature is a fucking parasite. I grit my teeth as rage begins to build inside of me. This Wendigo spirit comes into my body uninvited and uses me like some sort of living marionette, all while continuing to leech away at what's left of me. It had targeted me with the express purpose of taking away everything from me and locking me in this fucking Arctic prison while it did so. It hadn't counted on something, though. I'm never alone. I know you're out there, I call into the darkness, my voice sounding oddly flat as it finds nothing to echo off of. There's no response. I hadn't really expected there to be. You know what this fucker is doing to me, I continue. Doing to us. Are we just going to let this happen? More silence. I snort. You are. You actually are. You're just going to sit back and let this thing bleed us dry until there's nothing left of us. Jesus fucking Christ. There's still no reply, but I sense that something in the darkness has shifted. This is about what happened in Broken Bend, isn't it? Fuck. You know, I was embarrassed by what happened to us there. Humiliated even. For the first time ever, we came across something bigger and badder than we are, and we ran away like a couple of fucking cowards. It was fucking humiliating. I guess it was worse for you, though, because apparently you bent over and let that thing fucking neuter you. There's a harsh snarl somewhere in the distance. Oh, that got your fucking attention, did it? Truth hurts, does it? A deep guttural growling becomes audible from somewhere to my left. I turn towards it, ignoring the cold as the temperature once again noticeably drops. We were glorious together, I say as I keep pushing. The perfect killing machine. How many people did we kill? Hundreds? Thousands? Got to the point where I just stopped keeping track. Then we have one bad day, we get our noses bloodied a little by something that we could never have expected, and you turn into a goddamn coward. The wolf roars, its voice filled with rage. 2 pinpricks of red light appear in the darkness as its eyes lock onto me. The lights grow closer as it advances. I recognize that look. I've seen it so many times in the mirror. It's pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. Where's all of this been since Broken Bend? I demand, feeling my own anger growing. Where the fuck have you been? Because here's the truth, you fucking asshole. I didn't give up on us. You did. The wolf stops moving, and its eyes grow wider. It's like I've reached out and slapped it. Yeah, you heard me. This is on you, not me. Do you have any fucking idea what I've done for you all these years? I've killed, and I've killed, and I've killed for you, all to keep you satisfied and strong until you decide to put in an appearance once every damn month. And I did it with a fucking smile on my face, because you and I have always been in this together. Then you fucking abandoned me, you goddamn prick. The beast remains still. I start to pace as my blood boils. Sweat is dripping from my face despite the cold. You know what? Fine. Fuck you. I don't need you. I don't need anyone but myself. You stay down here and keep cowering in the dark. I stop pacing and look directly forward. And you, I say as a smile stretches across my face. I see you. I reach out with both hands and wrap my fingers around the throat of the entity standing in front of me. I'm not sure when I noticed the black figure in the darkness, or if I've seen it the entire time and just haven't realized it. Whatever the case, I know that what I'm strangling is the spirit of what's infesting my body. It has a physical form in whatever this place is, just like both the wolf and I do. The spirit struggles against my grip, but it's weak, and I'm determined not to let go. In some part of my mind, I realize that this fight is, in reality, some sort of mental struggle against the Wendigo's influence, but it seems real, and I lean into that. This feeling is incredible. It's been months since I've been able to take joy in something like this, and a kill has never been as personal as this one is. I'm actually laughing. I'm trapped in a seemingly endless pit of darkness, and I'm actually laughing. It just feels so damn good. You tried to take everything from me, I whisper as the spirit slowly stops struggling. Now, I'm going to take everything that you have for myself. That rushing noise fills my ears again. A moment later, I'm back inside the cabin. All of the colors seem dull. For some reason, my perspective feels off. I lift my arms and find that they are long and thin, and the skin is pulled tight against the bone and is the color of ash. A sense of elation fills me. I've actually managed to take control of the Wendigo inside of me. It takes me a moment to realize that I'm not overtaken by the Wendigo's hunger. The overwhelming need to consume must have died with the spirit. Or something else. It's not something that I feel so much as I know. It's like an instinct. I'm certain that I can change back at any time that I wish. I close my eyes, and with one painful lurch, my body compresses and reverts to its human form. It's hard to describe, but it's like allowing a muscle to relax. Tense the muscle, and the Wendigo emerges again. I'm no longer alone. I look up and find that the Wendigo that had attacked me is standing in the doorway. It's staring at me, its jaws open slightly, and a rumbling coming from the back of its throat. I grin up at it as I point at my now healed shoulder. Why don't we try this one more time? I suggest before allowing the Wendigo inside to emerge once again. I don't wait for an answer. Instead, I charge straight ahead and crash into it, pushing us both out into the night. I wrap my long arms around it and lift it off of its feet. Even when the wolf came out, I hadn't been nearly this strong physically. I throw the Wendigo into a nearby tree as if it weighs nothing. There's a loud crack as the trunk breaks in half, setting the top of the pine crashing down onto the creature. This feels amazing. The Wendigo tosses the debris aside and gets back to its feet. Doesn't seem to be hurt in the slightest. Apparently our bodies are extremely durable as well. Good to know. I quickly figure out the downside of this form as compared to the wolf. While I'm stronger now, I'm slower and less agile. I'm not able to cross the distance between me and the other Wendigo before it's ready for me. It lunges forward and slams me down to the hard ground before stomping down onto my back. I manage to scramble out of the way before it can do the same thing again, but the damage has been done. It clearly knows how to use its strength and size better than I do. I came into this fight too cocky. I immediately realize that I'm at a different disadvantage as well. The Wendigo shrieks at me with a low, hollow scream and plunges towards me with its jaws wide open. It's attacking with wild abandon, its hunger driving it forward in a frenzy. It's a wild animal. I can't hope to match that level of aggression. What I can do, though, is be smarter. I step to the side and allow the Wendigo's momentum to carry it past me. As I do so, I dig my claws into its left eye socket. The creature squeals and pulls away. It backs up and snarls. I wasn't able to blind it, but the blood flowing down from the top of the socket is enough to impair its vision. I'll take every advantage that I can get. It lowers itself onto all fours and comes at me again. This time I'm not able to get out of the way. It twists at the last moment and clamps its jaws down my upper right arm as it digs its claws into my side. Blood runs out of the wounds. I try to pry it off of me, but it's locked on tightly and I can't get any leverage. The teeth and claws dig deeper. I can feel the excitement and triumph in the Wendigo. It's moments away from being able to tear me apart, and we both know it. I refuse to let it end like this. Thinking quickly, I get my arms under it and lift it off the ground. It doesn't let go, instead deciding to stay locked on to go for the kill. I half carry, half drag it towards the broken tree. I'm only going to have one chance at this. If I screw it up, or if the creature figures out what I'm doing, I'm going to die. About halfway to the tree, I start to stagger. The Wendigo's weight combined with the loss of blood is making it difficult to continue. I shake my head to clear it and keep going. Stopping now is not an option. I reach the broken stump. The Wendigo suddenly realizes what's happening and releases its grip on me to attempt to get away. It's too late. With one last painful effort, I lift it over my head and bring it down as hard as I can on the sharp, jagged stump. The wood drives into its side, and several pieces of the tree break through the other side of its body. The wounds are fatal. The Wendigo is twitching weakly, and it seems like it's lost control over its extremities. In less than a minute, it will succumb to its wounds. I'm not going to let that happen. I owe this beast. It's given me a great gift, and the least that I can do is grant it a quick death. Bending over, I bite down into its neck and pull back hard. There's a moment of resistance before skin, muscle, and bone tear. The Wendigo's head rips free of its body, and it falls still. I throw my own head back and roar. This kill is different from all the others. It wasn't some random person. This was a creature built for slaughter, an unnatural hunter that had killed and eaten prey for a long, long time. I had won a life and death battle against it. I'm filled with elation and a sense of new purpose. I want more. No more wasting my time spilling the blood of people that can barely defend themselves. I need more of this. The thrill of proving superiority over another predator. That's the only thing that will satisfy these new cravings that I'm having. I chuckle, the noise sounding unnatural as it comes out of my fang-like jaws. Maybe I haven't fully escaped the insatiable hunger of the Wendigo spirit after all. Maybe my hunger is just of a different nature. Closing my eyes, I ignore the stab of pain as I change into my human form. My wounds are already healing, and the bleeding has stopped. I'm going to take the remainder of the night to rest, and in the morning I'll start making plans. I only know of one place to go to find another predator worth my time. I need to go back to Broken Bend. This time, though, things will be different. I won't be blinded by primal urges. I won't be taken by surprise by what's there. I'll do my research, and I'll learn everything there is to know about the town and the mysterious inhabitant that controls it. Then, and only then, I'll begin my hunt. If you'll indulge me for a few moments, I'm going to tell you a story. When I was very young, my father taught me how to play chess. He presented it to me in the same way that most fathers do to their sons, I imagine. He said that he was going to teach me a new game. He was quite patient with me as I worked to understand it. Patience was always one of his greatest strengths. He was a clockmaker, you see, and patience is much more than a virtue in that profession. It wasn't until I was older that I learned that chess wasn't truly just a game to my father. While he made sure that it remained fun when he played against me, that was not the case when he played against others. He approached it with the seriousness that only a driven person can. The joy that I was so familiar with would never return to his eyes until the match was finished. When he played against the other residents of our small town, my father never lost. Obviously, I didn't know it at the time, but today I can safely say that he could have easily obtained the rank of Grand Master if that path had been available to him. That isn't the pride of a son talking. He really was that incredible of a player. You see, the reason that he played with such skill was because chess wasn't a game to him. It was a means to an end. Again, I didn't know that at the time. He kept that from me during my formative years. I didn't find out what drove his need to be the best until the summer of my 16th birthday. On a very hot and very dry July day, a strange man came to our town. Although it was easily 100 degrees and the nearest city was many miles away, he walked into town wearing a wool suit and hat. There didn't seem to be a bead of sweat anywhere on his face, and he was in a pleasant mood as he strolled down the dusty street. My father and I happened to be running an errand when the man put in his appearance. I remember staring at him and wondering why such a person would come to visit our little town. He seemed completely out of place. Truth be told, I believe that I would have found him to be out of place anywhere he happened to be. The man went into the town's only tavern, and I would have likely forgotten all about him if it hadn't been for my father's reaction. He had gone pale, and he stared after the man long after the tavern door had closed. I asked him what was wrong, but he ignored me. It was a long time before he set his jaw and led me home. When we reached the porch of our house, he immediately went inside and retrieved the long wooden box that contained his chess set. This wasn't the set that he had taught me how to play on. That was a simple set that he had purchased from a traveling peddler. The chess set that my father brought back outside was the one that he himself had crafted. He had carved every piece by hand until they met his incredibly lofty standards, and he had spent weeks shaping and sanding the board. He rarely played with this particular set. At the time, I didn't have the faintest idea what was happening. It took years for me to understand why he had hurried home to gather his personal chess set. The reason he had returned to the house was to retrieve his personal weapon of war. With the wooden box under his arm, he led the way back into town. It wasn't a short walk, and by the time we returned, the sun was beginning to set in the distance. My father hadn't said a single word since he had first caught a glimpse of the stranger. Without even a brief pause, he walked directly into the tavern. Feeling a large number of feelings that I wasn't prepared to put names to, I followed closely at his heels. I had never been inside this particular business before. My eyes struggled to adjust in the dim light as the scent of stale alcohol assaulted my nose. Sitting at the table in the furthest corner from the door, a bottle of wine and a nearly empty glass in front of him, was the odd stranger. Ignoring the pleasant greeting from the barkeep, my father went right over to the table and sat down across from the man. I reluctantly followed, but did not sit down in the remaining chair. Now that I was closer, I was able to get a better look at the stranger. His face was round, and the skin not covered by his thick and ragged beard was pockmarked. The hair on his head was thin, exposing much of the scalp underneath. When he smiled at my father, I saw that a number of his teeth were black. He didn't seem surprised in the slightest to see my father, nor did he have any reaction to the wooden case being opened or the chess set being placed in front of him. He simply stared ahead at my father with an unsettling grin. Once the final piece was put in its place on the board, the man finally spoke, asking what the stakes of the game were to be. "I wish for you to return my wife and my son's mother to us," my father stated immediately. I had no idea what to think about his request. My mother had died when I was only months old from a disease that had swept through the town and claimed many of the residents. I had been far too young to remember her. All that I knew about her came from the stories that my father had told me. Each one of those stories had come with a haunted look and a note of sadness. The stranger considered the request for a few moments before nodding. In a quiet, gravelly voice, he stated that should he win, my father's life and soul would be forfeit. Without hesitation, my father agreed. I don't remember the words that I said, but I do know that I objected. My father turned in his seat and sternly told me to be silent. He knew what he was doing, and it wasn't my place to question his judgment. I ceased my objections immediately. I had been raised to follow my father's commands. The match lasted for hours. I spent the time in silence, observing the changing board and working my way through why each player was making the moves that he was. While my father had taught me the various ways the pieces moved and some very general strategy, that game was where my real education began. My father played the game of his life that night. Every move he made was crafted to set up the next 5, 10, 20 moves. He used every trap that he could come up with, some of which I've never seen used by anyone else to this day. I truly believe that, for that one match, he was the greatest player that had ever lived. After the 4-hour mark, however, I came to realize that all that talent and creativity was in vain. Although there were several points where my father appeared to be on the verge of taking control, it was all smoke and mirrors on the part of the stranger. The odd man had been dictating everything about the game since the very beginning. I recognized this before my father did. I know this because, when he finally understood what was happening, I saw the blood drain from his face. The stranger was toying with him. He had lost the moment he had pushed the first pawn forward. My father kept playing. What else could he do? Conceding would mean death. Worse than death, in fact. The ending of a person's life is one thing. The loss of a person's soul is quite another. The game continued for 2 hours longer. While my father continued to look for a way out, Either a win or a draw, I put the time to good use. I observed the stranger closely, mentally deconstructing every decision he made, while also making note of even the smallest of movements and facial expressions. It wasn't long before I was able to start predicting what he would do next. To this day, I'm not as skilled at the game of chess as my father was. I'm certainly not as skilled as the stranger he was playing against. When you consider that I'm far better of a player now than I was the evening that this story takes place, it's easy to see how futile it would have been to even consider sitting across that chessboard in my father's seat when the inevitable happened. And yet, I was not only just considering it, I knew that I was going to do so. Eventually, the stranger bored of the game, and with a short flurry of aggressive moves, my father was put into checkmate. He was a proud man, and he refused to show the fear that he had to be feeling. Standing up from his chair, he thanked the stranger for the game, and asked only that he be allowed to have one final drink and a moment to say goodbye to me. The stranger obliged, pouring a bottle of the tavern's best wine and pouring a glass for both my father and himself. As they drank together, much the way that two old friends would, my father told the stranger that he had seen the man once before, back when he was just a bit older than I was. He had witnessed an elderly woman making a bargain with him that involved a simple coin flip. When she had managed to win that flip, a miracle had happened, and her body had been restored to that of a girl on the cusp of womanhood. That, my father said, was why he had challenged the stranger to the game. He knew that the man had the power to grant his request to bring my mother back from the dead, but he had been unwilling to risk such a thing on a 50-50 chance. He had figured that he could leverage his skill at chess to receive his own miracle. The stranger smiled at this. Pouring himself another glass of wine, he told my father that he had walked the earth for a long, long time, and during that time he had amassed a wealth of knowledge, more than any library could ever hope to contain. He had studied everything from science to philosophy to mathematics, even delving deeply into dark and forbidden teachings. One of the constants during all of that time had been chess. The stranger had been playing for over 1,000 years. During that time he had seen every move, every strategy that had ever been implemented. No matter how talented my father was, and he conceded that my father was one of the best he had ever seen, there was no hope of overcoming that gap in experience. The old woman with the coin had actually had much better odds of surviving her deal. My father laughed at this. I've thought about that moment many times since then, and I've come to the determination that he couldn't have done anything else at that exact moment. It was morbidly amusing. His own intellect and skill had ended up being his downfall. My father finished his drink and waved me over to stand next to him. Normally he wasn't an affectionate man, not in the ways that the term evokes thoughts of, but now he placed his hand on my shoulder and told me that he loved me. He told me that he was sorry that he had struck the deal that was now leaving me an orphan, but that he hoped someday that I would understand why he had made it. I was surprised to see him shed a tear as he said that his only regret was that he wouldn't be alive to see the man that he knew I would become. Telling me to turn around so that I wouldn't see what was coming, he returned his attention to the stranger and said that he was ready. For what I believed to be the first time, I disobeyed him and bore witness to the life instantly draining from him and his body falling lifelessly to the tavern floor. The stranger whistled to himself as he paid no attention to the corpse across the table from him. Instead, he simply stood up, placed money on the table to pay for the wine, and put on his coat as he prepared to leave. I knew that it was now or never. Stepping over my father's body, I told the man that I wished to play against him in a game of chess just as my father had done. He watched me silently for a long moment, amusement dancing in his eyes as he sized me up. Finally, he asked me if I was prepared to wager my life and soul just as my father had. Without hesitation, I told him that I was. When he asked what I wished to have if I won, I had the answer at the ready. I want to know everything that you know, I told him firmly. That seemed to catch him off guard. I'm sure that he had been expecting me to wish for my father returned to life, or maybe my mother. He tilted his head slightly as his eyes narrowed. Eventually, however, he agreed to the terms. I informed him that I would need the day to prepare and that he was welcome to meet me at my home when the sun set. This was also agreed to. With the deal struck, I hurried back to the house that I now owned. He likely believed that I was a poor son because I left his body in the tavern for the authorities to deal with. Perhaps I was. I loved my father, and under normal circumstances I would have made laying him to rest my main priority. I convinced myself that the best way to honor him would be to humble the person that had taken his life. Instead of immediately going inside, I went around to the backyard and to the large shed that my father used as his workshop. Sitting on the workbench, a thin cloth placed over it to keep dust from collecting on it, was a small chest clock made of wood and brass. The detailed woodwork wasn't yet completed, but the clock itself was in working order. I collected it and went into the house. I spent the next few hours tidying up the front room and setting up the chessboard that I had been taught to play on. I moved all of the furniture out of the way so the round table was the only thing in the center of the room. When I had finished, I placed the chess clock down carefully next to the board. By the time the knock I was expecting came at the door, I had changed into my formal clothing, eaten a small bit of supper, and had a bottle of my father's best wine uncorked and ready to pour. I opened the door for the stranger. He had the same wide grin on his face that he had earlier in the day. He greeted me politely and accepted my invitation to sit down at the table. Picking up the wine bottle, he examined the label for a moment before pouring us each a glass. He had no argument when I told him that I preferred to use a chess clock rather than have untimed turns. The stranger did, however, raise an eyebrow when I informed him that I only had placed a single minute on each side. If a player's time ran out or that player was placed in checkmate, he would lose and the other person would claim his reward. With what could only be described as uncertainty, the man agreed on the condition that I go first. I nodded once and started my clock, quickly moving a pawn forward before pressing the switch in the clock to pass the turn. As the stranger began to make his move, I reached under the table and snapped a small piece of twine that I had tied there as I had been making preparations. A heavy object dropped onto my hand, and I felt the cool touch of metal against my skin. Pulling the single-shot pistol out from under the table, I pointed directly at the man's face as his hand froze with the pawn between his fingers. When the shock of what had happened wore off, the stranger's face contorted in anger. He yelled that I had no right to threaten him like this, and he demanded that I toss the weapon away so that we can continue our game as two men would. I didn't say anything as I kept the pistol right where it was and stared back at him. This part had been a gamble. There's no way to know for sure that the weapon could harm the stranger. His reaction was all the confirmation that I needed, though. My silence enraged him further. He listed off a number of things he was going to do to me that were quite unpleasant, and I learned quite a few new terms during his tirade. The veins on his neck stood out prominently as he screamed, spittle flying through the air. This was obviously a man used to getting what he wanted, and being the one to make the threats. This was obviously a man used to getting what he wanted and being the one to make the threats. As he was taking a deep breath in preparation to launch into more shouting, the chess clock dinged as his time ran out. I placed the gun down on the table and crossed my hands over it. The stranger's eyes bulged as he realized what I had done. He collapsed down into his chair and stared at me for a long moment, completely dumbfounded. I could see it all over his face and demeanor. He had failed to set any kind of parameters for our match due to his own arrogance, and that had led to his defeat. I have to admit that I felt satisfaction as I watched him come to grips with that realization. The smile eventually returned to the stranger's face as he conceded defeat. He told me that it had been hundreds of years since he had been outsmarted, and bowed slightly as he congratulated me. Reaching out his right hand, he told me that a deal was a deal, and he would now pass on to me everything that he knew. I'm not even going to attempt to describe the feeling of having centuries of knowledge shoved into your mind all at once. A lesser man would have been driven insane by the experience, and I sometimes wonder if the stranger intended that to be my fate. I endured, however, and within the space of 10 minutes I had my prize. It would be years until I was able to fully process all of it and put it all together in a way that was truly useful, but I had the information that I had sought. Once the exchange was complete, the stranger nodded once and told me that he would be on his way. As he stood up from his chair, I once again raised the pistol, and this time I pulled the trigger. The shot went right through the center of his forehead, and he slumped back down into the chair, dead. He had, after all, killed my father, and now that debt was paid. I'm telling you all of this because I feel like you need a reminder as to how I approach my affairs. I'm not just a master at the game itself. I play angles that don't even exist in the game, and I always come out the winner in the end. There is a reason why so many people in need come to Silas Pembroke, why you yourself came to me. So yes, Mr. Lewis, I am sure that we're approaching the endgame. I am sure that things are falling into place. I believe that you're reading the signs correctly, and the last piece you need to finally bring this old vendetta of yours to a close can be found in Broken Bend. So now then, shall we get started? Most of the drive had been spent in silence, and that's the way that I prefer it. I've known the man sitting behind the steering wheel for many years. He's been there since the beginning, really, at least the beginning that matters. Silas Pembroke was there when a young army corporal arrived at an abandoned French chateau looking for a twisted monster in some misguided attempt to find redemption from an act of cowardice. He guided that same naive boy to the monster he sought, and he had been there to intervene when the boy had failed. He'd even given that boy a flicker of hope when the monster had forever changed him. I owe Pembroke a lot. I've done much to repay that debt over the long years, but I still owe him. That doesn't mean that I have to like him. Still, he's the only one that I can trust to get me to where I need to go without asking many questions or raising any red flags. The monster has its head turned towards other things at the moment, and I'd like for it to stay that way. We left the highway over an hour ago, and I know that we're getting closer to my destination. I glance over my shoulder at Eleanor. The large black dog is stretched out across the car's back seat, her head laying on her crossed front legs. She's drowsing, although she isn't actually sleeping. She's extremely calm, just like she almost always is. I turn back around in my seat just in time to see a white sign welcoming us to the small town of Broken Bend, North Dakota. The road is lined with trees on both sides. If there's a town up ahead, there isn't much besides the sign to give any indication of it. After a few minutes, we come to a curve in the road, and in the middle of that curve is a large tree. The road splits around it, going off in different directions. A literal broken bend. Clever. I tell Pembroke to pull the car over next to the fork. I hadn't planned to have him drive me all the way into town, and this seems like as good a place as any to part ways. The car rolls to a stop near the tree. I'm opening my door almost before the wheels have finished moving. I hear a click as Pembroke releases the car trunk. Going around the side of the vehicle, I lift it and take 2 bags out. I set the longer of the 2 on the pavement before slinging the old worn backpack over my shoulders. Picking the larger one back up, I close the trunk and let Eleanor out. She steps down out of the car and stretches before yawning. I've barely got the door closed before the car is moving again. Our eyes lock for a moment as Pembroke turns the vehicle around and heads back the way we had come from. He nods once as he passes by, and that's it. I'm on my own. I glance down at Eleanor. Well, not really alone. I scratch her behind the ears before we start walking towards town. It's a pleasant early spring day. There's some of winter's chill left in the air, but not enough to take away from the enjoyable feeling of the breeze on my skin. It's been quite a while since I've been outdoors like this. It's not often that I'm able to go for a long walk or simply move along at a leisurely pace. Normally I'm rushing from one place to another. Feels good to stretch my legs again. After we've walked a little more than a mile, I glance around to make sure that we're still alone before turning to my right and going into the tree line. There's a dead tree with its top half broken off, one that I can easily distinguish from the other trees. I nod to myself as I set the large bag down the forest floor and take off my backpack. This will do. I open the backpack and remove a folding camping shovel. Checking one more time to make sure that no one's watching, I quickly dig a hole in the ground and deposit the large bag inside of it. Making sure that it's deep enough to be concealed but shallow enough to be easily removed, I push the dirt on top of it until it's fully buried. Eleanor stares at me silently as I wipe off the shovel and return it to my backpack. We return to the road and continue our walk. We get maybe another half a mile before a black pickup truck approaches. It has a bank of lights bolted to the top of the cab, and as it gets closer I can see that it has government plates. The driver pulls the truck off the side of the road. The driver pulls the truck off the side of the road across from us and brings it to a stop. The side door is adorned with the logo of the Broken Bend Police Department. I stop walking and motion for Eleanor to sit down beside me. A man in his late 40s or early 50s opens the door and steps out of the pickup. He's not wearing a uniform, but even if there wasn't a clearly visible badge hanging from his belt, I would still know that he's a cop. Police officers that have been on the job for a long time carry themselves in a certain way. He greets me in a friendly tone and introduces himself as Chuck Carter, Broken Bend's chief of police. He's being very polite, but his smile doesn't extend to his eyes. It's obvious that he's taking my measure as he tries to figure out who this stranger is that's approaching his town. Peter Lewis, I introduce myself, giving him the same empty smile that he's giving me. Carter turns his attention to Eleanor. He and the dog stare at each other for a moment before he states that Broken Bend has leash laws for pets out in public places. I quickly apologize and tell him that I was unaware that there was a local ordinance in place, and that I have a leash in my backpack and that I'd be happy to attach it to her collar. He doesn't care about the leash, of course. We both know that. This is just an excuse to have a formal reason to get more information about me. He assures me that it isn't a big deal, and that as long as I use the leash from now on it will be fine. Cocking his head slightly, he tells me that he'll just need to see some identification so that he can make a note of the warning. Before I reach for my wallet, I inform him that I'm carrying a handgun in a holster on my waist that is being covered up by my coat. It's best that I'm the one to bring up the weapon, as it makes a statement that I'm not attempting to hide anything. I tell him that my concealed carry permit is in my wallet along with my identification. I then ask him about how he would like me to proceed. It's a simple question, but it's accomplishing two things. It's making it clear to Carter that I consider him to be in charge of the situation. He's way out of his depth, of course, but that's not how I want him to feel. My question is also designed to be a bit of a test. There's a right way to handle a situation like this, and there are a lot of wrong ways. How this plays out will tell me a lot about the person in charge of the local law enforcement. Carter thanks me for being honest and open, and that he appreciates me making sure that there won't be any misunderstandings. A final word comes out with a bit of emphasis that makes it quite clear as to what he's getting at. He tells me in an almost conversational tone that, to ensure that one of those misunderstandings doesn't happen right now, I should probably put my gun down on the road, just to be on the safe side. Without hesitation, I do as he asks. Using just the tips of my fingers, I lift the handgun from the holster by the grip and gently place it onto the concrete. Standing back up, I go into my pocket and produce my wallet. I hand it over to him and wait patiently as he digs through its contents. He sees something inside and looks up. Raising an eyebrow, he asks if I am a serviceman. He must have found my military identification card. Yes, sir, I tell him. Corporal Peter Lewis of the United States Army. I left to work in the private sector a few years ago. That isn't technically a lie, depending on how one interprets a few years. The conversation turns to the reason why I'm here in Broken Bend. I tell him that, since leaving the Army, I've been feeling a bit disillusioned with civilian life. I smile crookedly as I say that I was apparently never meant to work behind a desk, as I've always had a bit of a wandering spirit. Because of this, I've taken a sabbatical from my job so that I can travel for a while, hiking and camping across some of the northern states while I clear my head and figure out exactly what I want to do with the rest of my life. I sheepishly admit that it's likely some sort of early midlife crisis, something that I feel like I have to get out of my system. All of it is a lie. A well-rehearsed one, but a lie nonetheless. I wonder what he would say if I just came right out and told him why I'm really here. This town he calls home is lighting up like a massive beacon to anyone who knows what to look for. Seemingly satisfied with my story, Carter hands me back my wallet and tells me to go ahead and put my gun back into its holster. He tells me that he was in the Navy during his younger years, and that he understands how hard it is to adjust back into civilian life. As he returns to his pickup, he asks if I need a ride into town. I politely decline the invitation and thank him for the offer. I wait until the truck has disappeared from view before allowing the smile to fall from my face and turning my attention to Eleanor. Out of the corner of my eye, I had noticed her turning her attention away from what was happening and focusing on the woods on the far right side of the road. It had been subtle enough that the officer hadn't noticed. She was my constant companion, and I knew when something piqued her interest. "Show me," I instruct her. Eleanor hurries across the street and into the trees, making sure to stay close enough to me so that I can follow. Most dogs would have had their noses to the ground as they followed a scent. She's a much different breed, however. Her face remains pointing forward, her nose pulling in the smells from the air as her eyes dart back and forth. She's eerily quiet despite her bulk. I can barely hear her paws pressing into the leaves and other debris on the forest floor. The deeper we go into the woods, the thicker the canopy overhead becomes. More and more of the sun is blocked by the overhanging branches until it becomes dim enough for me to have to concentrate to distinguish Eleanor from the rest of my surroundings. The area near the road had smelled of clean air and pine. Here, that is replaced by the smell of rotting wood and fungus. After nearly an hour, Eleanor stops next to a small creek. There isn't much water flow, and is only 5 feet or so across and less than a foot deep. The dog approaches it and lowers her head to sniff it. At first it seems like she's going to take a drink, but instead the hairs on the back of her neck stand up and her lips pull back from her teeth in a growl. I get closer to the water and kneel, putting my backpack down next to me. I open it and dig around for a few seconds until I find a small plastic box. Inside is a number of small instruments, but I ignore them and instead remove a pair of rubber gloves from inside. I slip them on before dipping the index finger of my right hand into the water. When I pull it back out, I notice that the water isn't dripping off quite right. That's an odd thing to say, but that's exactly what's happening. It's like the droplets are falling just a millisecond too slowly. I turn my head to the left. That's the direction the creek is flowing from. If there really is something wrong with it, the source of that issue is likely upstream. Eleanor and I follow the creek deeper into the woods. After a few minutes, the dim light begins to brighten, and soon we emerge into a large clearing. At the center of it is a small lake, its still surface reflecting the sunlight. We walk along the edge until we reach a river on the other side that feeds into the lake. I test the water with one gloved hand to find that whatever is happening further downstream is also happening here. That means we need to keep going. The river leads back into the woods. We haven't been following it for more than a couple of minutes when we come to a cave-like rock outcropping that the water is flowing out of. Now we're getting somewhere. Being careful to avoid stepping into the water, we follow a narrow path that runs along the river into the cave. We stop just long enough for me to take a flashlight out of my backpack and turn it on before proceeding into the darkness. Eleanor doesn't need the light, but there's nothing special about my eyes, so I certainly do. The path has a number of twists and turns. We pass half a dozen side passages. It would be extremely easy to get lost in here. We're careful to keep following the river, however. There's no point in taking any risks. Eleanor begins to growl again. This time it's much deeper and louder. We're getting close to something. We move around a tight corner and find ourselves in front of a large pool. It's roughly 20 feet across. There aren't any other water sources connecting into it that I can see. It must be filled by underground waterways, and it drains out via the river. Eleanor's teeth are bared as she keeps her eyes locked in the pool. She moves away from it slowly until her back is up against the rock wall. I've never seen her like this. My first instinct is to just get the hell out of there, run back out of the cave and put as much distance between it and me as possible. I may not have Eleanor's senses, but I don't need them to know that something is very wrong here. I ignore that impulse. Instead, I move to the edge of the pool and shine the flashlight down into the water. The water is dark, and the beam doesn't penetrate very far down into it. I set it down on the ground to retrieve a small glow stick from my backpack. I crack it and shake the chemicals inside until it's illuminated with a bright green light. I drop it into the pool and watch as it sinks. There isn't anything for the first dozen feet or so. The light suddenly illuminates something deeper in the pool as it continues to descend. It's too far down for me to see it clearly. Whatever it is, it's large and it's moving. My eyes widen as I realize that I'm looking down at a mass of tentacles. I scramble back to my feet and grab the flashlight. Without a word, Eleanor and I hurry back towards the cave exit, moving as quickly as we can on the slippery rock. I keep expecting to hear some horrible creature give chase, but we make it back outside without incident. We don't stop moving until we're past the lake and back inside the forest, and even then we only pause to rest for a moment before pushing on back to the road. I'm not sure what it is that I just saw, but in my experience, monstrous creatures hiding in dark caves rarely turn out to be a good thing. I'm tempted to call in some help. Until I know what's actually going on, though, I don't know if that's actually necessary or, if it is, what kind of assistance to ask for. I need more information. There's really only one way to get that. I fish Eleanor's leash out of my backpack and attach it to her collar. If there are any answers, they're likely going to be found in town. It turns out that we're not very far from civilization. After less than half an hour of walking, we arrive at our destination. Broken Bend is what I can best describe as idyllic. If I was to try to picture a small American town at the base of a mountain, this is exactly the place that would come to mind. The downtown area is made of older but well-maintained buildings on both sides of the street. They line the main road as it runs towards the snow-capped mountain in the distance. Most of them are businesses owned and operated by town residents. I also spot what appears to be the mayor's office on the opposite side of the road. Eleanor and I pass one building that has a sign in the window announcing it as the police station. I look through the glass and see Chief Carter talking to some of his officers. I furrow my brow. There seems to be a surprisingly high police presence for such a small town. The sun is beginning to set in the distance. I doubt that I'll be able to learn much, if anything, before dark. The best course of action is to find a place to stay for the night, get some food and sleep, and start fresh in the morning. I locate a small motel at the edge of downtown. We go inside and I see the woman behind the desk's eyes immediately go to Eleanor. Now for the tricky part. I politely tell her that my dog and I are visiting Broken Bend. We were hoping to get a room for the night. Before she can say anything, I tell her that I don't know her motel's policy on pets, but if there's a rule against it, I'd be very appreciative if she would see fit to break that rule just this once. This is the only place that I know of to stay tonight, and besides, Eleanor is a very well-behaved dog that won't give her any issues. For her part, Eleanor is playing the role of a sweet, innocent dog to perfection. Her head is slightly down, and her eyes are wide as they peer up at the woman. She even raises up one paw as if asking to shake. All dogs can be cute when they want to. Eleanor can be downright dramatic. It turns out that the motel does allow pets, so all of her acting was for nothing. Or maybe not. The woman reaches behind the counter and presents a dog treat to her. She eagerly steps forward and devours it. We get food from a nearby barbecue restaurant. As I'm ordering, I make it a point to purchase half a dozen bottles of water from the cooler next to the counter. The thought of that thing lounging in the cave pool that was directly connected to the town's water supply makes me very wary of using tap water for anything. I'm sure that there are many filters involved with cleaning it, but still, I'm not going to take any chances. After eating, we return to the motel and turn in for the night. I do, anyway. Eleanor lays down on the rug so that she's facing the door and sets her head on her paws. While she will be lazy from time to time and sometimes zones out, she doesn't actually need sleep. That, along with her many other talents, makes her the perfect guard dog. As I lay in bed, my thoughts turn from the monster in the woods to my own personal one. It's been almost 80 years since I first encountered it as I laid scared in that hospital bed. 80 years since I returned to that place looking for it and finding it empty. Almost empty. Pembroke had been there. He had directed me to where the monster now called home. He had warned me that a terrible fate awaited me if I continued down the path that I was on. I had thought that he meant the monster would kill me, but I had been wrong. It had instead been impressed by my ill-conceived sense of duty. It changed me into whatever it is that I am now, and it had used a truly horrific method of forcing me to serve it. I've looked for a way to break free ever since. I have no doubt that the monster knows that. I think that watching me struggle amuses it. It's nothing if not confident. Too confident. It doesn't believe that it can possibly be harmed, but I know better. I know why it conducts its experiments. It can be killed. That window is closing, though. I need to find something powerful enough before it manages to complete its work. Hopefully that something is here in Broken Bend. The initial data seem to suggest it's a good possibility, and I now know for a fact that there's more than a small amount of town to be found here. I must have drifted off, because I'm suddenly waking up to Eleanor tugging on my hand. Her mouth is around my fingers, but she's being extremely careful not to accidentally push her teeth into my flesh. I immediately snap to full consciousness. It's a habit that I picked up in the war, and I've had it ever since. She leads me over to the motel room window before letting go of my hand. Pressing myself up against the wall next to it to conceal myself as much as possible, I pull back the edge of the curtain and look out. It's dark outside. The only illumination is from a series of streetlights, but the light they produce doesn't reach far. I don't see anything unusual. A man suddenly walks into view. He isn't on the sidewalk, but is instead walking down the middle of the road. There's an odd stiffness to his gait, like his limbs aren't fully used to moving. My first thought is that he's drunk. It doesn't seem right, though. Typically the movements of a drunk person are more loose than stiff. A moment later, two women appear, going in the same direction that the man is. One of them is on the far sidewalk, while the other is walking with one foot in the street gutter. They're both moving with that same disjointed motion that the man is. More and more people join them. Soon there is what looks like half the town population walking past the window. I can't see where they're headed from my angle, but it appears as if they're all going to the same place. I wait for the street to be empty once again before leaving the window. Quickly getting dressed, I hook my gun holster onto my belt and pull on my backpack. I go over to the door and open it as slowly as I can. Quick glance outside confirms that there aren't any stragglers that have been left behind. The entire procession of people is farther up the street, and none of them appear to be looking back. I look down at Eleanor and instruct her to go get the bag that I buried earlier in the day. She gives me a disapproving look and doesn't move. I assure her that I'll be fine, and that the sooner she gets the bag, the sooner she can come find me. With one last unhappy glare, she runs off into the night. Taking a deep breath, I leave the motel room and follow the people down the street. I stick to the shadows, staying close to the sides of the buildings and out of the reach of the lampposts. It's not difficult to maintain a consistent distance. They're all moving at the same slow yet steady pace. When they reach the edge of town, they don't follow the road as it curves. Instead, the entire crowd walks into the nearby woods. I frown. This just became a lot more difficult. I don't have much of a choice, though. If I want to know what's going on, I need to keep going. I watch as the last person, a child of about 10 or 11, disappears into the foliage before hurrying over to the tree line. I pause for a few moments to listen. It's difficult to hear anything over the crowd trampling through the underbrush. Something catches my attention. I look down to find that a thick fog is starting to pour out of the woods. There's no way that it's natural. The weather conditions aren't right for fog, and besides, I refuse to believe that anything is that coincidental. I enter the woods, being as careful as I can to make as little noise as possible. It's difficult to see anything in the near total darkness, but I can still hear the noise being made by the crowd of people, so I follow that. More than once I nearly fall on my face as I trip over a branch or tree root. Each time I barely manage to catch myself at the last second. I follow the people for what feels like hours, but is probably only about 20 minutes. I start to notice a light up ahead, and silhouettes of stumbling people become visible a dozen yards ahead of me. Crouching down to make sure that I'm not somehow seen, I continue forward until I reach the edge of the trees. I stay concealed in the brush as I stare out at one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Somehow I've been led to the lake that Eleanor and I found earlier. I'm on the other side of it now, though. The crowd is standing at the edge of the water and looking out over it silently. The light is coming from the lake itself. It's difficult to see through the mass of bodies, but I can just make out a blue glow under the surface of the water. The mysterious fog is also billowing out of it and onto the shore. I squint. Everything that's happening in Broken Bend seems to come back to the water supply. I almost jump out of my skin as something touches my leg. My hand going to my gun, I turn slightly to find that Eleanor has caught up with me. She's brought the long bag, and it still has quite a bit of dirt on it. I motion her to follow me as I retreat further back into the woods, picking up the bag as I go. I'm going to need some light, and to do that safely I need to put some distance between me and the Broken Bend residents. Once I'm sure that we're far enough away, I stop and set the bag back down on the ground. I take my cell phone out of my pocket and turn it on so that I can use the flashlight app. As I'm doing so, I notice that I don't have any voicemails or texts. Good. That means that my absence still hasn't been noticed. I unzip the bag and pull it open. Carefully arranged inside are a number of items, but my attention is immediately on the long rifle strapped to the middle. I wince as the Velcro on the straps makes a tearing noise. I listen long enough to make sure that no one heard it before continuing. The weapon is heavy, but I find that weight comforting. It's a Springfield Model 1903, a combination infantry and sniper rifle that I've had and trained with since my days in the Army. Much like me, it's a relic of a bygone era, and most of the parts have been replaced over the years. There are more accurate sniper rifles these days, ones capable of hitting targets from much longer distances while also doing more damage. None of that matters to me. This weapon is an old friend. I know every inch of it, and it's never let me down. I take off my backpack and sling the rifle over my shoulder. Once I've adjusted it into a comfortable position, I open one of the boxes in the bag and take out the magazines inside. I slip them into my pockets. I don't have nearly enough bullets to defend myself against an entire town's worth of people, but my hope is that it doesn't come to that. Feeling much better about my situation, I return to the clearing, Eleanor walking along beside me. The gathered people are still staring at the glowing lake, and as far as I can tell, none of them have moved a muscle. I'm barely settled in behind one of the trees when that changes. As if they are obeying some silent command, all the people in the crowd fall to their knees and turn their faces upward towards the sky. I glance upward. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. I turn my attention back to the lake just in time to see something massive begin to rise out of it. I can't tell what it is. As it continues upward, I find that I'm looking at the skeleton of a giant creature. It is face up, and its pointed ribs reach out over the heads of the kneeling crowd. Its long neck is attached to a lizard-like skull, and bone wings stretch out to each side. It takes me a few moments, but I eventually identify it as the remains of a snallygaster. It's an extremely rare creature, a combination of a giant lizard and bird. I haven't heard of a single sighting of one in over 50 years, and never one in this part of the country before. In the center of the ribcage, floating a few inches above the bones of the snallygaster's spine, is a being that I've never seen before. It is thin, almost emaciated, and the gray skin is pulled tightly against its delicate-looking bones. Its two tube-like arms each end in 4 long appendages. Its pair of legs hang down in the air, their 3 toes hovering just above the dead animal's remains. Nearly translucent, leathery wings extend from its back. The head is a perfect sphere. It doesn't have a face or any other features. Instead, there are 2 large holes that open up into the center of the skull. I'm having a hard time looking at the being. No, that's not quite right. It's more that I'm having problems processing what I'm seeing. Whenever I try to closely inspect it, it's like my mind simply slips away from it. More skeletons are rising out of the water. Many of them are human, but there are also various monsters and other creatures present as well. Some of them I recognize. Many of them I don't. I've never seen so many paranormal creatures in one place. A group of 5 people emerge from the woods on the other side of the lake. They are struggling to pull something free of the brush. Raising my rifle, I look down the scope to get a better view. The people are holding thick chains, and the other end of those chains are wrapped around what appears to be a Sasquatch. The ape-like creature looks terrified, and it is struggling for all it's worth. Its efforts aren't enough, though, and its captors manage to drag it out to the edge of the lake and hold it still. The unknown being slowly floats down from its position over the snallygaster until it is standing over the chained animal. The Sasquatch looks up and suddenly stops struggling. Its eyes and mouth open wide as blood begins to run out of its ears. Bending down slightly, the being moves its head closer. As I watch, dozens, if not hundreds, of tentacles extend out from the holes in its skull. Each of them is covered in sharp barbs, and the suckers have razor-like points in the center. They lash out and attach themselves to the side of the Sasquatch's head. The creature cries out for a split second before it goes completely limp. Its handlers step away, and the tentacles lift the animal's body up into the air as they continue to feed. "Praise eternal call," the crowd says as one. An unpleasant thought enters my mind. There are rumors. Rumors of entities that exist in the cold, dark spaces between universes. Entities more ancient than ancient, so beyond our comprehension that to look at them is to invite in madness. Another small group of people appear, dragging another creature towards the entity. It's taller than I am and at least twice as wide. It walks on 2 legs while using the knuckles of its long arms to steady itself like a gorilla. It is hairless with brown skin. A long whip-like tail extends from its back. Its neck is oddly long. Even though it's distorted, the face is vaguely human. Oversized pointed teeth hang from its open mouth. The creature looks like someone smashed the worst parts of a werewolf and vampire together. I recognize it immediately as a Vraicolicus, an undead monstrosity that until now I had thought were long gone from the face of the earth. As I watch, the Vraicolicus suddenly lunges to one side, lifting its captors off their feet and breaking free of the chains. It reaches out with one large hand and crushes the nearest person's skull flat like there's no resistance at all. Blood and brain matter leak to the ground. Roaring defiantly, it charges another townsperson and tramples him flat into the dirt. The being known as Kull slowly floats towards the monster. The Vraicolicus turns to face it and bashes its fists against the ground defiantly. Before it can do anything, though, Kull raises one of its thin arms and points towards it. The Vraicolicus's body goes stiff, and although it visibly struggles, it doesn't seem able to move a muscle. Kull reaches in and leans forward, the tentacles once again extending outward from the cavities in the being's skull. Instead of latching on like they had to the Sasquatch, though, the mouth-like suckers open and a thick black fluid begins to flow out of them. It resembles bile, and I feel my stomach churn as it pours down the Vraicolicus's throat. Kull lowers its arms, and the Vraicolicus's paralysis is broken. It makes a choking noise as it collapses, its body going into violent convulsions. Slowly, the seizures lessen until they stop entirely. Haltingly at first, the Vraicolicus gets off the ground and puts itself into the same kneeling position as the human worshippers. "Praise eternal call," the crowd chants again. The monster is completely under Kull's control. That black fluid has to be how it's enthralled the entire town of Broken Bend. For it to have done that on such a large scale without word getting out about it seems impossible, though. I have to be missing something. The answer hits me. The water. That's how it did it. It must have released its bile into the local water supply, and the moment the residents had drunk the water, they'd been infected. Eleanor begins to growl. I don't even have time to look over at her before I hear branches crack as something approaches. It's not a person. I could tell that immediately. It's much too large. I turn towards the noise and find myself staring into the face of a full-grown bear. I hadn't even considered that the local animals would have drunk from the water as well. The bear charges towards me. I barely manage to roll out of the way before it collides with the tree that I was hiding behind. There's a loud crack as its weight smashes into the wood. Before I can turn around, I'm already scrambling towards Eleanor. There's no time for me to get the rifle off my shoulder and take a shot. She's my only chance. My hand closes around her collar, and I release it. Eleanor unleashes an unholy howl as her body rapidly expands. Her black fur thickens and spikes out, and her fangs lengthen and sharpen. When she's finished growing, she's as tall as I am while still standing on all fours. She opens her mouth to reveal burning flames deep in her throat. Steam fills the air around her. Her eyes, resembling two lumps of burning coals, lock onto the bear as she steps between it and me. It's over quickly. There are very few things in the world that could stand up to the fury of a full-blooded hellhound. Before the bear can even take a step forward, Eleanor opens her mouth and spews fire hotter than any natural flame. The entire right half of the animal's body is instantly incinerated, and the burning carcass falls to the forest floor in a heap. A number of trees and plants behind it have been set aflame as well. I unsling my rifle and pull the bolt to load a shot into the chamber. The Broken Bend residents, as well as Call, are looking directly at us. As one, the people raise their right arms and point at us as the fog coming out the lake thickens and rises. Eleanor takes a step forward. "No," I snap at her. "Get back to town." There's a look of surprise in her face as she turns to follow me as I run through the dark woods. I've never expressed doubt in her ability to kill something before. The odds are too stacked against us, though, and we have no idea what else Call itself is capable of. I don't like the idea of heading back towards hostile territory. The residents of the town are obviously going to know it better than I am, and that takes away hiding as an option. It's still a better option than staying in the woods, however. It's too easy to be surrounded here, too easy to be overwhelmed. I risk glancing over my shoulder. I don't see Call, but a number of its infected are in pursuit. We have to be close to town now. At any moment I'm going to see the lights of the street lamps. When that happens, I'm going to have to make some fast decisions. If Eleanor can buy me enough time, I can get one of the cars parked downtown hot-wired and we can drive right out. There's movement to my right. Something large comes lunging out of the darkness. It goes right past me and slams into Eleanor. She lets out a surprised yelp, and both she and her attacker disappear from sight. I instinctively come to a stop so that I can change direction to help her. My pursuers are too close, though, and I almost immediately have to start running again. I just have to hope that Eleanor will be able to deal with whatever it was that went after her. I reach the edge of the woods and continue on towards the town itself. Hiding isn't an option, and I'm not going to leave without Eleanor. That just leaves fighting. I can't do that from here, though. As I approach the police station, I see what I'm looking for. A fire escape on the side of the building leading up to the roof. I look back to check on the progress of the people chasing me. They've fallen further behind. It's doable, but it's going to be close. I reach the side of the building. Instead of climbing up the fire escape, however, I continue down the small space between this building and the one next to it. I duck behind a pair of trash cans and wait, hoping that it's dark enough in the alley to conceal me. The small group of people chasing me catch up a few moments later. They rush down the alley and past where I'm hunched down, not noticing me as they hurry by. After they disappear around the corner, I wait a few seconds before returning to the fire escape and climbing up to the roof. If I had simply gone for the fire escape, they would have seen me going up to the roof. Now, though, it will take a while for them to locate me. That gives me a tactical advantage, and at this point I'm going to need every advantage that I can get. I keep as low as I can as I move to the edge of the roof. Setting the barrel of the rifle down on the short brick ledge, I use the scope to scan the trees in the direction I just came from. More residents are emerging from the woods and heading in this direction. I have a momentary internal debate. I don't want to kill any of these people. What's happening to them isn't their fault. If I don't, though, they're likely going to kill me. Right now is my best chance to increase my odds of survival. I put the nearest one in the scope. My thoughts are interrupted when Eleanor suddenly appears. She flies through the air out of the tree line and onto the road. Landing hard, she shakes her head and gets back to her feet unsteadily. She bares her teeth as she watches the woods. A moment later, another beast emerges from the woods. It's the Vraicolicus. Eleanor doesn't wait for the creature to reach her. Instead, she charges forward and sinks her teeth into its shoulder. It barely seems to notice the wound as it reaches over, pulls her loose, and smashes her onto the ground. Even from this distance, I can hear her yelp of pain. I grit my teeth and carefully take aim with the rifle. I don't know much about Vraicolicises, but it's obvious that it's going to be hard to bring it down and keep it down. Eleanor is trying to fight back, but the Vraicolicus isn't giving her time to. Every time that she attempts to attack, it uses its bulk to interrupt her and cause more damage. A few bullets isn't going to kill this thing. They might be able to buy her some time to recover. I aim carefully, release the breath I'm holding, and fire. The moment that the shot is away, I'm already sliding the bolt to load another. Military training never really goes away, not completely. The Vraicolicus' head snaps back as the round strikes it directly in the eye. I'm a very good shot, but placing one in such a small target from this distance is just as much luck as it is skill. The creature clutches at its face and staggers back a single step. That's enough for Eleanor. She throws her body forward, knocking the Vraicolicus completely off its feet. Opening her jaws wide, she bathes the creature in a wave of flame. I hear a scraping noise from behind me. Instantly dropping the rifle, I pull my handgun from its holster and spin around. One of the townspeople has climbed up onto the roof and is charging towards me. I fire the weapon, and he collapses as he's struck in the chest. I rush over to him and put a second bullet into his head to be sure he stays down. Returning to the rifle, I'm shocked to find that the Vraicolicus has somehow made it back to its feet. Large sections of its skin are burned and melted away, the charred bone underneath exposed. It barely seems to notice. Eleanor opens her mouth again, but before she can breathe fire, the creature clamps its hand down on her jaws and closes them. The other hand comes up and slams into the side of her head. It continues to hit her again and again. I can't line up a shot to help her. Her body is in the way. More noise behind me. I turn my head and see that two more of the infected residents are climbing up onto the roof. For the first time, I'm starting to feel real panic rising in me. Even if I take care of these people, they're just going to keep coming. I definitely won't be any help to Eleanor if I'm torn apart. Grabbing the rifle with my free hand, I shoot both the infected before hurrying back over to the fire escape. I look down at the street and swear violently. There are easily a dozen infected down there, and there are more on the fire escape itself. I'm trapped on the roof. I point the gun down at the approaching people. It's bad odds, but I might be able to fight my way to street level. From there, I'll need to lose the other infected and find a new vantage point to try and help Eleanor. A large group of people come around the corner and enter the alley. So much for that idea. There's far too many of them now. I try to work out a plan. There has to be some sort of way out of this. There's always a way out. I run over to the other side of the roof, hoping to find another way down or another roof close enough to jump to. The fire escape is the only way down. I raise the rifle and briefly return my attention to Eleanor. She's lying on her side in the road, panting heavily and not getting back up. I can only hope that she's just had the wind knocked out of her, or that she's momentarily stunned. I have a clear shot at the Vraicolicus now. Pausing for just a moment to account for the wind, I pull the trigger and fire. The bullet strikes the creature in the side of the neck, and it roars in frustration. I haven't heard it, but I do think I'm starting to piss it off. The infected have reached the roof. One by one, they climb over the top of the fire escape and start towards me. Most of them are unarmed, but some are carrying makeshift weapons like rocks or boards. I drop the rifle and raise my gun. There are way too many of them. Far, far too many of them. Steadying my jaw, I raise the barrel of the handgun up and place it against my temple. I can't let them take me. I won't let myself become a part of Cole's little cult. I might not have been able to find a way to kill the monster that has tormented me for more than one lifetime, but I'll be damned if I let another one use me. I'm feeling strangely at peace with what I have to do, but my hand starts to shake. It must be the adrenaline. I struggle to hold it still. I furrow my brow. No, it's not adrenaline. My hand is shaking because it's cold. The temperature has suddenly dropped noticeably. Not just by a few degrees either. I can see my breath in the air. The infected stop advancing. As one, they turn their heads to look back towards the woods. There's silence. The only sound is the frigid wind blowing through the streets below. Not sure what's happening. I keep the gun barrel firmly against my head. The silence is broken by a roar. It isn't Eleanor. This sound is more hollow, and it's filled with an eagerness and bloodlust that chills me far more than the cold. All of the infected turn away from me and begin to climb back down the fire escape. I have no idea what's going on. When the last one disappears over the edge of the roof, I slowly lower the gun. Down at the street level, the crowd is moving towards the woods. Shaking myself out of my stupor, I retrieve my rifle and use the scope to get a better look. The Vricoculus has seemingly forgotten about Eleanor and is looking the same direction the people are heading. There's another of the terrible cries. I place two of my fingers to my mouth and whistle as loudly as I can. It's risky, and it might draw the attention of the infected again, but I don't care. Whatever is happening, Eleanor needs to get out of that general area now. She must have heard me. Slowly, she pushes herself off the ground and takes a step towards me. She looks like she's going to collapse for a brief moment, but she manages to keep herself upright and continues forward. I practically run to the fire escape and hurry down to the ground. I emerge from the alley just as Eleanor reaches the building. A lump forms in my throat. Her black fur is covered in blood, and she's favoring her front left leg. She comes up to me and puts her nose up against my hand before shrinking back down to her dog form. "You are incredible," I assure her, gently stroking the fur between her ears. "Just rest for a while. Get your strength back." She whimpers and leans up against me. More people are coming out of some of the nearby buildings. They all ignore us as they hurry towards the woods. A third roar pierces the night. Before it can even begin to fade, a dark shape comes flying out from inside the trees. It lands in the street nearby and skids half a dozen yards before coming to a stop, leaving a dark smear on the concrete. The shape is so mangled that it's difficult to tell for sure, but it looks like the front half of a mountain lion. There's a loud snapping noise, and a large something steps out of the trees. It's around 10 feet tall, and its limbs are long and thin. While its body is vaguely humanoid, its face is more like a dog or wolf's muzzle. What appears to be bone covers much of the face, and fang-like teeth fill its open mouth. There's only one creature in the world that looks like this. I'm staring at a Wendigo. When I had parked my freshly stolen car just outside the Broken Bend town limits a little less than an hour ago, I'd expected that things would get very violent very quickly. What I hadn't expected was that the party would have started without me. Sure, I don't exactly have an invitation, This isn't the kind of shindig that you RSVP for. Even if I had received such a thing, I wouldn't have responded. I'm more the type of person who likes to show up unannounced, be unpredictable, all that jazz. So they wouldn't have known not to kick things off without my glorious presence. Can't really blame the townsfolk for that one. Still, fuck 'em, right? I may not have a legitimate reason to be pissed at them, but the legitimate reasons are for normal people, and I'm as far from normal as you're gonna find. At least I hadn't come unprepared. I always remember to pack my party clothes these days. Well, that might mean a stuffy tuxedo or a revealing dress with just the right amount of cleavage showing for most people. For me, that means that I can call out my Wendigo form any time that I choose to. Clothing, transformation, tomato. Originally, I decided that I was going to be cautious, really dig in and find out all the information that I could about both Broken Bend and the nasty creature that called it home. It was a good decision, really. The smart decision. Some real hunter knowing its prey shit, you know? I tried to do just that. I really did. But oh my god, it was so fucking boring. I used to have that kind of patience when it was me and the wolf, the kind that a stalker has as it waits for the right moment, when I wasn't physically ill from not killing, anyway. The whole Wendigo thing, though, this is a different kind of trip. I'm more impulsive, more living in the here and now, more free. I have no idea why I used to be such a serious Sam when being a reckless Rick is way more fun. And speaking of fun, the Broken Bend residents are out in full force, both running through the streets and trampling through the surrounding woods. While my senses aren't as strong as they were when I was all wolf mode, my sense of smell is still strong enough to pick up the same scent that I had during my first visit to the town. It smells of dark oceans and ancient spaces. That scent had once frightened me. Now it just makes me eager. Eager to kill, eager to taste warm blood running down my nightmare's throat. Eager to show this unearthly motherfucker that not only am I back, but also I'm better than fucking ever. The people seem to be ignoring me, at least for the moment. Luckily for me, I have a rather eager playmate to keep me company. I emerged from the woods merely moments ago to find myself staring at whatever this thing is. In a way, it reminds me of a werewolf, but there's no fur and the tight skin is a dull brown. It's standing on two legs, and its long arms reach down to the ground where it leans on its knuckles like a gorilla. It opens its mouth to hiss. As it does so, I see rows of sharp, fang-like teeth inside. Neat. Teeth are cool and all, but the thing that strikes me the most is that half its body is charred and melted like it decided to take a partial dip in a volcano. The creature doesn't seem to care one bit about its glaring wounds. Instead, it starts towards me with murderous intent in its eyes. I open my long, bone-covered jaws, causing steam to rise out from them as my icy breath mixes with the much warmer air. Finally, something that knows how to play the game properly. Unfortunately, it isn't much of a fight. To its credit, it catches me off guard with how strong it is as it crashes into me, forcing me back a few steps. I quickly shake it off, however, and with a rather graceful twist of my body, I avoid its clutching hands. I bury my claws into its melted side. It howls in pain for just a moment before I pull hard and split its body in half. The creature falls silent, and I drop the remains onto the grass. There's a loud thump as it strikes the ground, that mixture of solid and wet that never fails to be pleasing to my ears. I look down at what's left of it. This isn't the being that greeted me during my first trip here. Apparently Broken Bend is home to its fair share of monsters. I grin. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fucking blast. I catch sight of another group of people hurrying into the woods nearby. Like the others, they don't look at me as they hurry into the brush. I ran into a few small pockets of townspeople as I was making my way to town, and they'd been quite eager to run straight into my waiting arms. Now they're not even glancing at the giant Wendigo within spitting distance. That's a bit of a blow to the old ego. I'm right here, folks. Your untimely demise, all wrapped up in this beautiful, sexy Wendigo package. Why, I'll have you know that many people have found me to be perfectly pleasant company. Then again, they're not attacking me. They've got other business to attend to. What business is more important than protecting their master, right? They could be running right towards it. I follow the people into the forest. It goes against my natural instincts to not start murdering them one at a time from behind, but I'm after big prey tonight. I can play with them later, use them to keep the afterglow going after I kill their boss. The fog is even thicker inside the tree line. It still has that weird, greasy feeling to it that I noticed during my first romp through town. I ignore it. I can take a nice, long, relaxing shower after I'm done creating a horrible, disgusting, widespread, violet shower of blood all over the place. Suddenly, a shape is coming towards me. The scent filling my nostrils rapidly grows stronger. Tingles of excitement run up and down my spine. This is it. The creature that humiliated me so soundly is coming right towards me. Finally. I've been waiting for this moment for so damn long. It emerges from the darkness. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Instead of some hulking beast, it's tall and incredibly thin. Its head is round with two wide holes where its face should be. Wings spread out from its back as it races towards me, one gray arm extended out in front of it. I roar in challenge and lunge forward to meet it. We crash into each other, and to my surprise my momentum is instantly stopped. It leans into me, and despite the strength of my Wendigo form, I'm pushed down to my knees. As its head draws closer, hundreds of black tentacles extend out from the holes in its head. They lash out and scrape against my face. The bone covering protects most of my skin, but flesh is torn away from the areas that they manage to reach. Turning my neck in a way that it likely isn't meant to turn, I manage to lock my mouth around a group of the tentacles and bite down. My jaws clack together as my teeth sever the wriggling appendages. I feel a momentary satisfaction as the creature lets out an oddly metallic shriek. That's right, you asshole. Daddy came to play. That satisfaction turns into disbelief as it clamps down hard on the sides of my head and lifts me completely off the ground. Without any effort, it launches me backwards. I collide with the nearest tree so hard that I break right through it, then through the one standing behind it. Third time's the charm, however, as the next tree manages to remain upright. I painfully slump to the ground and shake my head in an attempt to stop the ringing I'm hearing. Before I can get back to my feet, I feel the first of the hands latch onto me. I painfully turn to the side and see that one of the brainwashed, broken-bent citizens has wrapped their arms around my left leg. Another one does the same thing to my right arm. More and more people emerge from the fog. I'm temporarily weakened from the unexpected beating that I just took. As the people continue to pile on me, I can't summon the strength to force them off. I'm forced flat onto the turf as I'm quickly buried underneath the bodies. I only need a few moments to recover, to get the wind back in me. I might not have that time. They only have to keep me down for a handful of seconds, just long enough for their boss to glide on over. I try to move, but I can't. I can feel the creature getting closer. No way am I going to let it end like this. The bastard got the jump on me, sure, but I'm going to get these meat puppets off of me and... I don't have time to finish that thought. The weight on me begins to loosen. Not sure what's happening, but certainly not one to waste an opportunity. I place my clawed hands flat on the ground and push hard. People still clinging onto me tumble off to the sides. I move on all fours with my jaws open like a crocodile, my teeth tearing through my attackers like so many knives. The entrails of what had until recently been a man splatter onto the ground next to me. I whip my head in that direction while getting back to an upright position. A few yards away, its eyes locked onto me, is something resembling a bear. It's definitely not a natural wild animal. The scent is all wrong, mixing that of both a bear and a human. Its skin and fur seem to move and adjust, almost like its body is nothing more than a mirage. I've seen some truly weird shit in my life, including within the last 2 minutes, but this is one of the weirder shits. There's a noise from the trees above me. Pulling my attention away from the strangely shapeless beast, I turn my head upwards. It's difficult to see anything in the dark canopy, but I can just make out a figure in the branches. Like the creature in front of me, its body looks to be in a state of flux, but this one is in the form of an owl. I return my gaze to the false bear and flex my claws. It doesn't matter what these things are. If they're looking for a fight, I'm happy to oblige. A man in a black suit steps out of the shadows. His hands are behind his back, and if he's nervous about being so close to me, there's no trace of it on his face or in his demeanor. He calmly surveys the dead bodies lying on the ground in front of the bear. There's movement to my left, and I turn slightly to find a pair of deer charging towards me. They're both large bucks, their antlers cracked and broken from use. Their lips are pulled back from their teeth, and they have the same smell as the fog and the possessed town people. Looks like my old buddy has enlisted the forest critters as well as the town residents. Before I can do anything, the strange bear is already moving. It ignores me and smashes into the side of the nearest buck, sending it flying off its feet and into a tree, the sound of its bones snapping filling my ears. As it does so, the large owl swoops down from the branches and digs its talons into the neck of the second fucked up Bambi. With a hard twist, it tears the throat out of the deer. As both bucks fall still, the animals that aren't really animals turn their attention back towards me. There's a long pause before the bear lowers and raises its head in a nod. They move deeper into the woods and out of sight. Within moments, the cries of dying people echo out of the darkness. "You can leave these infected wretches to us," the man in the suit says calmly. "I would suggest that you concentrate on Call. It seems quite formidable." Call. So the bastard that chased me out of Broken Bend has a name. I have no idea who these people are, but their purpose seems to be aligned with my own for the moment. Maybe they've got some grudge against the thing pulling the strings as well. Whatever the case, no point in looking a gift horse in the mouth, right?
Agreed.
I rumble out of my cold and inhuman voice. "Excellent," the man says approvingly. "There's another associate of mine somewhere in these blasted woods. Him and his dog. Try not to kill him. He might be useful to you." With that, the man disappears into the forest after his two companions. I stare after him for a moment. This night just keeps getting more and more interesting. I return my attention to the matter at hand. The stench of the fog is still everywhere, but the sweet smell of blood has become more noticeable as well. I grin. This is everything that I hoped it would be and more. Nothing wrong with a few twists and turns to keep things interesting. I look around. When my body had been used to Paul Bunyan in a few trees, I'd expected the creature, this Call, to take the opportunity to try and finish me off. Instead, it's vanished. I take a deep breath. Maybe vanished is too strong of a word. It's still here somewhere. Somewhere close. I can't pinpoint exactly where, though. If the wolf was still with me, I could easily zero in on the scent, but the Wendigo's senses aren't as keen. Well, whatever. I don't mind doing things the hard way. Sometimes I even prefer it that way. Alright, enough with the standing around like a fucking slacker. Let's do this. I know from experience that these woods go on for quite a while. I could be running around for days looking for this floating jerk-off, especially with the fog making it difficult to get a fix on it. What I need is for some way to draw it out into a more open area. There's no doubt in my mind that I can kill the thing on a level playing field. I head back towards town. There's an idea squirming around inside my black brain, one that might just do the trick. Emerging from the trees, I hurry over to the police station and look through the large glass window. There doesn't seem to be anyone home. I'm too large in my current form to fit through the doors, and besides, I'm going to need my hands when I get inside. Luckily, I've been working on a little something for just this type of occasion. With a final glance around to make sure that I'm alone, I revert back to my human form. My fragile, squishy human form. That's not the trick, though. This is. Concentrating, I allow the change back into a Wendigo to begin to happen. After it reaches a certain point, though, I force it to stop. I remain the same size as I am when I'm human, but my bones are hardened and pushed tight against my grayish skin. A streak of wispy black hair runs down my back, and my teeth are elongated and sharp. A sharp bone extends a few inches from each of my knuckles. I'm neither human nor Wendigo, but something in between. It would be stupid to attempt to go up against Call in the strange in-between form, but it's certainly enough to slice and dice any humans that might get in my way. I push on the front door and find that it's unlocked. What a terrible example the Broken Bend police are setting for the rest of the town. I haven't been in many police stations before. That's very much by choice. While that's been great for the whole not being locked up in prison forever thing, it does make it more difficult for me to find what I'm looking for. Ah, there's the little bastard. A black and silver radio with wires running into the wall behind it. I had noticed a tower on top of the building with a large speaker attached to it during my first trip to the town. It's the kind of setup that smaller towns use to broadcast urgent weather information to residents. There's a little more to it than that, but at the end of the day it basically allows someone to shout things over a very long distance. I examine the radio for a few moments before I locate the power switch. I flip it up and plug in the microphone sitting on the table beside it. There's a screech of feedback. When it fades, I tap on the microphone and am pleased to hear the noise echo outside the building. "Hello, Broken Bend," I say, holding the microphone up close to my mouth. "We interrupt your regularly scheduled brainwashing to bring you this important announcement." I stop speaking for a moment as I listen to my voice echo off the structures outside. Maybe it's just me. My voice sounds kind of sexy in this form. Like a Barry White mixed with a Hannibal Lecter. Well, there will be enough time to contemplate my own incredibleness later. Back to business. "This one goes out to that hideous monstrosity Call," I continue. "I'm guessing that even if you don't speak English, your little cronies can pass along the message in a way that you'll understand. I'm a-calling you out, partner. This shithole mountain town ain't big enough for the both of us." Now, you may be thinking to yourself, "Self, there's no reason for me to come out of this nice comfy forest and into the open. You've got all the advantages in there, right?" You make a good argument, even if I'm technically the one making it for you. But see, here's the thing. If you don't come out of those woods and face me mano-a-mano, I'm going to march back in there. When I do, I'm not going to be coming for you. Instead, I'm going to go after every single living thing that's under those trees. I'm going to slaughter everything that so much as breathes. It won't be hard either. I'll admit that you yourself have got a few things going for you. But all those assholes you've got fawning at your feet, they're so easily breakable, like delicate little water balloons filled with blood and guts. Tell me, Mr. Call, sir, how happy will you be when there's no one left around to worship you? I pause for just a moment. Just you and me, right here in the streets of Broken Bend. You've got 10 minutes before I start slitting throats. I flip the radio off and drop the microphone onto the table. I think I've made my point. With my message sent, I stroll back out of the police station and into the street. All that I have to do now is wait for an answer. I'm sure that I'll be getting one. I'm just not sure what form it will come in. I wasn't making an idle threat. I'm more than prepared to tear apart each and every resident of Broken Bend if I have to. Anything that gets my hands around Call's throat is worth it. I allow my body to go full Wendigo. Now I'm ready for anything. Well, almost anything apparently. If I'm honest with myself, I didn't expect the sheer amount of people that are stepping out of the woods at the same time. These people are forming a straight line that stretches from one side to the other. It's so long that it continues on well past my line of sight. Fog is billowing out from behind them and spilling into the grass and road. Looking closer, I find that it's not just people either. There are a variety of animals, as well as monsters that I can't identify, standing with the humans. Call's doing the otherworldly entity version of flexing. Yeah, well, two can do that. I throw back my head and roar in challenge. It's a hollow sound, one that fills the air with its unnatural tone. As I do so, I see my freezing breath in the air. The white plumes pour out of my mouth and nostrils like smoke billowing out of a dragon. To my surprise, my challenge is immediately accepted. Call emerges from behind its followers. They part to make way for it, the fog pouring out over it. It spreads its wings wide as it emits an answering call. I thought my roar sounded evil, but I have nothing on this particular sound. I can barely even describe it. The closest I can come to doing so is to say it's like pieces of metal scraping together in a wide tunnel, but that's nowhere near accurate. Call calls out once more before going airborne and heading towards me at surprisingly fast speed. I have just enough time to move out of the way, but I instead plant my feet and hold out my hands, their sharp claws pointed straight ahead. It rams into me so hard that my jaws clack together. Although I'm pushed back several yards, I remain on my feet as I grip my claws into its shoulders. As we slide to a stop together, I lash out with my head and bite down on the right side of its own. I feel my teeth begin to penetrate its leathery flesh just for a moment before it throws me off of it. I slide to a stop on all fours and immediately run back towards it, determined not to give it any time to catch its breath. It tries to grab me as I push forward. I duck my head lower and plunge the tips of my sharp antlers into its thin chest. It's so thin that I don't get much of it. The parts of the antlers that do manage to make contact sink in deep, however, and I lift Call off of its feet and smash it into a nearby telephone pole. The pole cracks and buckles. I twist my antlers free of the creature's body and dart off to one side, allowing the pole to fall directly on top of it. Call lies still for a moment, just long enough for me to think that the fight may be over. After a few seconds, it reaches up and easily pushes the pole off with one hand. It's not really a hand, more like appendages extending from the arm, but semantics are for dicks. It rises back to an upright position and looks to continue the fight. As it comes towards me, I notice that there's a series of cracks along its head. It strangely resembles damaged porcelain. I feel my excitement growing. For a minute there, I was starting to wonder what it was going to take to hurt this fucking thing. Now, though, it's clear that I've done some real damage. I wonder if Call feels pain. I really fucking hope it feels pain. It stops short before it reaches me and ducks down slightly. I'm caught off guard by the move. In the brief moment that it takes me to shake off my surprise, Call fully extends its wings and propels itself forward faster than I've ever seen anything move. It collides with me, and there's an audible crack as the wind rushes out of my lungs. The sheer force of the contact sends me hurtling through the air until my back smashes into a nearby car. The metal bends inward to the point that the front and rear sections wrap around me. Glass rains down over my body, cutting into the exposed areas of skin. My body slumps to the ground as the car is suddenly gone from behind me. I open my eyes just in time to see Call lift the vehicle's remains over its head and bring it back down on top of me. Everything goes blurry, and I taste my own blood in my mouth. The bone protection around my face and jaws breaks. The car is lifted off of me, and once again it comes down to batter me. The creature does this over and over until the car itself can't take any more and comes completely apart. I'm only vaguely aware that the beating has stopped. Everything seems so muted, dim and colorless while almost devoid of sound. I shake my head in an attempt to clear it. If I stay down, I'm dead. Struggling, I force myself to fight past the numbness and roll over onto all fours. As I do so, the world comes rushing back in, and my senses return. Pain more intense than I've ever felt explodes throughout my body. Bones have been broken, muscles have been torn, and my right arm is limp. Blood is flowing freely out of me. No, God damn it, no. Call reaches down and picks me up on my throat. Almost casually, it tosses me into the brick wall of the nearby police station. I strike it at the corner with my back, and I feel discs in my spine snap out of alignment. It's taking me apart piece by piece. Instead of following me, however, Call stands in the middle of the road and simply watches for a long moment. The cracks across its body have grown longer and more pronounced. Call Paul turns its head upward and visibly shudders. The cracks widen for a split second before its body falls to the ground in thousands of pieces. No, not its body. Even through the blood dripping in front of my eyes, I can see that there's still something standing there in the street. What I had thought was its body had only been a kind of covering or shell. I'm now seeing it in its true form. While it still retains its human-like shape, that's just about the only thing that still looks the same. Both the head and the body appear to be constructed of jet-black, barb-covered tentacles wrapped tightly around themselves. Instead of wings, it has 4 larger tentacles extending from each side of its back. The arms end at 4 thin versions of the feelers instead of fingers, and the legs do the same. More of the tentacles run down from its back and onto the ground, creating an almost cape effect. It's a constantly writhing nightmare that should not be in this world. Every moment that I stare at it, my mind slips a little more towards insanity. Suddenly it's on me. I didn't even see it move. 1 second it was standing in front of me, and the next it's picked me up and wrapped its arms around me. Countless tentacles pierce deep into my body. I can feel them moving inside of me as they rip into my organs. A sound escapes me, a pathetic whine of suffering. It's over. Once again, this thing has beaten me. I didn't even make it difficult for it. At this moment, I welcome death. Anything to stop the pain and the shame. The world falls silent, and the pain is gone. Paul's weight is no longer on me. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I open my eyes and find that everything around me is black. Even though I can't see anything, I know that I'm human once again. I'm also no longer in Broken Bend. Somewhere very different. Somewhere that I've been before. This is where I confronted the Wendigo spirit, where I'd killed it and taken its power for myself. I'm in the cold, dark place. 2 pinpricks of red light appear directly in front of me. You're still here, I say to the wolf, hearing the surprise in my own voice. The wolf is silent. I need your help, I continue as an idea comes to me. If you're here, you know what's happening out there. We can still salvage this together. It doesn't make a sound, but I can feel a shift in the air. Look, I said some things, I admit. Things that I shouldn't have said, and things that I didn't really mean. It's just that you and I were always together. We were one. Then, after what this bastard did to us the last time we were here, we weren't anymore. That threw me off. If I'm being honest, it scared me. No response. Is that what you wanted to hear? I demand, beginning to feel irritated. I was scared. Me. Not you. Me. I'm starting to get really angry now. What else does this bastard want from me? Okay, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we work together now. That thing out there is going to kill me or possess me or whatever the hell it does. And when that happens, you're done too. We share this body. What happens to me, happens to you. The red lights dim slightly, and I know that the wolf is considering my words. Just think about it, I continue pressing. We don't just go back to how it was. We combine what we have, the wolf and the Wendigo together. There's no way this asshole can stop us. Nothing could. What do you say? There's a brief pause before I feel the wolf's claws on my shoulders. It's embracing me. I feel a swelling of emotion. I hadn't known that I needed this as much as I obviously do. So, we're good then? I ask, sure that I already know the answer. We'll do this together? Pain suddenly shoots through my shoulders. It takes me a moment to realize what's happening. The wolf is pressing its claws in my body, the sharp points driving through the skin, muscle, and bone. I open my mouth to scream. Nothing comes out. Instead, the infinite, cold, dark place is filled with a booming voice that sounds as if it's coming straight from the maw of hell as it deafens me.
No.
I feel an odd pulling sensation in my left shoulder. With a noise like a zipper being rapidly pulled, my arm is torn free from the socket. I still can't scream, and the agony I'm feeling demands that I do so. My entire side grows hot as blood pours out of my gaping wound. Fangs dig into my neck. I can feel the hot breath on me as they sink in, the warmth of the wolf's tongue as it tastes my skin. I'm being systematically dissected. There's nothing that I can do about it. The booming voice doesn't come again, but it doesn't need to. I don't know if it's because the wolf is connected to me again in this macabre embrace, or maybe if we were never disconnected in the first place. Whatever the case, I know what it's thinking. I know what I've done to deserve this. I've committed the one sin that the wolf can never forgive. I've gone against the natural order of things. Not only did I berate and reject the wolf at my lowest point, I also violated the body it shares with me by inviting the Wendigo in. I brought another into our sacred bond without the permission of the pack leader. I had always thought that I was the one with the power. I was wrong. The wolf is the alpha. It always has been. I was just some pissant killer that had tried to shift blame for my own flaws and insecurities instead of actually facing up to them. The wolf's grip tightens. I can feel myself slipping away further into the cold, dark place. Within moments, I'll be gone. Part of me knows that I deserve this. I brought this on myself, and really, it's a mercy that the wolf is granting me a death this quick. I smile tightly. Besides, it's not like my death is meaningless. This isn't the end. It is for me, but not for the wolf. It will claim sole possession of the body that we shared since the beginning, and all the power that comes along with it. Its new companion will be the Wendigo. Together, they will become something else, something different, the greatest predator that the world has ever seen, the true alpha. My grin broadens as the last of me fades away into the dark. It will be glorious. Even though I know that I'm far enough back in the alley not to be seen from the street, I still take a few steps back to be absolutely sure. After receiving the text from Pembroke letting me know that he had arrived in town, I had hidden Eleanor behind some trash cans so that she could recover from her fight with the Vrykokolus without anyone stumbling on her while she rested. I can hear her stirring now, but she still needs more time. Not that I think we could do much about the two monsters beating the hell out of each other on the street. Even a hellhound is out of its league when compared to these two. When I had seen that Pembroke had brought along two people with those possessed masks of his, I had thought that we might just have a shot at pulling off this fight. I had seen how powerful the masks could be in the past, and he had assured me that the bear and owl masks were the two strongest that he had. The second that Cull had shown itself and started its fight with the Wendigo, however, it had been crystal clear that even with all of us combined, we weren't going to be enough. It looks like the Wendigo itself isn't enough either. Cull has shed its outer shell and emerged even more warp, a humanoid mass of black tentacles that is tearing into its opponent. I have to avert my eyes slightly when I look at it. There's something about it that starts to strip away at my sanity when I stare directly at it. This is not something that belongs here. I hear a shoe scuff against the concrete behind me. In one motion, I turn towards the noise and raise my handgun to point directly at the source. When I see the man in the far too expensive suit, I lower the weapon. I'm pleased to see that you made it back into town, Pembroke says, coming to a stop a few feet away from me. It was a bit touch and go there for a few minutes, wouldn't you say? I'd say that it's still touch and go, I reply, pointing back towards the street. Where are your companions? They're still in the woods. Most of Call's servants are standing at the edge of the forest, but a few of the, shall we say, nastier ones are still out there. Bear and Owl are making sure that they don't join the festivities. We walk over to the edge of the alley and look out. It's almost over, I observe, sounding more calm than I actually am. We need a plan to get out of here. It would appear so, Pembroke agrees. I would suggest that... Wait, something is happening. He's right. The Wendigo has seemingly got a second wind. He forces himself back into an upright position and shoves Call back. The tentacles slide out of his body with a sound that reminds me of suction cups being pulled apart. The Wendigo hasn't just regained some of its strength, however. It's changing before our eyes. Its mass is increasing. It was already tall, but now its body expands to more than 10 feet tall. The bones that cover it like armor shatter and fall away, exposing the entirety of the creature's skin. Long black fur is rapidly growing from that skin, creating a much thicker coat than it had previously. Its jaws and muzzle break apart before reshaping themselves into a more canine configuration. Call keeps its distance as the transformation continues. I don't know if that's due to curiosity or uncertainty at what it's seeing. A tail tears through the lower back of the animal, covered in the same black fur as the rest of the body. As it does so, bone structures begin to push out through the skin. Unlike the white color that the existing covering had been, these bones are a reddish-brown color, the color of dried blood. The bone forms an armor-like layer over his spine, ribs, and top of his muzzle and head. The antlers snap off with a loud crack and fall to the concrete. The entire transformation leaves me feeling cold and insignificant. The creature opens his eyes, and that's when the fear truly floods through me. Before they had an almost human quality to them, like there was an understandable intellect driving the monster. That is completely gone now, replaced by black orbs with pinpricks of red light in the center. They seem to vibrate with hunger and rage. He's incredible, Pembroke whispers. I jump slightly. I completely forgot that he was next to me. What is this? I ask, in a tone matching his. Something that has never walked this earth before, he replies in awe. An apex predator above all others. The Alpha. The creature, this Alpha, throws back its head and howls. I instinctively cover my ears with my hands. The sound is so loud that it causes my entire body to shake as it echoes off the buildings. Pembroke may be fascinated by this new development, but I've already figured out the bottom line. No matter which of these monstrosities wins their territory war, we lose. There's no doubt in my mind that the victor will turn its attention to us next. The Alpha roars again before charging Call. He moves with a smoothness and grace that I wouldn't have expected from something so large. The otherworldly creature seems to realize that it's in danger and attempts to move out of the way and off to one side, but he reaches out with one clawed hand and catches it by the arm. The tentacles thrash wildly. He holds on tightly and begins to run down the street, the arm still gripped in his hand. He reaches a parked tow truck and whips Call onto the side of it. The force of the blow is incredible. The entire rear end of the tow truck is torn off. The Alpha breaks off the crane section and repeatedly beats Call in the head with it. Black liquid bursts out from the entity and sprays onto the road. As the Alpha goes for yet another blow, Call's chest explodes outward in a flurry of tentacles. They launch the Alpha into the air, and he lands near the alley entrance. Recovering quickly, he charges back into the fight. We can't stay here. I turn to tell Pembroke this only to find that he's already gone. Of course he is. At least I know that he hasn't simply made a run for it. I know him too well to think that. He's off somewhere formulating a new plan to get what he wants out of the situation, whatever that is. Eleanor is awake now, and she pushes away the garbage cans as she stands up and comes over to me. She still looks tired, but her wounds have sealed themselves and she's moving better than she had. Despite the danger, I feel a twinge of relief. Hellhounds are infamous for their ability to sustain damage, but she had been in really bad shape. The Alpha comes flying our way again, and this time the lower half of its body skids into the alley. We barely manage to move out of the way as the legs kick out against the concrete, the nails digging into the cement to stop the Alpha's momentum and propel it into the opposite direction. He comes so close that the edge of his tail whips against my cheek, cutting open a shallow scratch. Eleanor bares her teeth. I look down at her to find that she's not looking in the direction of the two monsters tearing into each other. Instead, she's looking towards the woods. I risk a quick glance around the corner of the alley and swear violently. Call's infected are no longer standing still at the edge of the forest. Instead, they're hurrying towards town, likely to defend their master. "Let's go," I snap at the hound, turning around and going further into the alley. About halfway down, there's a door leading into the store that makes up one side of the narrow street. I try to open it, but of course it's locked. I take a step back and point at it. Eleanor runs at it shoulder first and nearly rips the door off the hinges as she rams through it. Even her dog form, she's pretty damn strong. We go inside and I take a minute to get my bearings. We're in a small grocery store, the kind that can be found in every small town in the country. The lights are off, and they don't respond when I flip a nearby switch up. The two creatures must have knocked the power out to the building while throwing each other around outside. Eleanor's teeth bite down the back of my shirt as she pulls me backwards. Less than a second later, the large front display window explodes in a hail of glass as Call comes crashing through it. It breaks through a pair of displays and comes to a stop against a dairy case. If she hadn't gotten me out of the way, I would have been directly in the creature's path. The Alpha comes running in after it, his claws extended outward and his teeth gnashing in excitement. He bites down on Call's left arm and rips it completely off. Call emits a high-pitched squeal. As the Alpha spits out the arm and leans in for another attack, however, a group of tentacles extends out of the new hole and pierces into his body. The tentacles slam him into the ceiling before forcefully throwing him to the floor head first. Call gets back up and pierces into the Alpha's body with the same cluster of tentacles. He grunts and starts to sever them with his claws. They lock up with each other again and fight back outside. Pieces of the ceiling are falling from the section that the Alpha was bounced against. The breaks and cracks are quickly spreading. Gritting my teeth, I run across the grocery store to the far side, the ceiling collapsing all around me. There's another door here, and I quickly unlock it and pull it open. Eleanor and I go through and find ourselves in another alley. This alley is even more narrow than the one we had started in, and there are 3 dumpsters that block off sections of it. Not wanting to go in the direction that the fighting is happening in, we run in the opposite direction. With Broken Bend being so small, we're only a couple of blocks away from the edge of town. As long as the two beasts keep themselves occupied a little longer, we'll be able to escape. We come to a stop as over a dozen of Call's infected appear at the exit and rush down the alley towards us. Turning back around, we dash back in the opposite direction. Both Call and the Alpha hurtle past the street side of the alley. This is the absolute last direction I want to be heading in, but it's not like we have a choice. I risk a glance down at Eleanor. She's mostly recovered from her injuries, but I don't think she's at the point where she can become a full hellhound again. She might be able to channel enough of it to get us some breathing room, though. "Block them off," I tell her, coming to a stop. Eleanor turns back towards the advancing infected and opens her mouth wide. The flame that spews forth isn't nearly as large or as hot as when she's at full strength, but it's more than enough to light most of the alleyway on fire. All of the wood and trash is immediately set ablaze, creating an inferno-like wall between us and the infected. I've seen a lot of horrible things tonight. None of them are worse than the sight of what comes next. The infected don't stop on the other side of the flames. Instead, they run straight into the fire without even breaking stride. I watch as skin and muscle are melted and bone is charred and warped. The few that manage to come through the fire while still alive are only able to make it a few inches before succumbing to the incineration. I shake my head and force myself to stop looking. We have to keep going. The fire is starting to creep up the walls and into the buildings. Hellfire isn't like normal fire. It can burn through materials that typical flames can't. It won't be long before the buildings are consumed and the fire spread to others. It's very possible that all of Broken Bend will be ash by morning. I can't think of a better fate for such a cursed town. Cleanse the entire damn place. We've been driven back into the main road. The Alpha seems to have the advantage, at least momentarily. Call is lying on the pavement while he stands over it, his clawed hands on both sides of its head as he slams it into the ground. Multiple tentacles are buried deep into his flesh, but he either doesn't notice or he doesn't care. On the far side of the street, Bear and Owl are blocking the path of more of Call's infected. When I had first seen them when they arrived in town with Pembroke, they had been spry, almost eager to fight. Now they look tired and on the defensive. They're still managing to hold the line, but I doubt that will last for long. While they're busy with the humans, a possessed monster manages to slip by. It's a Sasquatch, the second that I've seen tonight. They're not the rarest of cryptids by far. Still, it's surprising to see multiples in the same place. Whether it's Call or Broken Bend itself, there's obviously something that's drawing all these creatures to the same place. The 7-foot-tall ape-like Sasquatch heads straight towards me. I set my feet and grip my rifle tightly in my hands. When it's almost on top of me, I strike at its face with the butt of the weapon. There's an audible crunch as the nose breaks. It staggers backwards, and I take the opportunity to reverse the rifle and fire a shot into its head at point-blank range. It collapses lifelessly into a heap. It's barely had time to fall still before there's an intense pain in my shoulder. Almost before my brain can register it, I'm lifted completely off my feet and am flying through the air. My leg collides with a metal bench. The impact stops much of my momentum, and I land hard on the sidewalk. Everything goes black as my face strikes the concrete. I'm not sure how long I'm out, but it can't be for more than a few seconds. This isn't the first time that I've been knocked out. It happened a couple of times during my days in the military. This time is different, though. Everything around me seems so far away, and I can't seem to fully clear my vision. I have to be concussed. Even through the haze, I can feel a searing pain in my shoulder. After a brief struggle, I'm able to roll over enough to reach it with my other hand. Warm blood instantly covers my fingers. Whatever hit me really tore into me. The arm attached to my damaged shoulder is limp and numb. I can only hope that it's dislocated and not permanently damaged. I raise my head and see that the Alpha is lying on the sidewalk less than a dozen feet from me. He's breathing heavily, and his dark coat is matted down with blood. His eyes are open, and I can see that there's still more fight left in him, but he's also clearly hurting. What had at first seemed like an even fight was now tipping in favor of Call. Our eyes meet for a brief moment. I'm surprised to find that there's intelligence behind his gaze. Primal, yes, but it's definitely intelligence. My view of his eyes is blocked as countless black tentacles wrap around the sides of his face. Call has come to press its advantage. It lifts the Alpha off the ground by his head and holds him in front of it as tentacles begin to wrap around the top half of his body. Something isn't right. I mean, nothing is right about this in general, but there's something specifically wrong about what I'm seeing. I haven't been able to look directly at Call for more than a few seconds because of how doing so affects my mind and my grip on my sanity. Now, though, there's an area directly behind it that's having the same effect. As I try to muster the strength to get up, I turn away from the fight so that I can grip the bench I collided with a few minutes earlier. My gaze turns upward as I readjust. It's then that I notice that there's a large strip running across the sky of the same invisible, madness-inducing nothingness that surrounds Call. There's pressure on my arm as Pembroke appears out of nowhere and grabs my elbow. He pulls me away from the battling creatures just in time, as I'm barely clear before the Alpha kicks Call into the bench I was just reaching for. He maneuvers me into a doorway like it's no effort at all and leans me up against the brick. Eleanor stands between us and the fighting. "Do you see the tears?" he asks as he kneels down to examine my injured shoulder. "Tears?" I repeat, the pain slowing down my thought process. "You mean those spots? The ones that feel like Call?" "Yes, those." He pauses for a moment. "I'm afraid that this is going to be extremely painful, Mr. Lewis, and there may be some lingering damage." Are you ready? I grit my teeth. Do it. Using the wall to brace my limp arm, Pembroke places his knee against my shoulder and drives it back into the socket. The pain is so intense that I nearly black out again, but I manage to remain conscious and I wait for the agony to subside to a manageable level. The arm is still a bit numb. I'm able to flex my fingers and move it around though, so that's going to have to be good enough. What we're seeing is tears in reality, Pembroke continues. As you know, bleeds are areas in our world where the universal fabric that separates our layer from the other layers and the underlayers has become thin. That allows beings from other layers to sometimes cross over into ours. These are more than bleeds, though. We're seeing places where the universal fabric is gone entirely. This world, this entire reality, is ripping apart. Is there a way to close them again? I ask, afraid of the answer I'm sure is coming. Pembroke stops himself before he can reply. My God. I turn my head in the direction he's looking. Beyond the still fighting Alpha and Call, one of the tears has appeared. Something is emerging from it. I don't know what it is, and I can't even make out its general shape. I know that something is there. It's not invisible or some sort of spirit. There's a physical being pushing its way through the tear. Whatever it is, though, it's not something that the human mind is capable of understanding. A migraine immediately begins behind my right eye. The indescribable being comes fully through the tear. It rapidly flashes between its unrecognizable form and pure darkness over and over again as it moves. Our reality is trying to assimilate it, Pembroke says in a voice barely above a whisper. It can't, though, at least not for very long. It comes from too different of a layer from our own. What do we do? I demand. You're really not getting what's happening here, are you? I fall silent. I am, but I don't want to admit it, even to myself. There's no way to stop this thing, or anything else that comes through these tears. They're literally unfathomable. Bear and Owl are closer than we are to it. They turn away from the crowd of infected for just a moment to stare back at something they can't hope to truly see. There's a loud crackling sound like electricity, and both of the masks fall away from their faces and clatter to the ground. Their animal forms instantly disappear. In a panic, the man who was Bear reaches out his hand towards the woman who was Owl. Before their fingers can touch, the infected swarm over them and rip them apart as they lie screaming in the street. It completely destabilized the magic in the masks, Pembroke says, his usually calm voice tense. That's not possible, unless... Unless what? I prompt him. Unless the fundamental building blocks of our reality are breaking down. He turns to look me in the eyes. Existence itself is coming to an end. There has to be a way to stop this, I say adamantly. We have to be able to repair things, or at least contain them. Pembroke looks away. If there is, we're not going to find it here. We need to get some distance between us and Broken Bend, buy ourselves some time. Can you stand? I nod and force myself back up to my feet. We both have to immediately push ourselves further back into the doorway as the Alpha runs past the opening. Despite the world literally unraveling around him, he's still completely focused on his battle with Call. We're lucky that he's so single-minded. We'll help keep all eyes away from us as we make a break for it. With Eleanor leading the way, we hurry in the opposite direction of both the fighting and the being that emerged from the tear. Near the edge of the Broken Bend downtown area is a car that I recognize as Pembroke's. I nearly lose my balance as the Alpha and Call smash into the ground directly in front of us. We skid to a stop just before we collide with them. The Alpha recovers first and mounts Call, fighting off the tentacles striking him as he does so. His claws tear into his adversary's body, sending black chunks flying in all directions. Despite the danger, I stand in place and watch. This is it. The fight is coming to an end. and both creatures seem to realize this. The Alpha adjusts slightly and digs its claws into the sides of Call's neck. It squeals and thrashes around, but he easily fends off this last-ditch effort and pulls upward. He strains as hard as he can for a long moment. Everything else around them seems to go silent. There's a wet sucking sound, and it's almost immediately followed by a noise that reminds me of a zipper. Call's movements stop as both the tentacles and the mass underneath that form its head are ripped completely off of its body. The Alpha holds up the head and stares at it. He's breathing heavily, and the dozens of wounds across his body are a testament to how difficult the fight has been. Baring his teeth, he throws his own head back and howls in triumph, a ferocious sound that shatters the windows of the nearby buildings and shakes the road that we're standing on. All around us, the infected residents of Broken Bend, both human and otherwise, are collapsing. I had hoped that they would return to their former selves if their master died, but it looks like their lives were too connected to Call's. I shake my head slowly. The poor bastards hadn't had a chance the moment they had encountered the monster. It's something that I can identify with all too well. The Alpha finishes his howl and turns his head slowly towards us. His eyes lock with mine for a moment before they continue on to Eleanor. She growls in the back of her throat and moves so that she's standing directly between me and the beast. I take a step forward, and the Alpha's attention snaps back to me. I hold up my hands to show that they're empty before slowly continuing on until I reach Eleanor. I kneel down and place my hand between her ears and gently stroke her fur. The growling ceases, and she presses her body up against me. The Alpha snorts, causing cold air to steam out of his nostrils. His head raises up as he looks past me and towards the entity. I turn as well. There's more of them now, at least 3 that I can tell. I look back at the Alpha and blink. His lips are pulled back, exposing the rows of razor-sharp teeth behind them. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that he's smiling. He steps over Call's lifeless body and roars a challenge before running past us and towards the entities. "It's time to go, Mr. Lewis," Pembroke says from behind me. I keep watching the Alpha for a pair of heartbeats. It has no chance of stopping these beings, but it certainly seems eager to try. He is a hunter, and a hunter has to hunt. To do otherwise would be to go against who and what he is. I feel a small smile tug at the edge of my mouth. "Give him hell," I mutter. I sit in the chair in the empty room, listening to the rain falling against the filthy windows and the wind blowing through the holes in the walls. I'm not sure how long I've been sitting here. It's definitely been hours. The last light of the sun setting could be seen when I had sat down, but darkness had long settled over the French countryside. I crossed my hands in front of me and continued to stare straight ahead at the fire I built in the large stone fireplace. It doesn't matter. I've waited decades. Hours are meaningless. I have no doubt that the monster is coming. He knows by now that his most precious possession is missing, and I made it quite clear that I'm the one that has taken it. It isn't something that he can trust his various minions to deal with. He won't trust anyone else with that kind of power. He'll have to come to me himself. I allow myself a small smile, one without any real mirth behind it. I hope that he appreciates the meeting place that I've chosen. It's quite possible that he doesn't remember that this is where we first met. The monster is brilliant. I can't take that away from him. But he only focuses on what benefits him, the things that are the means to his intended ends. He may not recall this old abandoned chateau in the French countryside, or if he does, he may not remember its significance to our shared story. I haven't forgotten, though. I can recall in perfect detail the night that that monster stood over me, an eternal organ of my best friend clutched in his hand. It happened right here in this room. This is where it all started, and this is where it's going to end. Sitting on the table next to my chair is a tablet. I placed it in such a way that I can view the screen without having to turn my head. Displayed on it are a series of images from the security cameras that I set up when I first arrived at the chateau. There are nearly 24 different camera feeds, all of which are providing live images. I've made sure that nothing will be left to chance tonight. My attention is drawn to one of the cameras located at the front door as a motion sensor triggers and bathes the scene in white light. It's time to get started. I tap on an icon on the screen to turn on the audio system. I see that you've decided to accept my invitation, I say calmly. I watch the screen closely, but I don't see any further movement. This isn't surprising. My guest has made it a point to move through life as undetected as possible. Because of this, he's discovered ways to not appear on camera. It's still nice to have confirmation that he has come alone, however. I'm sure that you were surprised when you received it, I continue. After all, as you yourself once told me, I'd never do anything to put my fiancée and her unborn child in danger. If I defied you, all that you'd have to do is reverse whatever it was you did to them to freeze them in their own personal moment in time, and they would die instantly. You've taken such satisfaction in reminding me of that repeatedly throughout the decades. I feel the anger rising in me, but I force it back down. There'll be time for that later. You're a smart man, or whatever you are now after all your experimentations on yourself. You must have figured out that my defiance means that I found a way to bring them back myself. I can't take credit for that. Silas Pembroke is the one that solved that problem. He sends his regards, by the way. Although I can't see the monster, I know that he's there. He's thinking through my words carefully, looking for an indication that they contain something that he can use against me. I've learned to be incredibly careful with what I say around him for just that reason, but at this exact moment, I don't care. There's nothing he can do to stop the inevitable now. After a long pause, the front door seems to open of its own accord. I smile. This whole not seen by cameras trick of his is quite clever, but not nearly as clever as he thinks it is. I wait for the door to fully close before switching over to the cameras in the entryway. The rotted carpet just inside the doorway has a noticeable impression. The monster is standing on it as he likely stares up at the greeting that I have left for him. Do you like what I've done with your business partner? I ask. I admit that I wasn't totally comfortable with the idea of crucifying him. I was raised Catholic after all, even if my faith fell by the wayside a long time ago. Still, it seemed like a fitting end for someone that believed himself to be above all others. I don't have to be able to see the monster to know that I have him off balance. I've never done anything as brutal as a crucifixion before, and my having done so goes against his preconceptions of me. Truth be told, I didn't know I had it in me either. I don't see it as sacrilegious, however. I see it as a necessary exorcism. I made him tell me what you promised him, I informed the monster. Told him that if you could find the topmost layer of creation, you could somehow siphon off a speck of the Creator's power to make him a god. I'm sure that you enjoyed convincing him that you could bring him that miracle when you obviously can't. I shake my head. There's always been two things that you know how to exploit better than anyone else: fear and hope. It always seems to come down to one or the other, doesn't it? The impression on the carpet disappears as the monster moves off of it. There are 3 directions that he can go in from here: left to one room, right to another, or up the stairs to the 2nd floor. I lean forward slightly, mildly interested in what his choice is. It really doesn't matter, as I've made sure that I can herd him towards his ultimate destination, no matter which selection he makes. I'm well aware that I'm playing a very dangerous game here. The monster is extremely intelligent, far more intelligent than I am. I've been thinking through this scenario for nearly 80 years, however. I've gone over things thousands of times, running through every possibility that I can come up with. Not even his mind can work through all those variables in such a short amount of time. Remains of the carpet on the stairs push downwards as weight is put on them. I tilt my head slightly. Maybe he does remember our first encounter after all. The large room that I'm sitting in is on the second floor of the chateau, and at the time, it had been converted into a medical recovery room. Good. No point in delaying things. Now you were seeking something much more impressive than becoming a simple god, I say as I sit back in the chair. It took me a while to figure out exactly what that something was, but eventually I got there. In case you're wondering, the piece that brought everything together for me, it was the night that you first used the corpse machine. I overheard you tell Morwood that you didn't know where in the Underlayers you were opening a gateway to. That was only a half-truth. You didn't know exactly where the doorway would open to, but you did know you were going down in the layers. Down into the failed creations where darkness and madness have fully taken over. Once I realized that, the rest came to me. I paused for a moment before continuing. I'm still surprised by the sheer arrogance of your plan. I shouldn't be. I know that your arrogance is surpassed by no one. Your plan goes beyond what I thought even you were capable of. You actually believe that you could go to these lower layers, figure out the flaw that keeps leading to their abandonment, the flaw that the creator of everything can't even grasp, and use that to overcome the creator and replace it. Make yourself the supreme being in all realities. Fucking unbelievable. I surprised myself by laughing. I can't help myself. Just saying it out loud makes it seem even more absurd than it already is. My God, do you realize how stupid that is? Assuming that this creator actually does exist. It isn't just some fantasy that you're chasing. You believe you can outthink it? It's the creator of everything. You're just some scientist that got way too creative with his test tubes. You've doomed the world because your ego can't get out of your way. The smile slips from my mouth as the humor rapidly dissipates. And you have doomed the world. Using the corpse machine to break through into other layers has caused a chain reaction. The fabric of reality is unraveling. Pembroke and I had hoped that there was a way to stop it, but there isn't. Everything will be gone in a matter of days. Hours, maybe. There's no way to tell exactly. The thing is, I suspect that you already knew that. You had to know that it was possible. You just didn't care. There was your chance to get everything that you want, and everything and everyone else be damned. And I helped you do it. I helped. Don't think that I don't realize that, and that I don't feel the responsibility for it. I fall silent for a moment, and when I continue speaking, my voice is noticeably quieter. There's one thing that I haven't been able to decide, no matter how much I've thought about it. I can't figure out if your actions turned me into the kind of person that would do such horrible things and justify them as protecting the people that I love the most, or if that person was already inside of me and he just needed to be given a reason to come out. I like to think it's the former, but I can't dismiss the latter either. I've always told myself that I joined the army for noble reasons. I wanted to help protect the free world from the Axis and make sure that evil was stopped on the other side of the world so that it didn't make its way to our own shores. I do believe that's true to a certain extent. There was more to it, though. I was excited to go to war. It was like I was living out one of the many adventure novels that I devoured as a child. I couldn't wait to join the fight. Wouldn't a truly good person not have those feelings of excitement when it comes to war? War is sometimes inescapable, but wouldn't a good person be willing to fight for the right reasons instead of the ones that I had? I don't have the answer to those questions. Then again, I've never been much of a philosopher. The monster's in the upstairs hallway now, and he's slowly getting closer. It doesn't matter anymore, I admit. Thoughts like that are for people that have the time to change their ways. We're here at the end of the world, in the house at Light's End. together for one final time. And it is the final time. Neither of us is leaving this place. I snort. Not that you believe that. You believe that you'll be fine. You'll easily end me, reclaim what I've taken from you, and go back to your lab to escape into another layer to live another day. And that's your game plan, right? There's a problem with that plan, though. You need the Fatu Machina to make the corpse machine work so that you can leave this dying reality. That's why you're here. I took it, and you need it back. Thing is, I don't have the Fatu Machina. I let that last statement linger in the air for a moment. The Fatu Machina was never taken. I simply hid it before leaving you that letter with instructions to come here. Then, right before I left, I made sure that Pembroke knew exactly where I left it and gave him the instructions on how to use the corpse machine. The chateau is filled with silence for over a minute before I continue. 3 people are leaving this reality before it completely collapses. Pembroke, the woman I love, and our unborn child. And that hellhound of mine, she's going with them. In fact, they're already gone. I got confirmation that the machine was active less than an hour ago. They'll be the only survivors of this place that will soon no longer exist. Oh, and just to make sure that no one can follow, they took the Fatu Machina with them. It's on a completely different plane of existence. Your precious machine is now completely useless. There's a scream of rage from out in the hallway. I don't bother to look at the camera. Instead, I stand up and cross over to the broken mantle over the fireplace. Sitting on it is a brown wooden object. I take it down and stare at it. Before he left, Pembroke made me one of his masks, I tell the monster. He does love these things, doesn't he? This one is a very special one. It's infused with the blood of an incredible creature that we met in the town of Broken Bend. Part werewolf, part Wendigo. I would say that's impossible if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The door behind me creaks open. I don't turn around. Instead, I raise the mask up to my face and place it against my skin, reaching back to secure the leather strap around the back of my head. The change begins almost immediately. Tonight, we both die for our sins, I say, feeling a rush of strength flowing through me as the spirit of the Alpha floods in. But you? I grin, feeling my lips pull back from my new elongated jaws and razor-sharp teeth. You die first.